in the backstage little green room, Chris Coles, great guy. You should watch his channel on YouTube. It's called Mr. Reagan. I am very envious he has that channel, Mr. Reagan. You know who he's talking about. He said, "We are here to send a message. I want to know what you should talk about on the stage today, that there are good people left in this country." I said, yeah, they're right here. They're right here. So I want to salute you for never giving up, never giving in. Do you remember what Rush said? There's a cut I use on my show every week. It's one of the last things Rush said to us before he left us for a much better place. Rush said, somebody emailed the show and said, "Mr. Limbaugh, is it time to despair? Is it time to give up? Is it over?" What did Rush say? He said, "Never. Americans never give up. We never despair. It is un-American." Did the founding fathers say, "Oh, it's the British Empire, it's the biggest in the world. Can't beat those guys"? Did we say, "Oh, look at what the Nazis did in 1939, just ran over the whole of Europe"? Did we say, "Oh, look what they did to Hawaii in 41 or Manhattan in September the 11th"? Did we say, "Oh, that's just too difficult. We can't deal with it"? No, we defeated them. And we're going to defeat the real enemy today, which is what? Inside our borders. I want to share with you, I want to give you some ammunition, okay? Because we've got to win the next one, and we've got to win it big. We've got to win it so big that this radicalized party that thinks it's okay to have open borders, to change the Constitution, to get rid of the Supreme Court, to mutilate young girls and boys as sacrifices on the altar of their transgender insanity, we have to so crush them at the next election that they collapse. The Democrat Party has to collapse, because the Democrat Party today is not the party of your father or a grandfather. JFK, Scoop Jackson would not be allowed into today's Democrat Party. So we have to cause an utter annihilation, and it's up to us. Seriously, it is up to us. But let me share with you just one data point. These are the kinds of things you need to use when you're talking to your friends who don't do politics or think, "Hey, Uncle Joe's so nice. That president, he's just such a nice old man." I did a little bit of math for my last Sunday show on Newsmax, the Gawker reality check. Because my thing is national security. I'm a wonk. I eat, drink, and dream national security. If you take every war we have fought in since the end of World War II, so from 45 to today, you can add up every soldier, airman, Marine, sailor, and Coast Guard who has died. Whether it's Korea, Vietnam, First Gulf War, Second Gulf War, Afghanistan, you can add it all up. The number of total killed in action, total in 70 years, is 103,000. 103,000 Americans died wearing the cloth of the Republic to keep you safe. On Biden's CDC website, you can look it up right now. It's very hard to find because they don't want you to find it. On Biden's CDC website, you can find this stat. In the last 12 months in America, deaths by fentanyl poisoning totaled 110,000 Americans. More Americans have been murdered by Chinese fentanyl in the last year because of Biden's open border than have died in every war since we won the Second World War. That is why I tell you right now, the enemies are out there. I get it. I get it. Xi Jinping in China, the mullahs in Iran, Putin in the Kremlin, I get it. But the biggest threat we face are our fellow Americans who do not believe in America. We are living in a time that no civilization has ever survived. It is utterly perverse. As a guy who likes history, think of this. Can you imagine any regime, I don't care if it's an ancient empire, a city-state, a kingdom, any regime in history, any part of the world, that was run by people who hate the country they're running? It's perverse. Why would you run to be the president of a country you detest? Remember Obama said, we're moments away from fundamentally changing America. Do you want to fundamentally change something that you love? Try that with your wife, gentlemen. I love you, but I want to fundamentally change you. A little nip and a tuck here, a little, yeah, get back to me, how that works out. You don't want to fundamentally change something you love? And here's the sad thing, we're all concerned. I grew up under Maggie Thatcher. Maggie Thatcher's my heroine, right? I was in the UK, living in the time of Maggie, looking at Ronnie here, and I just, wow, this is conservatism for me. Call me a paleocon, right? OG conservatism. But today, it's not even about politics. Take away the letter R after your name. Let's not talk about the GOP. Oh, and by the way, can I just get a little bit political for a second? Will you let me? Can we be clear that my boss in 2015 won despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP? Can we just, on the record, please? So, it's not about politics. It's not about R or D. The dividing line in America today is one thing. It's just one thing. Do you love America or do you hate it? Do you love America as the greatest nation on God's earth or do you hate it? I know you do, but what are you going to do to make sure we keep it? Yes. But what does fight mean? Come to CPAC, write a check for the local congressman? No, no. I'm deadly serious now. I'm going to leave you on this. If you are not running for local office, I don't care if it's the local library board. If you're not running for local office, you are helping the Democrats. End of story. End of story. If my wife, who hates politics, detests politics because she's sane, can come to me 2 years ago and say, love, I'm running for the local community center board. I said, you mean you're asking my permission, right? Because you've read St. Paul's letter, right, about wives and husbands. No, she said, oh, I've registered, I've got the signatures, I'm running. What? You're running? You hate politics. She said, oh yeah, I hate it. But when I saw them in the local library have a drag queen story out for kids, I said, that's it. We're not having sexually explicit, perverse things for children. I'm running for the school board. If my wife, Katie Gorka, can do that, then what the hell are you doing to save America? All right, guys, get busy. God bless you. Let's make 24 the biggest victory in conservative history.
Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
America is under attack. The Biden administration, with its radical liberal agenda, is leading the country to its destruction. Inflation is skyrocketing, and your hard-earned money is losing value every day. But there is hope. Protect your wealth with a gold IRA from Advantage Gold. Gold has been a store of value for centuries and has historically been a safe haven during times of crisis. Advantage Gold is the leading provider of gold IRAs, making it easy to protect your wealth with a tax-free and penalty-free transfer. With an award-winning full-service IRA department, their team of experts will guide you through the process and help you diversify your portfolio with precious metals. Don't wait until it's too late. Secure your financial future by investing with Advantage Gold. Please stop by our booth and receive a free one-on-one consultation with one of our specialists. Learn how to obtain a bonus of free silver added to your gold IRA.
Congratulations, AARP. Over $1 billion. Wow. That's what AARP was paid in corporate royalties in a single year, totaling over $9 billion through the last decade. Most of it derived from United Health, one of the nation's largest health insurance corporations. So wait, AARP earned billions partnering with big insurers while also lobbying Congress on changes to Medicare? AARP advocates for who exactly these days? Paid for by American Commitment.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking on the swamp, please welcome former Department of Defense Chief of Staff, Kash Patel, senior writer for American Greatness, Julie Kelly, producer and director at AMDC Films, Amanda Milius, and your moderator, host of Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec.
Shall we?
All right. Good morning, CPAC. Good morning, National Harbor. Good morning, Patriots. You know, it's early in the morning, but that's okay, because as Amanda said backstage, the clip doesn't know what time it is, so eventually at some point we'll be watching back later on this. But it's amazing to see everybody here. It's amazing to see everyone's smiling faces and Amanda. And it's great to see so many people here this morning, but I always say this when I speak at CPACs, I almost wish we didn't have to be here. You know what I mean? Because I wish we could just be living our lives. I wish we could be raising our families, being with our kids, going to church, Easter's coming up. I wish that we could be focusing on those things. But unfortunately, we are dealt with a situation in which we were all born into. We were born into a situation where we have an out-of-control government, an out-of-control administrative state, an out-of-control swamp, which we are currently within smelling distance of right now. I don't know if you guys smell that wafting over. No, that's not East Palestine. That's Washington, D.C. So I just wanted to kind of go down the line here and just top line, if you could pick your one main priority, and we'll just kind of go in order as we're sitting here, for taking on the deep state, taking on the swamp, because I want to empower not just the politicians, not just the lawmakers, but the people, right? Because CPAC is all about power to the people. So Kash Patel, what can people do to get active in this fight?
Besides buy your book. Besides watch Plot Against the President.
Other than,
listen to Pozo and Julie. So this is an amazing panel.
Get that out of the way. And, buy the books, listen to the podcast.
The deep state is something that, like Jack was saying, not only did we wish we didn't have to do this. I wish we didn't have to address a deep state. Yeah. That's something that you're talking about in like tyrannical dictatorships. But in 2023 America, you have a two-tier system of justice that was created by the very people that were supposed to serve you and create an equal tier system of justice. I mean, Julie is the expert on how the January 6th defendants have been mistreated and how their due process rights have been violated. So the way that I think you crack the deep state is personnel. And it's not necessarily a fault of the last Trump administration, because what did they do? They were never in politics. They came in and said, okay, you guys have been government 15, 20 years. We're supposed to be able to rely on you for being, whether it's Republican or Democrat, to do the national security mission, to do the America First mission, to put the interests of Americans first. And some of those people, a lot of them, unfortunately, we just got it wrong. So I think the bench, I want to highlight this. The bench exists. The people are there for every agency and department. And I got so motivated behind it that I wrote a book called Government Gangsters, which the deep state is actually trying to prevent the release of that manuscript. But we're going to take them to court. It'll hopefully be out this spring. And you got to educate everyone. I list every single government gangster by agency and department. But the one thing Donald Trump taught me was don't just highlight the problem. What's the solution? How do we fix the FBI, DOJ, and the swamp and every other agency? And it starts with personnel, and it ends with congressional oversight. And hopefully that's something that's ramping up.
And that means getting the right people in office who understand exactly what Kash is talking about. I want to see congressional candidates that have your book with notes and highlights and underlines and dog ears and everything. I know some people
Not
think
with
that's...
the RNC we have now.
Oh,
Sorry,
we'll talk about that. Julie Kelly, though, and by the way, congratulations to Julie Kelly because of your yeoman's work on the Jan 6 issue. Seriously, give it up for her. And I want people to understand that in the dark days, in Jan 7th, Jan 8th, Jan 9th, I'll tell you something. Everybody knows I'm on Twitter constantly. I didn't even tweet those days because I didn't know what was going on. I went 3 days without tweeting.
Now that is a national emergency.
That's a national emergency right there. We didn't know what was happening. The censorship hammer was coming down. People were getting arrested left and right. And there was one person that stood up and said, what's going on is wrong, and that was Julie Kelly. Yes. And just this week, Rasmussen just dropped a new poll that said 61%, not of Republicans, but of all voters believe that January 6th was likely provoked and instigated by federal agents. 61%. Julie, how did you do it?
Well, first of all, Jack has been a friend of mine since the very beginning, even before January 6th, and I would not have any sort of platform on Twitter to share my work without you. So I want to thank you so much for your friendship for years. Also, I would not be able to write about January 6th or cover it if it wasn't for following Kash, Devin Nunes, and this small team of courageous warriors who took on not just the swamp in the Democratic Party, but 90% of the Republicans to uncover the biggest scandal in American history, which was Russiagate. And what they tried to do and are still trying, is to destroy them. But because I had a basis of covering that, it helped with my learning curve on what to cover for January 6th. And then, of course, the plot against the president, the documentary that Amanda, if you haven't watched it, please watch it because, these are the people who saw this first and fought it first. But unfortunately, what started in 2016 with Crossfire Hurricane has only accelerated. And when the DOJ decided and FBI to go after Donald Trump, his closest campaign associates, people like Carter Page, and everyone was like, who cares about Carter Page? Who cares about Paul Manafort? Who cares about Trump or his family? It was literally, 5 years later, less than 5, that they took that weaponization and they aimed it at half of the country because no one paid a price. Mm-hmm. No one still has paid a price for Russiagate. And so they took their cues, they've accelerated the national security state, the intelligence apparatus, and more importantly, law enforcement against Americans. We now have nearly 1,000 people who've been charged related to their involvement in January 6th, criminal charges that are mostly low-level misdemeanors that nonetheless have destroyed their lives, ruined their families, bankrupted them, and alienated them from their own communities because they are considered domestic terrorists. That number will double, according to Matthew Graves, the DC U.S. attorney, who is handling all of the prosecutions. They want, now think about this, you're a former prosecutor, they want 2,000 total arrests. Since when do you put a number on an investigation? Right. But they're so flagrant and brazen about it, and the real villains here are the judges on the D.C. District Court. None of this happens without the judicial imprimatur, and we're talking Trump-appointed lawyers, Obama, Clinton, down to Reagan, if you can believe it. They've acted as nothing more than a rubber stamp. This is a huge, massive travesty of justice. It's hard to unwind, but to Jack's point, the poll that came out this week, when you have 61% of Americans who believe that feds were involved, which of course we know that they were, but also 80% of Americans want the January 6th, the secret tapes, the unreleased, unseen videos released to the public. Little victories. We'll take little victories. So thank you all, and thanks, Jack, for the question.
Okay, so Amanda, now we were joking, I think, before we came on the panel today.
Were we?
We were talking. Was it a joke or was it serious? I don't know. We were guessing which one of us would say something that gets this panel canceled first.
And we bet, we have
bet
a
it was
bet.
definitely Amanda.
Yeah.
Definitely Amanda.
No doubt.
So
I'm ready.
When it comes to this, so Amanda, you had a tweet recently.
Oh, no.
Where you said, if I can, and I'll paraphrase.
I'm playing a character.
That when Donald J. Trump is reelected President of the United States in 2024, right? And that's the old Reagan line about recession, depression, recovery. That the first thing that the personnel should be made to do when they're appointed in the administration is walk into one of these federal bureaucracies and then just fire every single person in the room to their face.
Yes. Like I specifically said.
I have a list, by the way.
It has to be like a gang where you have to prove that you'll do it. So you can't get to choose what agency or what. You just have to walk into a room full of other human beings, all bureaucrats, and deliver them their pink slips, which will be done by Schedule F.
Yes.
This
is with Schedule F.
I talk about Schedule F all the time. I'm like a total nerd, but it is the one way that our administration finally figured out how to fire entrenched bureaucrats. Because as both of you guys have said, personnel is the problem. That's why we have the corruption at DOJ. That's why we have the corruption in every single agency down to the FEC, the SEC, everything down to the EPA. I mean, there is no such thing as a non-corrupt agency. I mean, what?
Wait, but Amanda, the EPA,
Energy came out with the reality on COVID. But yeah, so that's the idea. So okay, if there is the next Trump administration, what you have to do when you come in is you fire an entire room full of bureaucrats. And then if you can actually fire enough people that you close a bureau, everyone is awarded with a single tattoo on their face.
Like the guys down in El Salvador.
Like MS-13.
And so everyone, when you see somebody coming with like several, you're like, oh my God. Like
you're going to have to get a whole barrel full of ink when I walk in. Because I'm going to walk in. I'm going to walk in. I'm like, why do we have 16 intel agencies? This one's gone, this one's gone, this one's gone.
I mean, it's true. And all I got when I was in State Department for basically ridding us of the duplicative bureau that I was put in charge of as the head political. Yeah. It's gone now. I'm like the only person that was willing to kill my own fiefdom. And for that, I got the threat of being fired every week.
Yes.
And my boss and I would go through the resumes. And I was like, they're going to try and fire me again. But yeah, I mean, we need to change that. Personnel is policy, and I think we all know now that personnel is the most important thing in an administration, and also a strong Congress. I'm going to get off this hobby horse in a second, but on the administrative state, none of this would be possible if Congress did its job.
Yes.
It's supposed to be the one that writes laws and legislates, but what we have is law by administration, and that's not an accident. The administrative state was built on purpose, which means it can be unbuilt on purpose. That's the thing that I want to tell conservatives, because they frequently act like it's this sort of mysterious growth of DC that just happened over the years.
I've always said that whenever and you guys will appreciate this, Cash, for sure, is that when you're walking around, and if you've ever done any work in the federal government, they have this phrase called the interagency. And whenever someone invokes the interagency, it's like, and I'm Catholic, so it's like invoking the Pope. The interagency, the interagency, yes. The interagency said, the interagency consensus, on Russia, on Ukraine, on China, on the laptop, on Russia, on everything. The interagency, God bless the interagency, order pro nobis.
What is it? But yeah.
You never know what it is, but it is the thing that is actually considered in charge.
Junior people, that's the other funny thing, is it's never actually like, the Secretary of State or like the Secretary of Defense or like anything like that. It's usually just like these minions' careers being thrown into NSC, making these decisions. I mean, Cash would certainly know.
Well, people like Eric Charamella, people like Alexander Vindman, people like Alexander Vindman's brother, who, by the way, excuse me, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who, by the way, I don't know if you guys, if you caught Human Events yesterday, we dropped a ton of receipts on Vindman. I got his entire pitch deck where Vindman and his brother have been going to the government of, you guessed it, Ukraine, shaking them down for up to $12 million in defense contracts because he started the war and now he's trying to profit off of the very same war that he started after a perfect phone call.
A perfect phone call.
That's the perfect example of guys, and whistleblowers are something that we need to talk about because there's a difference between fake whistleblowers, Charmella and the Vindmans and everybody else, who stood up a fraudulent impeachment and put this country through 2 episodes of turmoil, which was totally unnecessary, except the deep state wanted it to happen. The administrative state and the heads of these agencies, the Rod Rosensteins, the Bill Barrs, the Chris Wrays, the Haspels, the Espers of the world, wanted this to happen. They wanted this to happen against Donald Trump. And like what always happens is we fight for the truth, it gets put out there, y'all listen, and then they move on to their next false narrative. But right now we have a critical movement in Congress that is another key piece of defeating the administrative state. We have brave whistleblowers from the FBI who are coming out and now showing us how the FBI is targeting based on political orientation and religious faith. 2 things the Attorney General was asked about this past week under oath, and he basically lied when he said we don't do that, yet you have an FBI intelligence report that was rescinded by Chris Wray, the director of the FBI, because they literally took targeting warrant applications against people who went to church. This is the most fundamental violation of free speech. What you all need to do is get out there and help Congress understand the importance of these whistleblowers, and they must be protected. Under the prior administration, even though Charmella and Vindman and company were basically lying the entire time, they still receive whistleblower protection status. You know who got fired? The latest slew of FBI whistleblowers, Kyle Serafin, Steve Friend, and a couple of other folks who just have done amazing work, and we have to stand for
one thing, and I know we've talked about this before, but I'd love to see, whatever the organ is, whether it's the HCU or CPAC or RNC, whatever, a whistleblower fund that's actually able to be set up to help these people who come out and from these agencies. And by the way, not just in the agencies, but I'm also talking about the people that come forward to a good friend of mine, Mr. James O'Keefe. Whether you're in pharma or media or the entertainment complex or wherever you are, we need to set up a fund for patriot whistleblowers so that they can be taken care of. Because look, and I say this as a prior intelligence officer myself, who was part of the swamp, right? That when you're in there, you see this stuff going on. When Benghazi was going on, I remember I said, this guy is lying. This president is just going on TV lying. We could see the videos. We could see everything. This is a terrorist attack, obviously. And he just went up and lied because there was an election in 6 weeks. Well, but when you start thinking about it, is, well, what about my family? What about the fact that I've got 5 years in, I've got 7 years in, I'm working towards my pension, I'm working towards this, and all that money really plays a role. And so these brave, courageous people that are coming forward realize that they're throwing that all away. They're throwing away their name, they're throwing away their reputation, they're throwing away not only their money, but their promise of future stability, economic stability for their families and for their kids. That's scary.
Potential prosecution.
And not even opening themselves up to all that.
They, as we've seen with this DOJ, they will make up a charge.
They'll generally
they will weaponize a statute like obstruction,
and I'll show you the crime.
Obstruction of an official proceeding, which was a post-Enron felony that dealt with tampering with evidence that this DOJ has bastardized and now used to criminalize political dissent, which sounds okay, except it's a 20-year felony, and this DOJ has charged more than 300 January 6th defendants with this to leverage either plea deals or throw them in prison for years if they take a plea so, I mean, they can make up any law, any charge, and I'm sure this is what the whistleblowers are afraid of, justifiably so.
Anybody should be. I mean, we can see what they're doing. They're dusting off the old playbook that they started in the 90s when they were doing things like Waco, Ruby Ridge, et cetera, when they decided to make Americans the terrorists. Like, I said this like the day before January 6th. I can't believe it. I was on some podcast. Actually, I was on, with Josh LaCash. And I said, like, the only thing about me and my friends hollering so hard about, like, get out of Afghanistan, like, no more pointless wars, like, blah, 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 is I was like, what are they going to do with all that money, power, and Raytheon influence? And I'm like, oh, gosh, they're going to turn it inwards, aren't they?
And this is exactly what happened.
And that's what they're going to do. And they're going to keep making this domestic terrorist idea of anyone who owns a gun, of any ex-soldier, of a veteran, or of anybody who's ever sought medical treatment for the horrible things that we've put these people through in foreign lands, all of this stuff, everyone is going to be considered a potential, if you go to a political rally, you're going to be considered an American potential domestic terrorist. And we are absolutely all at risk of that. I mean, it's insane.
The other thing that, I wish that, you know, like when you have your phone and when a new operating system comes out, you just kind of wake up and there's a new, you know, your phone, oh, we updated your operating system, it just comes out. I wish that I could take the conservative movement sometimes and just push a new operating system out. Because this, and I say that with love, And I've been coming to CPACs since Andrew Breitbart was on this stage, okay? Right? I remember him at the Omni Showroom with the tri-corner hat and the bullhorn screaming at Antifa, and I was standing up there, and I was just, you know, one of the little hobbits back then, and it's this mindset, and Andrew had this, where you have to go on offense. You have to actually confront these people. You have to take the fight to them. And I'm sick of thank you, but I'm sick of the whining and the crybaby act, and oh, they beat us, and oh, the media's lying about Trump, and oh, they're the hypocrisy, the double
Imagine if it happened on the other side.
Imagine if it happened on the other side. We know they're going to do this. We know they're going to act like this. So this week, I made a deepfake of Joe Biden that got a little bit of attention. Newsweek, Snopes, USA Today, they're very, very upset with me because what I did was I kind of dialed the calendar forward about a year, and I had Biden coming up and saying, in order to meet Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine and China's blockade of Taiwan, I am now instituting the Selective Service Act. Anyone who turns 20 years old as of calendar year 2023, male, female, or other, will now be required to register for service with the United States military. And people lost their minds because I said where they're going, and I showed everyone. And so people were saying, well, how, you know, and I had people on the right who said, how could you do that? Why would you make something like this? And they said, and I said, first of all, we're trying to prevent World War III. Okay, we're trying to prevent the military industrial complex and Joe Biden from doing this. But second of all, this is my best response. They said, well, could you imagine if someone did that to Trump? I said, oh, really?
You mean the media
You mean if the media might lie about Donald Trump? Oh, no. Oh, no. But this is what I'm saying is that conservatives have to stop being scared of the Washington Post writing you up, the CNN writing you up, Jake Tapper writing you up, Snopes, Newsweek, Wikipedia, Google. Screw all of them. They're going to do what they're going to do, but they have no power unless you give it to them.
I said
they
that
have
too.
No power.
I had this is the last of me, and then the two people who actually know what they're talking about should jump in. But the one thing I was able to do is there was an opportunity that was for some reason given to me. Somebody irresponsibly handed me access to the incoming freshmen to Congress, and joyously I told them the first thing you need to do is look at yourself in the mirror every day and call yourself a Nazi, because you got to get used to hearing it, because that's what the press is going to say to you. So you better be used to like letting it roll off your back like nothing, because that's what they're going to do to you. They're going to, whatever fits you. It may not be that. You know, they tend to avoid calling Jews Nazis, so I managed to avoid that.
This is what Breitbart said, though. They're going to call you a Nazi.
They're going to call you
the next Timothy McVeigh.
They're going to call you everything. So get used to it, and then guess what? You're immune to the press.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? They just disappear.
So you're right. Look, the media is, we're up here talking about the deep state, the administrative state. There is no deep state without the fake news mafia.
Yes.
None whatsoever.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
And that is the reason, in order to defeat one, you have to take on the other, which is what these folks have been talking about so brilliantly. But this one's going to sting. Check it out. Do you know who helped rig the last 2 presidential election cycles and a congressional election cycle? The deep state with their friends in big tech. Yeah, it does sting. I know a lot of people are on all those platforms. But if you come up to me and ask me what you can do to help defeat the deep state and ensure election integrity, how about we stop giving Zuckerberg our attention and our money? How about we turn off not just the CNNs of the world, but other news organizations who aren't reporting on America First values because they don't believe in Donald J. Trump? This is your mission. The deep state in the media cannot exist if you don't turn them on. And they're right. You guys, everyone on this stage has been called some of the nastiest things on God's green earth.
Mostly by Amanda.
Yeah, mostly by Amanda. When I was running Russiagate, Adam Schiff, after leaked to the media, he called me a genocidal dictator. Literally. Which is hilarious.
That's
because
awesome.
I'm the son of a guy who actually fled a genocidal dictator.
But you're kind.
But at that point, what they were saying is, that's right. And yeah, should it happen in America? No. Is it fun? Of course not. But if we don't band together against the media that is the bigger component of the deep state, it doesn't matter who the next president is and what personnel we put in. So the biggest lesson I can tell you guys is, unless you band together and take on the big techs of the world, who literally rigged the election in favor of Joe Biden with the Hunter Biden laptop, as we all know, that's exhibit number 1. If you agree with any of that, then you have to make lifestyle choices for you and your family that advance the narrative that we're talking about up here today.
Amen.
Ready for me to get close to getting us thrown off?
Julie.
And the voting machines.
So, not all the solutions come out of Washington. If we wait for that, that's a mistake. In terms of what's happening with the DOJ and FBI related to January 6th or any political protesters, governors and attorney generals have a role as well. I would point to the lawsuit filed by Eric Schmidt, who's now in the Senate, thank God, the Missouri Attorney General, and Jeff Landry, the Attorney General of Louisiana. They filed a brilliant lawsuit against the administration based on the violation of their constituents' First Amendment rights. And what they revealed really helped bolster the Twitter files, because they forced Elvis Chan, how can I forget that name? Elvis Chan, who is basically a big tech advocate operative in the FBI's San Francisco field office, deposed him, and what he revealed really confirmed this collusion. Anyway, the lawsuit is genius. Republican governors, especially in states like Florida and Texas, who have the highest number of January 6th defendants, and Republican attorney generals can file similar suits, not just violation of 1A, Fourth Amendment rights, Sixth Amendment rights, Eighth Amendment rights. I mean, it's right there. So they have a role as well. So I would push you to also ask your governors, attorney generals, state legislatures. You have an oath of office. You are not subservient to the federal government. It's inimical to how our whole system is set up. So take your role, defend your constituents, take on the deep state yourself. And I think that that is a role that local, or at least state officials can play as well.
Just to ping off what you said about January 6th and what Cash was saying, when you see somebody in the movement or someone in your personal life, if someone's going in front of a school board and they're getting smeared, if someone is they're going after James O'Keefe now, if they're going after Stephen K. Bannon, they do every other week, Don Jr., whoever it is, go and support them.
Yeah.
Go and say, and that point, that's the time when you see somebody walking to the fire, always support them. And I will say this, I don't know if she's here today, but something you can do while you're here at CPAC. I happened to run into her yesterday very briefly, and then I lost her, but I think she's walking around still. And Julie, you would know better than me, but Ashley Babbitt's mom is here at CPAC.
She's right there, Jack.
She's here?
Right there.
And and if you happen to run into her and she's into it, come on. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
She knows more than any of us what you can stand to lose in this.
Right.
Yes.
And if she'll have it, I would say just give her a hug. Just give her a hug. And ask how you can help.
And if I can say really quick, and I talked to Mickey in 2021, when I saw what the media, the reaction by the Democrats to what happened with Ashley, I think that was the first realization of the pure evil that we're up against.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is contemptible, despicable, but on the flip side, the support that has been offered to Mickey and her family and other people.
The tragedy is, you know, as horrific as that was, it wasn't the only tragedy of that day.
That's right.
Yeah.
The narrative by the media was we were the insurrectionists because we stood up for due process and our conservative values, when innocent people were actually being killed by law enforcement, by instigators in the undercover agent community and whatnot. And that'll all come out.
Yeah.
But I agree, like, you know, the best place to leave it for me is there are many ways to help these folks, whistleblowers, these tremendous families. We started a little movement called fightwithcash.com, and we've literally last year gave away $100,000 to active duty service members, whistleblowers, Jan 6 families, and we're going to keep going. I'm not saying you got to go there. I'm just saying if we can do it a little bit at a time. This year we want to give away $1 million. Come check us out. We are looking to help wherever we can, but the whole point is we're doing it together. It's not a one-man show. And that's how we help people like Ashley and her family and you all here today. So these guys are some of the toughest people I have ever seen come out of D.C. So to be on a stage with them is an absolute blessing.
Thanks, Cash. You too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think, as I agree 100%, we all need to support the people that get besmirched by the media, need to support the people that have, and especially because, as you will see, there are defamation lawsuits that are about to start dropping, that have started dropping, that
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Daniel Bostic, who are going to actually be taking these media organizations to task and are going to win because they are being defamed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is do that. Don't just sit there and accept it. Use use the power at your hands, which is the tiny little bit of the legal system we have left, and use it.
We are just about out of time, and I'll end on this note. There's one man who's going to be speaking on this stage tomorrow afternoon who's been defamed, smeared, lied about, attacked, investigated, and prosecuted more than every single one of us combined. Yeah. And I say, if this swamp and this regime hates him that much, it's because he's the only man actually standing up and fighting them.
Woo! And he's going to be our 47th president of the United States.
45, 47.
God bless all of you.
You
God bless America. God bless CPAC. Thank you.
See you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, begging for oil. Please welcome 53rd Secretary of the Interior and Chairman of the AFPI Center for American Freedom, David Bernhardt. From Idaho, Governor Brad Little. From Montana, Congressman Ryan Zinke. And your host, President of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association, Tim Stewart.
Good morning, everybody. It is great to be with you. My name is Tim Stewart. I'm the president of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association. We represent most of the small and private independent oil and gas producers in the United States, or as I like to say, the people who take all the risk, do all the work, get none of the credit, and take all of the crap. And with that in mind, we're going to have a great panel. It's an honor to be on the stage with these great Americans today to talk about energy dominance and energy security. And with that, I'd like to jump right into it. Is that okay?
You bet.
We'll start with Congressman Zinke, if that's all right. Congressman, you were when you were Secretary of the Interior, the term energy dominance became the really sort of the mantra for the department. And I'm curious as to what your thoughts are with regards to what we had at the time, how we got there, and what we're at right now, and what we might lose if we lose that energy dominance.
Well, I'll tell you how the term energy dominance came about. I was in the White House with President Trump, and I said, Mr. President, we're at 8.3 million barrels a day now and declining as a nation. But I bet we can go to 12, and we can beat Russia. I think we can dominate the board. And he looks at it and he goes, energy dominance. And he loves it. So that's how energy dominance. But look, as a nation, you know, when I came in, we were 8.3 million barrels a day and declining. In 2 short years, we were 12.5 million barrels a day and the world's largest energy producer. And it has consequences. First of all, you look at the environment. It is better to produce energy in this country under our regulation than watch it get produced overseas with no regulation. Period. Undisputed. So if you really care about the environment, you want it made in America because we do it cleaner, better, more efficiently, hands down. Secondly, you know, as a SEAL, I spent most of my adult life fighting on foreign shores for someone else's energy. And believe me, I've seen a lot of bad things in my life as a SEAL commander. And I think it's immoral to be able to send our troops overseas to fight for someone else's energy when we have it here, period. And lastly, we talk about manufacturing in America. And this is the irony of the EV world. And I'm sure, and I don't want to speak for Dave, but you know, we're all the above, but we're made in America, but it's got to be affordable, reliable, and abundant. But you look at the EV world, what's happening. Just when we become energy dominant capable in this country, where we don't have to be vulnerable to foreign nations for our energy needs, all of a sudden we're making a transition with the EV without looking at the supply chain. So where's cobalt coming from? Where's lithium coming from? Who owns the manufacturing, the processing, the mining? China. So ironically, you know, some of us in the audience, I see we lived through OPEC in the 70s, right? When we all of a sudden we became vulnerable to foreign entities for our energy. Now we're doing the same thing for EV. So we haven't figured out the supply chain up front where it's being manufactured. And then on the back end is what are we going to do when the battery is through its life cycle? 90%, by the way, of solar cells are being deposited in landfills across this country and not recycled. What are we going to do with the batteries? You know, where are they going to go? Who's liable for it? When you buy a Tesla, do you buy the battery too and the liability, or does someone else have it? And looking at the supply chain and vulnerability, this is why fossil fuels are so important, because we own the supply chain. And if we do it right, America will prosper.
That is a great point. Thank you. Governor, can I turn to you as a public lands state? I think you're 60% owned by the federal government. Is that right? Owned and or controlled?
Unfortunately.
And it's a horrible landlord, I understand. I don't think Americans really appreciate what it's like to have the federal government as your lord and overseer on so much of what you do. Tell us about Idaho. Tell us about your energy capabilities and what is possible if the federal government were to get out of the way.
Well, actually, Congressman Zinke talked about cobalt, and the largest cobalt reserves this country is in Idaho. And we actually have one mine open, and we're trying to do another one, but they're taking baby steps. But, you know, the regulatory hurdles that both of these secretaries were lowering went up disproportionately faster under this new administration. Dave and I were talking backstage. There's so much work that needs to be done from a regulatory state. Idaho's the least regulated state in the nation. My first year, for every new regulation, I got rid of 40, and today we have zero-based regulation. And the reason Idaho's growing so fast is because we freed those regulatory bonds from the very smallest individual entrepreneur to the largest company to be successful, just the opposite of what the federal government's doing right now. And so, you know, the big acts, Water Act, Clean Air Act, Endangered Species Act, and NEPA, the reform that needs to take place there. And every one of those was passed with good intentions, but different administrations in different Justice Department and different lawsuits have made them where they're totally unworkable. And Dave was doing more to change that around and got interrupted prematurely on a very wise task. So all of us, to make the federal estate work, to make energy independence, to make critical minerals available, need to be focused like a laser on reducing that regulatory friction going forward.
I appreciate that. I don't think the Americans realize that the United States is the world's only energy superpower. We are the top in production for oil, for natural gas, for coal, and nuclear, and we're second in wind and solar. And it would not have happened between the time of 2015, 2016, when our industry started to coordinate with the governors and with the Interior to get to that point. We are an energy superpower, and we are at risk for losing that. But David, give us an idea of what the federal asset is actually like, what the real potential and capability is, and what is at risk if we do this wrong.
Well, I was really lucky to work with Secretary Zinke and President Trump, and what they really did is in the early 2000s, fracking and other technological innovations fueled by entrepreneurship led to a dramatic increase in production of energy on private lands. And in 2016, when the election took place, Secretary Zinke, President Trump, and myself, and many others, took the model and success that had been on private lands and drove it forward on federal lands. And we have a tremendous federal mineral and energy wealth, tremendous. And what you see is within a few years, 2019, 2020, incredible increases. And now we have the fewest acres leased. We have a very small number of permits coming out at a very small time. And they just simply turned the dial. Now, the great thing about that, in my opinion, is that means that we can, with a few important criteria, unleash that energy potential. What it takes is a strong executive who sees the vision of energy dominance. It takes leaders who are willing to charge up the hill to drive change. And what we have to recognize this time around is the bureaucracy thinks that they have completely won with this current administration. They have won. And so the fight going forward in the next administration to drive change will require more aggressive action, more thoughtful action, and stronger spines of steel. And thank you, Secretary Zinke, for showing me that leadership and allowing me to drive that change forward.
So, Dave, that's a great point. I mean, there's a lot of risks for somebody who wants to leave a career to go back to work for the federal government as a political appointee. And you're up against a calcified bureaucracy. What are some of the things, what's the advice? What do you do? How do you make things work?
Well, you know, that's an interesting question, Tim. I've spent a lot of time in bureaucracies, ask Ryan Zinke. And what I've recently done is laid out what I believe is a roadmap in a book that'll come out in May of how to be an effective political appointee. But here's the real recipe. And as you hear all the speakers this week, so this is something you should think about. It starts with a leader who is willing to lay out a vision, be consistent with that vision. It's incredibly needed for the executive to be consistent in their policy direction and not wither under a little bit of fire. And then they have to put strong people in place, and then those people have to understand the rules, the protocols, and have the willingness to do the work, all buying in to whoever the president's ideology is. The other side is very effective at that, and all of us need to take lessons from that if we want to move a different policy direction forward.
Appreciate that. Governor, can I come back to you on ESG? We were talking about this backstage. One of the absolute biggest risk for our industry is the intentional debanking that is being, the debanking of the oil and gas industry, the freezing of the liquidity, the seizing up of capital with the intent to make us with the ability not to do our work. And yet the states are starting to push back because they realize that is a financial risk to your pension and your investment fund. Elaborate a little bit on that, will you, from Idaho's perspective?
Well, we put in a provision. I think we were the first state or the second state, and I signed it that our investments, whether they be in our pension fund or our other endowments, that they couldn't use ESG. But I was in a previous life, I was on a bank board, and I saw the strong word extortion by these groups to give these rankings. And they literally, there's no in between. They say, if you do X and pay me Y, you will get this ranking. And it's nothing but extortion. And I was delighted. We were talking about this week. Vanguard came out and said, no more. We're not doing that anymore. And good for them, because internal rate of return is what matters. You know, it is very hard, you know, if you have a pension fund or an endowment to, particularly with inflation the way it is, to get any kind of a return, a real return. And anything that reduces that return means that your pension funds, your endowments, et cetera, will not meet that bogey long term unless you're freed up to diversify in companies based on their internal rate of return and their profitability. Profit is not a bad word.
Yeah, and I agree. That's what keeps us in business, as the saying goes. So, Congressman, you're back in Congress.
Oh, I'm back.
You're back in and we're very happy for that. We're back in a Republican House.
A lot of people are happy, including my wife sometimes.
So it's nice to have the sobering yin to the raging yang, so to speak. It's nice to have a counterbalance. Divided government oftentimes is a good thing. From your perspective as a Republican in the House, what do you see going forward as the opportunity to kind of bring balance back to things, particularly in the energy policy?
Well, where I think we are in our country today, I think the House of Representatives is actually the last line of freedom. We don't have control of the Senate. We don't have control of the administration. So the House is it. So the House, as you know, we went through a Speaker's Week, and the House is a little contentious. But I'm actually an optimist. If we work together in the House as a Republican caucus, we can provide adequate checks and balances. What we're going to face out west, particularly, is waters of the U.S. I know they can't get things through by law, but they're going to try by rule. And there are some awful rules that are coming out. One of them is waters of the U.S. For those that don't follow it, imagine the federal government taking jurisdiction over water that are in all intermittent streams, cow ponds, vernal pools. For Montana, that's about 90%. For Florida, I would say it's probably in the high 90s. But if the federal government can have jurisdiction in your backyard over a water pond, you know we're in trouble. And so what Congress can and should and will do is we'll defund it. We need to 100%. Remember, Congress, if we stay together, right, we need 218 hard, strong voices. And if we stay together, we can defund the worst of it. Doesn't mean we're going to change law, but what I mean defund, I mean strip the money where they don't have any money to think about it, study it, execute it, enforce it. We're going to put it on the sidelines. And there's other things like that we can, but it only works. And from a military perspective, it's really hard to advance when you have snipers inside the perimeter. So because we are the last line, it's only effective if we work together. And there's going to be, disagreements and agreements, but ultimately we have to agree as a caucus because the consequence of being divided may be the very country. So, I appreciate everyone's support, but I'm actually an optimist because what I saw was winning is muscle memory. And I saw recently Congress has passed some good bills on the House side within our universe, but it's helpful to get to know your colleagues. In the last 4 years, I've never served in the minority in the Montana Senate or elsewhere. It must be awful. Because you watched what happened in the House the last 4 years, no committee meetings. Anything Republican got automatically dismissed. Right, the rule of Nancy Pelosi, thank God it's over. but it was awful, awful hard. So, again, I'm an optimist, but lastly, I'll say this. I've been to a lot of battles in my life, and I have. And I can tell you, not every commanding general is George S. Patton, right? Because generals don't win wars. The front line wins wars, right? That's how America has always won. And the front line is you. So we all got to do our part.
Great. Governor, are you an optimist? What's your view on how the states operate?
Yes. I mean, we were just talking, David and I were talking about what we need to put in the queue for the next administration when we will be successful. You know, we've got to act fast. It is the old classic of turning a battleship. But if you have a plan to turn the battleship before you take over the helm, you're going to be way better off. And that's what we need to do, is put in the plan and be ready to take over. The contrast, because I'm in Idaho, I'm next to Oregon, Washington, California. And part of the reason I'm the fastest growing state is I've got all these refugees moving out of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho that are flooding in to Idaho. You don't need to come here. We got plenty. We are the fastest growing state, but the contrast. We Republican governors talk about that all the time. The contrast, particularly if you take Utah, Wyoming, and Montana, and Oregon, Washington, and California, couldn't be greater. More freedom, more liberty, lower taxes, lower rules, lower regulations. Everything that CPAC stands for is omnipresent in those states and absence in those other 3 blue states.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There's a lot to be optimistic about the federal capacity to generate energy, to remain federally dominant. And Dave, you probably understand this better than anybody I've worked with in 30 years in this industry. I know you're an optimist. Give me an understanding of what is still capable, what's out there in terms of oil and gas and renewable and everything else, will you?
Well, the resources we have are extensive, absolutely extensive. And one of the things that we can look at is access to existing areas, enhanced access to existing areas, access to new areas. There's also the beauty of technological innovation that is making the environmental impact less while the extraction of the resource is enhanced. So today we're actually producing more energy with a smaller footprint, and we're doing it better and more environmentally responsibly than anywhere in the world. And that's why I believe that our vision is so radically above the vision that Secretary Zinke just described of, let's go ask other places for our mineral development, our energy potential, lower environmental standards, lower health and safety standards, and not reap the benefits of having that secure supply at home and the economic productivity that comes with it. It doesn't meet any rational test of anyone. And that is why, at the end of the day, it's inevitable. If you insist on it, it is inevitable that we will drive to that energy policy direction. It's absolutely inevitable, and we just need to keep pushing.
Thank you. And it's true, smart money follows. The United States the U.S. oil and gas industry is the best in the world. The rest of the world sends its people here to learn how to do what we do. We do it better, cleaner, and smarter than anybody else. And yet, despite this administration's best efforts, we're still around. And frankly, I'm going to be around in 10 years, whether President Biden likes that or not. I'm still going to be doing this. We have just a couple minutes left. Let's just do some final thoughts, if we could. And we'll start with you, Congressman. How's that?
Well, I want to say thanks for everyone showing up, because, again, the front line matters. On energy, we have great potential, but we have to use it. Again, you look at the Biden administration. So where are they getting the crude from? Venezuela. They're begging Iran, Russia, and it's immoral and unconscionable that we can't, use our resources here. And you know, wind, solar, everything has a consequence. If you're wind, you know, you got to accept you're going to chew up probably 750,000 birds or so a year. That's a lot. If you're a solar, you know, minded person, guess what? When you propose these hundreds of square miles of solar fields, that is public land oftentimes you're not going to recreate on, you're not going to fish on, you're not going to hunt on. It's fouled, single use. And yet people object to a pump jack that's an acre someplace hidden. This is an issue because energy matters. Lastly, you look at our inflation, which is robbing all of us, right? What are the two drivers of inflation? Energy and excessive spending. Energy side, gas should be $2 a gallon as it was when Dave and I were secretary. It should be $2 a gallon. It matters. We curb the spending, we bring inflation back down, and we'll get this country back. But we're going to need your help, and you're here, which means you care. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Dave, we'll go to you and then have the governor have the last word. How's that?
So I have my primary thought as we leave here today is one thing we have to recognize is that the bureaucracy that leads so many of these agencies, both at a state level and a federal level, seriously question whether you are capable of making informed decisions. And as a result of that, they think it'd be better for them to choose whether you have an electric or gas stove. They think it would be better for them to choose whether you have a one type of vehicle or another. And we can't let that happen in America. At the end of the day, you, the voter, get to pick the leaders of this country. The leaders of this country need to hold the bureaucracy accountable. And that is the only way we maintain representative government.
Absolutely. Governor, close us out.
Well, if we're worried about our children and our grandchildren, whether it be the debt, whether it be having an ample supply of the energy we need to run this country, whether it's the opportunity for them to have a better job and a better way of life, regulatory friction is the biggest dampener on that taking place. And it's important for us to all aggregate together. And I know there's going to be a little family feud between now and the presidential election, but we absolutely have to get together, because to turn that battleship around, we've got to have enough velocity behind that battleship, behind turning that battleship around when we get there, that we can get it done. And so thank you, everybody, for participating. These two former secretaries made this country the most energy independent country in the world. We need to have them back.
Thank you. Well said, and thank you. It's great to be with you. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you guys very much.
Nice job.
My pants are going to fall down.
I figured out that the media had come after me in a very brutal way when I opened my social media feed one day, and I saw a lot of people making allegations that I had committed crimes that I had not committed or not even been accused of committing. The problem with being defamed like that is that you effectively feel like you have no recourse. And so in a way, I think you feel helpless, but then you also feel very defensive because you feel the need to sort of explain to everyone that you're associated with that, you know, what was said about you is not only not even a little bit true, it's just completely false. It's a very weird set of emotions because you feel like you're trying to defend your entire identity when you shouldn't have to. And for anyone, that's a lot to keep in check. Ultimately, the end game for most people is to have their future left in jeopardy, if not destroyed. And when I looked at my future, I understood, like, I'm probably never, without legal intervention, I'm probably never going to go be able to get a job at a major company. I'm probably never going to be able to interact with certain people ever again. From my very first interactions with the attorneys at the Null Law Group, I realized quickly that I didn't need to prove to them in the same way that I had to prove to others that I hadn't done these things, because they were quite used to these type of cases. And because of that, when they looked at my case, I felt that there was a degree of trust that was really just refreshing after trying to explain myself to everyone around me. I would not hesitate to recommend the Null Law Group to any friend or family member who went through what I went through. The level of comfort that they could provide after going through something like that is really powerful.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
See Newsmax? Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
Oil, the most precious natural resource known to man. It is the engine that drives every modern economy and has provided the foundation for innovation worldwide. From powering our cities and fueling our vehicles to the more than 6,000 products created from one barrel. Oil has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. Just like the rising sun in the morning, oil has become a part of our everyday lives. There is not one facet of our lives that is not touched by oil or the products created from it. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want to be or not. Every one of us pay for it every day. Let me ask you this. If you're going to be in the oil business anyway and pay these prices, doesn't it make sense to try to learn how to make some money while doing it? At Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn, where you can begin to build your foundational knowledge about the oil and natural gas industry. A perfect place to start would be a morning without oil. This 5-minute video reveals a world that most of us don't even contemplate as possible, a world without oil in it. From there, you can bolster your oil knowledge by downloading one of our oil and gas primers, Oil and Gas 101 or 102. At Panex, we believe it is imperative to educate yourself on all that oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if you decide that you too would like to reap the rewards of oil and gas, great. If not, at least you've bolstered yourself with that information that will last you a lifetime. You owe it to yourself. Go to panex.us/learn and see all that oil can do for you.
For too long, the left have become experts in wielding government to advance their agenda. No longer. We, the people, know what time it is. We, the people, tell the government what to do. In 2025, conservatives will take the helm and we'll be ready on day one because we know it's time to save America. We have 2 years and one chance to get this right. This is Project 2025. Join to serve at project2025.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Georgia, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Thank you. Well, welcome back to Maryland, CPAC. We are so excited to be here, and this is such an important time for conservatives to come together. And I'll tell you why. The left has told us something that should put fear in the heart of every parent, and not just parents, every single person. They've said they're coming for our children. Now, I don't know about you, but when it comes to kids, I think the Republican Party has a duty. We have a responsibility, and that is to be the party that protects children. Now, whether it's like Zelensky saying he wants our sons and daughters to go die in Ukraine, whether it's the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir literally singing, "We're coming for your children," or it's a new, disturbing ideology that tells the most incredible lie that children can actually change their gender before they've even grown up, before they've even finished puberty, before they've developed into an adult, before they're old enough to vote, before they're old enough to graduate from high school, before they're old enough to even get a tattoo, put ink permanently on their skin, before they're old enough to buy nicotine, before they're old enough to buy alcohol, before they even graduate from high school, many of them before they drive a car. Now, when I ran for Congress, I thought I was running for Congress to rein in the out-of-control spending in Washington, to defend our southern border, to fight against the radical left and their ideas of bigger government, more control, to stop funding foreign wars that never do anything for America but send our soldiers back home either in coffins or with PTSD. I thought I was fighting for conservative values to support businesses and give our kids a future. But on day one, when I was sworn into Congress and we voted on the rules package, and that was last Congress, our speaker was Nancy Pelosi. And to my shock, we had a new rule in our rules package, and that was there was no more gender. You couldn't say family names, mother, father, sister, brother. You couldn't acknowledge he, she, him, her, because gender was no longer in existence. We had a big fight on the Equality Act where I ended up putting a sign outside my office door that said there's only two genders, male and female, trust the science. But who knew this would become an even bigger battle? But then I started to learn about an industry that is turning into a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they have a target, or should I say a victim. You see, their target is not adults that, adults can choose what they want to do. This isn't about adults. We're talking about people under the age of 18. Their target for their multi-billion-dollar industry are children. And everyone knows that when you're growing up, think about it. How many times did you say when you're a kid you wanted to be a fireman or a doctor or a police officer, or you wanted to be something when you're an adult, but when you grew up you became something else? My favorite thing to say that I did become when I was growing up is I wanted to be a mom. And thankfully I am a mom. But the victims of this industry are kids. And these are kids who are confused about who they are. And they're confused about who they are because of what they're seeing on the internet, what they're seeing on social media. And they're also confused, many of them, because these victims of this billion-dollar industry that mutilates the genitals of children, many of these victims have diagnoses of autism, mental illness, they have depression, they have anxiety, they have psychosis. Many of them live in foster care, so they already have lived lives of abuse. And these victims come in thinking they're going to find happiness and they're going to find security in their identity because they think they can change their gender. These boys think they can become girls. These girls think they can become boys. But you want to know what's happening to them? They're given puberty blockers, they're fast-tracked, given puberty blockers that actually chemically castrates them, makes them sterile. They're given testosterone to girls as young as 11, 12, 13 years old, that within 4 to 5 years, some of them are having to have hysterectomies because of the damage it does inside of them. There are teenage girls having their breast cut off. That is a permanent damage to their body. They'll never be able to breastfeed their baby. And there are boys that are having their penises turned inside out. These are kids. So last Congress, I did something radical and extreme because remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's so extreme. I introduced a bill called the Protect Children's Innocence Act. Protect Children's Innocence Act. And let me tell you my great news this morning, ladies and gentlemen. It couldn't pass last Congress because, like I said, Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, and she doesn't believe in gender at all. But we have a new Speaker in our Republican majority in the House of Representatives. And I'm going to be introducing my bill, the Protect Children's Innocence Act, that will make it a felony to perform anything to do with gender-affirming care on children. Yes. Right. And obviously, you all agree with me. But it's not just conservative Republicans that agree with this. This isn't a right-wing extremist idea, everyone, that we should protect children from making a horrible mistake, because many of these kids do realize it's a mistake and they hate what they've done to themselves. And then they're left with lifelong disabilities by the people that are making billions of dollars mutilating their genitals. So let's think about it like this. This is actually an idea for all Americans. It's not just a Republican idea, because people like Bill Maher agree with me on this issue, even though he attacks me. There's independents, Democrats, Republicans all over America that agree that we need to let kids be kids. And while I'm still committed to saying no money to Ukraine, and that country needs to find peace, not war, and while I will look at a camera and directly tell Zelensky, you better leave your hands off of our sons and daughters because they're not dying over there. I will also inform the lion that looks to devour, and that lion is looking to devour our children, that our God is bigger. And our God is the God that created us, man and woman. In his image, he created us. And our God is the God that created our children. And because of him, we will get this bill passed, and the Republican Party will be the party that protects children from such an evil that I cannot believe it exists in this time. Thank you so much, everyone. Listen, call to action. Call to action. I'm introducing my bill next week. Call every single member of Congress and tell them to get on the Protect Children's Innocence Act. Thank you so much to Matt Schlapp and CPAC for endorsing my bill. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
And today I want to share some words of wisdom. The words of wisdom that I have is, make sure that you open your Bible. I've done some few things on this before, but I think it's very imperative right now. The world is in a crisis. Our world, our outside world, and some of us our inside world in our own walls. You know, the foundation of this world is God. The Creator is God. He laid that foundation. When we get away from Him and all that He's given us, the greatest gift being His Son, then we are open to all kinds of bad things. But if you instead open the Bible, then you will find a foundation. And in that foundation, you will find peace, love, joy, things that you haven't had in a long time perhaps, or you only have occasionally. You know what? That can be with you all the time. Sure, I have my moments. I have bad things happen. I mean, sometimes constantly. Sometimes those bad things that are happening to you are because you're being tested. The devil's trying to get your attention. That means that you must be doing something right. So keep doing what's right, but turn to God. Get in your Bible. If you don't have one, or you don't know what I'm talking about, or you would like to know and be able to reach out someplace and find a foundation, please call our offices at proverbsmediagroup.com. You can request a Bible and you'll get it free. We won't charge you for shipping. We won't charge you anything. Give us a call at our offices or reach out to us on the internet and we'll send you a Bible. We want you to know the blessings God has for you today. So have a wonderful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for courage. Please welcome political activist Chloe Cole, 12-time All-American swimmer and Independent Women's Forum spokeswoman Riley Gaines Barker, and your host, President of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling.
Wow, thank you guys all for coming. This is an honor for me. I am a father. I've got 6 kids. And what strikes me about this opportunity to be here at CPAC talking about this issue of transgenderism is that I'm with 2 girls that have been impacted by this issue from 2 totally different ends of the spectrum, right? We have Chloe Cole, who had gender confusion and had a whole other experience. And then we have Riley Gaines, an amazing athlete, who lost her opportunities. So we're going to talk about all this, and we're going to let their stories be told, because you guys get shut out of the media all the time, right?
Absolutely.
So Chloe, tell the audience just the quick story about how you developed the gender dysphoria and how you were taken advantage of, because this is really important.
Yeah, so I'm somebody who transitioned and detransitioned while I was still a minor. I started experiencing gender dysphoria when I was about 12 years old, and I started socially transitioning first by changing my name, the way I dress, the way I cut my hair, and my mannerisms. And then eventually I got diagnosed with gender dysphoria. And at 13, I was put on puberty blockers and testosterone, and I had a double mastectomy at 15, just after my sophomore year of high school. And I stopped transitioning at 16 years old.
Well, Chloe, I'm wondering, how was this covered by your insurance program, or did they have to pay out of pocket?
Yeah, so I'm from California, and by law, insurance companies are supposed to cover every single step of the transition process, pretty much.
And I'm curious, so they're forced to, by law, cover the transitions, but what about in your case, when you end up figuring out that you didn't need these surgeries and they took advantage? Are they forced to cover the detransition surgeries and treatments?
No, so I've reached out to the team of medical professionals who helped me to transition, and I haven't gotten any help with my detransition. I've pretty much had to figure out how to go through emotions all by myself. There's still a lot of unknowns. I mean, I'm having a lot of complications from the blockers, the cross-sex hormones, and the surgery, and I haven't gotten help with any of those. There's no standards of care for people like me.
That is so evil. And the obvious thing is this is so evil. They lock them into this, and then they don't help them get out of it once they realize they're taken advantage of. But being taken advantage of is something that you experienced in the NCAA competitions you were in. Can you tell people about the championship and your experience having to swim against a biological male, really.
Absolutely. So I graduated from the University of Kentucky last year, where I was on the swim team. I was able to accomplish some really amazing things in my career that I'm extremely proud of and will forever be proud of. But my senior year last year, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the Leah Thomas story. Leah Thomas is a 6'4", fully intact biological male who swam 3 years on the men's side at University of Pennsylvania before switching to the women's team during his senior year. And so last year, out of nowhere, this person who at the time I had no idea was a biological male began posting the fastest times in the nation across multiple events. It was very bizarre. There was several red flags, one of which this was someone I had never heard of, which is rare in swimming, especially when you're competing at that top tier. And so an article was posted disclosing that Leah Thomas was formerly Will Thomas. And about 3 weeks before our NCAA championships, the NCAA announced that Leah would be competing with us. So that first day of the meet, I got to personally feel the effect that this infringement had on myself and my teammates. We sat on the side of the pool and watched Leah Thomas swim to a national title in the 500 freestyle, beating out 3 Olympians, American record holders, the most impressive female swimmers of all time by body lengths. And I want to add that this was a male swimmer who the year before was ranked, at best, 462nd in the men's division. And so that next day, Leah Thomas and I competed against each other in the 200-yard freestyle, which ultimately ended in a tie, which now, looking back, I realize kind of how God has moved through all of this. But we tied. We went the exact same time down to the 100th of a second. And so upon tying, we go behind the awards podium where the NCAA officials hand you your trophy and you're marched out and you're named an All-American. But we go back there and the official looks at me and Leah. We're about this far apart. And he says, "Great job. You guys tied. Leah gets the trophy." And so I look at him and I say, "Okay, I understand we tied and I understand there's one trophy, but what's your thought process as to why Leah gets the trophy?" And he said, "Well, for photo purposes, Leah has to have the trophy. So you can pose with this one, but you go home empty-handed. Leah takes the trophy." And so that's truly, of course, I knew what was happening was wrong in regards to our unfair or the disadvantage that we were at. And I knew what was happening in regards to the locker room being forced to undress in front of a fully intact biological male. I knew that was wrong. But when the NCAA reduced everything that I had dedicated my entire life to, I've been swimming since I was 4 years old, everything that I have dedicated my entire life to, I was reduced to a photo op to validate the identity of a male. And that's when I decided to take a public stance and really just standing in the truth.
I am a little bit bewildered, though. I'm confused because I'm told by the transgender activists that this doesn't happen, that we don't do these surgeries to little kids, that we don't have men competing against women. Chloe, what do you have to say to the people that say that this isn't happening?
I mean, we have clearly documented cases of this happening all the time. Like Jazz Jennings, they had a whole show about a kid who underwent sex reassignment surgery at 17 years old and started a medical transition at 8 years old. And I started medically transitioning when I was 13, and I went under the knife when I was only 15.
How much do these procedures cost? Did they give you a bill that showed how much it costs to get the hormone treatments? Or because I know that Lupron is a pretty expensive drug. And by the way, if you didn't know, Lupron is a drug that we've been giving to sex offenders to chemically castrate them for decades.
Right, and then we stopped doing that because it was deemed too cruel for use in sex offenders. So if it's too cruel to use in sex offenders, why are we using it on kids?
Why not use it on children? Great logic. Oh my gosh.
There are a few transgender activists on Twitter that are notorious, and they're freaking out right now. primarily because they're getting their butts kicked, right? You have 19 states that have passed laws to protect women's sports, to keep boys out. Tennessee, Bill Lee, just became the 9th state in the country to ban these surgeries and hormone treatments for minors. And so they're freaking out. And one of the things I saw recently, there are 2 activists that come to mind, Ari Drennan and another guy named Aaron Reed. They're both transgender, so they're males, but they try and, do women face. They say that you two are committing genocide by opposing their movement. What do you have to say to that, Riley?
It seems as if we've gotten to a point in society where, well, it doesn't seem as if we have gotten to a point in society where we're denying basic truths. Man and woman is the sheer essence of humanity, and these people are trying to blur that line so we can't define what it is to be a woman. We have a sitting Supreme Court justice who refuses to say what a woman is. This is a problem, and this is something that translates far beyond my expertise of sports and far beyond Chloe's expertise. Look at what's happening in prisons. Look at what's happening, of course, within the education system. There's so many realms of life where they're trying to, they're pursuing this aggressive attempt to fully eradicate women as a whole, which is incredibly heartbreaking, especially being 22, sitting back here seeing this. I don't know if I was just naive before or if this is something that has been totally sprung upon us, but it's an attack, and it's an attack on women. It's the women who are at jeopardy here.
Chloe, what do you have to say to these guys?
I mean, they say that that I'm contributing to the trans suicide rate, but I've been speaking out about my experiences for about a year now, and in doing so, my goals are to stop childhood transition and to improve the standard of care for dysphoric patients of all ages. I mean, there's very little evidence to suggest that gender transitions are actually successful, and the standard for a successful transition is, well, the patient didn't commit suicide, which is a really low standard of care.
Well, in all seriousness, there are studies on this, and one of the most troubling things that I found in these studies is they're not good, but they lose track of the people that they're studying within 5 years. Where did those people go? Did they detransition? There's a real propaganda effort against you guys.
We have no idea. We have no idea how many people detransition, how many of them commit suicide, and for what reasons, because it's all skewed. Mm-hmm. But there's a study conducted in Europe, done over the course of, I think, 30 years, all on adult patients who did a full transition, like hormones, surgeries, and they were actually about 19 times higher risk of committing suicide.
Riley, Governor Larry Hogan was on the Sunday morning talk shows a few weeks ago, and he lumped these transgender issues, the sports and all that, and he dismissed it as the culture war. And he says that we don't need to protect kids in schools from all this stuff. If he runs for president, he's not going to get in the culture. What do you have to say to these politicians? Because there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are in the Republican Party, the party that should be obviously opposing this. What do you have to say to the politicians that say that this is just a trumped-up culture war and we should be focusing on the fiscal issues and the important issues of the day?
Well, I've been going around to a lot of different states and testifying on behalf of women in sports, or fairness in women's sports legislation, and that is something I'm seeing, is when I go to these states like Kansas or Oklahoma or Colorado, which failed miserably, unfortunately, these Democrats, they say, oh, well, this isn't happening. We have 4 transgender athletes in the state. Why are we worried about this? We have other more pressing issues. First, that is not true. These states that say they have 4 transgender athletes, it is so incredibly underreported. You might have 4 transgender athletes on one softball team. I talked to a person on the plane the other day on my way home from Texas who said her daughter's team had 7 transgenders on her basketball team. 7, and this is in Texas. So it's happening. There's cases of happening all across college that are not reported on because these universities don't want to admit they have men on their women's teams, but they do. It's happening. I had a parent reach out to me. Her daughter's 6-year-old cheerleading team, and it's not a co-ed. It's a women's, or I guess young girls' cheerleading team, had a male flipping up and down the court. It's happening in Masters divisions. I talked to a 65-year-old lady golfer who's competing against a man. And so to believe that it's a non-issue is so far from the truth. If nothing else, let's say Leah Thomas didn't solely transition to win, to change in the locker room with women. This opens a door to people who would fully be willing to take advantage of that opportunity. And that's what we're seeing, especially in regards to prisons, where we see these men who are convicted of terrible, awful crimes like rape and kidnapping and just heinous things. They're now identifying as women because it means they can get into women's prisons. It's more lenient. The charges are less. They're seeing this happen. And so just in California a few weeks ago, after seeing this be successful for few, over 200 males applied to be in women's prisons. Like, come on. We're taking advantage of the system that's already failing. And it's, again, only harming women.
Yeah. So, Chloe, there are a lot of parents in the audience. And I'm interested in this question as well, being a father. Where did you first learn about transgenderism or gender dysphoria? Right, because like as a kid growing up, we didn't have this when I was growing up. So I'm just curious, like, how did this enter into your life, this entire concept of transgenderism?
I mean, like, as a kid, I would hear it a few times, like, from the adults speaking about it or from the TV, but I never really thought much about it until I started using social media when I got my first phone at 11. And, I mean, I was pretty vulnerable to this because I had really bad body image issues from a young age. I started puberty at, I think I was like 8 or 9, and the combination of that and having to deal with like the comments people would make about my body, and then going on social media and the internet at a really young age and like seeing all these really idealized images of women's bodies, just it was awful for me. And at roughly the same time that I started using social media, I started seeing a lot of posts that were in like video game communities that were, for some reason, there happened to be a lot of like LGBT identified people around my age on there. And eventually I started seeing posts that were specifically about the LGBT, a lot of like information or really propaganda. And just a lot of posts about these people's lives, and I started noticing like a lot of these girls who identified as trans, they were quite like me. I mean, they were very tomboyish from a young age. A lot of them were like on the artistic side, and I felt like I could relate to them in a way, and it really touched me. And I eventually, after being exposed to this stuff for so long and so young, I started to wonder, like, maybe this has something to do with me, you know? Maybe I'm not a girl.
It's so nefarious. You said something just now about the body issues. And the thing that frightens me, so this transgender thing, it's a $2 billion industry right now. There's so much money. And they had a study that came out that said by 2030, they expected to be over $5 billion, just for the surgeries and hormones and all that. And you know where the projected growth is? All from women.
Right. I mean, in the past decade, there's been anywhere from a 2,000 to 4,000% increase in adolescents being referred to gender clinics, and that's mostly girls. I mean, before, it was mostly adult men and prepubescent boys who had gender dysphoria, and most of those boys would grow out of it by adulthood.
We're getting to the end of this segment, so I just want to open it to both of you. We'll start with you, Riley. What are your closing words for America, right? Because this isn't just the conservative movement. This is America that you're talking to. The news is going to cover it. What do you have to say to everyone? What do you want people to take away from this?
My takeaway from what's really happened, I truthfully feel like since COVID, I feel like COVID expedited things. The pendulum has swung so far. I mean, like I said, we're denying basic truths. This is like a George Orwell dystopian novel that we're actually living in. And so my message to Americans, my message to parents, my message to young female athletes, it's so important to use your voice. It's so important to not feel like you just have to cave to the woke fads of today. Because speaking from my experience and talking to these athletes who are terrified into speaking out. I'm talking, we don't have time, obviously, but this is not just a fairness in women's sports issue. This is a freedom of speech issue. These girls have their voices suppressed like no other, but it's crucial we recognize what silence is, because silence is complicity. And when we're complicit, the left in particular is going to keep getting away with these things that the majority of the country is not okay with. So my message to Americans is to use your voice, stand firm in what you believe, and stand firm in the truth.
Chloe, any parting message?
I mean, the reason why we've gotten to this point now is that so many people have dismissed this as just having to do, as just being like a California issue, like such a fringe issue that it's not going to affect me, it's not going to affect me or my kids or my family. But it's that attitude that's allowed this to fester. And it's made its way into schools, into institutions, because of this carelessness. But whether it's 10 kids or 100 kids or 1 million kids being affected by this, one is too many.
Absolutely.
Chloe, Riley, I just want to thank you guys so much for your courage and bravery. Thank you all for coming. Have a great life.
Thank you, guys.
Convoluted election proposal ever. Ranked choice voting. It's their latest scheme to manipulate elections in favor of elites and against the American people. They say RCV is more democratic, but in reality, it eliminates transparency and accountability in the democratic process. We need to stop ranked choice voting. Join the fight at stoprcv.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Thank you for that warm reception. If you don't mind me saying so, I think vindication looks pretty good on me. But there is no time to celebrate. I sense a true uneasiness around our country right now. Here at home, we see layoffs by the thousands. We're concerned that the jobs for Americans aren't generating higher wages. More and more companies are suspending their plans for promotions and capital investment and growth. It bears a stark and concerning contrast to the roaring Trump economy, where we made things and produced things and were the envy of the world. And there seems to be no end in sight for the government-induced inflation that the Biden administration would want to visit upon all of us. And when we look to the world, it's not much different. We've got a president who stumbles up and down the stairs of Air Force One as his policies stumble across Europe. I think we had to spend 4 or 5 days asking the Chinese spy balloon what its pronouns were before we were willing to shoot it down. And so, in times of concern, throughout all of human history, people have looked to leaders for inspiration and courage and guidance. And increasingly, when Americans look to Washington, D.C., we see but husks of humans, vessels through which the foreign interests abroad and the special interests here at home operate. And so I am proud to stand before you as the only Republican in the United States Congress who refuses all donations from every lobbyist and political action committee. Their money is no good with me. I work for you and you alone. I am on a mission to change Washington, D.C., because Washington is a deeply corrupt place. You saw the work of that mission during the election of the Speaker earlier this year. And if you believed the mainstream media, we wanted crazy things. We were this wild group of radicals who actually thought we should have a few days to read legislation before we vote on it. We had extreme ideas, like the bills before our consideration should comport to a single subject, so that I wouldn't have to vote on the farm bill the same time I'm voting on war powers in Yemen. We thought we really could send a shock through the system with a requirement that the amendments to bills actually be germane to the subject area of the bill. We thought that bureaucrats who had turned against the American people should have their salaries singled out so we could vote against them. Imagine if we could have voted against the salary of Dr. Fauci years ago. What a better place America would have been. And instead of governing by omnibus, where our representatives have to look at some multi-thousand-page piece of legislation that spends $1.7 trillion, where you got to vote for the VA at the same time you're voting for the Department of Education, where you're having to vote for the equipment for our troops the same time you're voting for the woke policies of the Department of Labor. We will never legislate by omnibus again. We will individually consider the budgets of the agencies of our government and give them the thorough review that they deserve. But perhaps the most important concession that we received during that fight was the establishment of a special group of legislators to analyze the weaponization of this government against our people. Seems like every time I turn around, they're engaged in surveillance or list building or monitoring, and I don't care if it takes every second of our time and every ounce of our energy. We either get this government back on our side or we defund and get rid of, abolish the FBI, CDC, ATF, DOJ, every last one of them, if they do not come to heel. And I don't think it's too much to ask. I really don't. And in this effort, I must update you on an important update. We have been taking whistleblower testimony from brave patriots, people who worked at the FBI and saw things like targeting Americans who attended school board meetings, like labeling people domestic extremists because they expressed support for building the wall or the Second Amendment online. We had FBI agents telling us that they were cooking the books, where there would be normally one case that you would open up on domestic extremism. You had the Washington field office putting pressure on agents to open up separate cases on each individual so that there would be the veneer, the illusion, the appearance that all of our fellow Americans, that our neighbors, were somehow extreme and trying to overthrow our government, when in fact that is not the case. And so we took the deposition of a brave patriot named Garrett O'Boyle, who served in the FBI, who shared with us these things. And yesterday, Judiciary Democrats put out a smear piece on him. They took really out of context portions of his testimony, and they tried to discredit what he shared with us as a whistleblower because he's a vaccine skeptic. And because when the FBI left him without pay and without the ability to earn other income, there were people who gave him a few $1,000s so that he was able to buy a winter coat for his children and be able to meet the month's bills. So we have an active case where we're working to corroborate this information, to build the evidence, and Democrats are obstructing the investigation. And so it is no longer time to go back to the old low-energy Paul Ryan, Trey Gowdy days of fake oversight. These are the Jim Jordan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz days. And if the Democrats are going to obstruct our investigation, then I am calling to remove the Democrats from our investigation. They shouldn't be allowed to sit in the depositions and hear the evidence if they are going to use that to try to get in the way of thorough, rigorous oversight. And I don't believe that means hearings where we yell at people. I think that means a fundamental reshaping of this government, a reshaping of this town. I know every time I give talks like this and meet with our great activists, I always get a question at some point where people say, do you still have hope? Can we even still save this thing, this great experiment? And I know we can. And here's what I would say. Even though at your job it may feel like you're outnumbered, sometimes even in your social groups, it may feel like you can't wave your MAGA flag at full mast. But I saw what a group of parents did in Loudoun County who at first were outnumbered. I saw what pilots did at Southwest Airlines who stood up against the vaccine mandate. I saw what Navy SEALs did who got injunctions so that now we are in a position to, in a Republican House of Representatives, restore every one of our military patriots with their full rank and back pay. And all of you saw what 20 members of the House of Representatives did when we demanded change in a corrupt town. These are different times. They are new times. They call for boldness and patriotism. It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. Go to MattGaetz.com, join my fight, vote for Donald J. Trump in the CPAC straw poll, and let's go get him. Thank you.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
See Newsmax? Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
Oil, the most precious natural resource known to man. It is the engine that drives every modern economy and has provided the foundation for innovation worldwide. From powering our cities and fueling our vehicles to the more than 6,000 products created from one barrel. Oil has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. Just like the rising sun in the morning, oil has become a part of our everyday lives. There is not one facet of our lives that is not touched by oil or the products created from it. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want to be or not. Every one of us pay for it every day. Let me ask you this. If you're going to be in the oil business anyway and pay these prices, doesn't it make sense to try to learn how to make some money while doing it? At Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn, where you can begin to build your foundational knowledge about the oil and natural gas industry. A perfect place to start would be a morning without oil. This 5-minute video reveals a world that most of us don't even contemplate as possible, a world without oil in it. From there, you can bolster your oil knowledge by downloading one of our oil and gas primers, Oil and Gas 101 or 102. At Panex, we believe it is imperative to educate yourself on all that oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if you decide that you too would like to reap the rewards of oil and gas, great. If not, at least you've bolstered yourself with that information that will last you a lifetime. You owe it to yourself. Go to panex.us/learn and see all that oil can do for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new axis of evil, Soros, Schwab, and Fink. Please welcome Senior Visiting Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Andrew Puzder, Oklahoma Speaker of the House, Charles McCall, and your moderator, host of Spicer and Company, Sean Spicer.
There. Hi. It's great to see you all. It's good to be back in our nation's capital as opposed to out. Nice that COVID is finally over, according to everyone in the government. So here's what I want to start with. There's been this new word or acronym that's kind of come into the lexicon, ESG. I want to know, Andy, I want to start with you. You ran a big company, Carl's, or CKE, which includes Carl's Jr. and several other restaurants. When and why did this come into society?
Well, I would say good news for me. It came in about 2016, 2017 with any kind of force, because that was the year I retired, so I didn't really have to deal with it. But it really came in about then, right around the time of the Paris Climate Accord, where corporations started to get pressure from above, and above would be their shareholders, and in this case, companies like BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, which are trillion-dollar private investment firms. They manage monies for pension funds, for state pension funds, private pension funds. They manage 401k plans. And literally BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard combined are the largest shareholder in 80% of the companies in the S&P 500. BlackRock alone would be the largest, first, second, or third largest shareholder in those companies. So they adopted this ESG, environmental, social, and governance policy, where you invest not based on a company's financial performance, but based on how well they are accomplishing these leftist progressive goals.
But just to be clear, it came from shareholders, not employees. That's where this largely got driven from?
Yeah, it started with these large investment firms shoving these policies down on the companies in which they invested. And if you're the CEO of a company, you answer to the board, and the board is elected by the shareholders. So they're all very conscious of what these large shareholders will do. This is, they went after Exxon. They actually put 3 environmentalists on the board of Exxon. within a few months, Exxon had a net zero carbon emissions policy. Now, does anybody out there think that Exxon having a net zero carbon emissions policy is in its financial interest or the interest of its shareholders? You know, you have to be an idiot to think that. Well, this is exactly what the left has been selling, and fairly effectively.
All right, so, Mr. Speaker, you're the longest-serving speaker in Oklahoma history, correct?
That's correct.
All right, that's the easy question. From your perspective, when did this come in to sort of the legislative process? About the same time? And was it the leftist legislators reacting the same way, or what drove them to sort of start to incorporate this into the legislative process, even in a state like Oklahoma?
Yeah, we recognized this as an emerging problem last year and started developing legislation to protect our pensions in the state of Oklahoma in terms of the hard-earned money from state employees that has been tucked away for a retirement, and a retirement that they can actually live on. We looked at these ESG funds. They underperform the S&P 500, yet a lot of the pension monies are trying to be seized and directed to these underperforming funds, all based upon an ideology that we want to direct money to entities that support our social political agenda, which is not in the best interest of the beneficiaries of these pensions. And so we've started looking at the state level in terms of what can we do? How can we protect the citizens of our state? And how can we collaborate with other states across the country to put in safeguards to ensure that when it comes to investing the pension funds of the state, that we are seeking the highest return for those beneficiaries?
So let me kind of ask let me twist this the way I asked Andy on this. Do you think it's the legislators driving the train, or is it constituents telling the legislators that they want this done?
Right now, it's the legislature. Right. Legislators that have realized
and they're responding
the problem.
To the leftist activists.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
ESG is just purely political activism, and it undermines the financial returns and the focus of a fiduciary duty that all of our pension administrators have to seek out the highest return for the beneficiaries of the pensions.
So, Andy, I own a handful of stocks, right? And in the mail, I'll get an envelope every once in a while that tells me that the annual meeting's coming up. In years past, I've just thrown it away. I get it. I'm not going to the annual meeting. I really don't care. I own 5 shares of whatever company, and who cares? Should I check those boxes? Should I look through and see who what's being voted on and who the board of directors are, and maybe vote against some of them? Should I take an interest in that?
Yeah, everybody should take an interest in it. And there are organizations out there that will help direct you to how to vote for particular corporations, because you've got really thousands of corporations, and they have everyone has probably 5 to 10 directors, and there will be shareholder resolutions. And the left is very good at framing shareholder resolutions so they sound like they're doing exactly the opposite of what they're doing. So you really do need guidance, and you need to be able to read these things carefully. But voting how your shares are voted is important. If you have a financial advisor, tell your financial advisor you don't want these investment firms voting your shares. You want to vote your shares, because if you have a mutual fund or a 401k or an index fund investment like you invested in the S&P or something, these funds like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard are using your money to accomplish leftist political goals that you don't support.
That's right.
Which is the genius of ESG. They use other people's money to accomplish these progressive political and social agenda items. And that's something we can all work with our financial advisors to stop.
So speaking of investment and a lot of money, states invest a lot of money, right? I imagine the state of Oklahoma, your pension fund, et cetera, invests a lot of money. What is the state of Oklahoma doing to ensure that you guys are looking after it so that it's not going to ESG type funds?
We are specifically have crafted legislation that requires and defines what a fiduciary duty is. And we are confining that to the sole fiduciary duty is seeking out the highest return for the pension beneficiaries in the state. You have to take first take on your pensions in your state. Those can be trillions of dollars that we're talking about. Secondly, you have to take on the contracts and the vendors of the state in ensuring that whoever the state is doing business with, who they elect to do business with, in the executive, that their companies do not subscribe to ESG policies. That's very important in protecting and maximizing outcomes for the state. Thirdly, you have to also empower your executive branch to go after and root out these types of systematic political activism tactics by the left, which could be making sure you empower your attorney generals in your state, the governor of your state, to have full control over the executive branch of government. In the state of Oklahoma, 2 years ago, we passed House Bill 1236. I was happy and excited to champion that. But every member of my Republican caucus, and we do have an 80% supermajority Republican stronghold in the state of Oklahoma. We're proud of that. The same percentage in the Senate. Every statewide elected official in our state is held by a Republican. But we put in a mechanism to exercise our 10th Amendment rights as a state to push back against federal overreach and to authorize our Attorney General to constitutionally fight those things in the court. But we also thought about things into the future. If political power were to change in the state of Oklahoma, God forbid, but if we had an Attorney General that would not seek to push back against federal overreach, that there is a provision in that bill that the legislature could seek through vote of both chambers to go and engage its own attorney to push back on those federal overreach. So I think those are all very much things that the state has to focus on to get ahead of not just ESG, but these other types of overreach and mechanisms to try to grab power and force policy outside of the legislative process. The left is redefining the golden rule in this country. It has now become the man with the gold makes the rules. And Joe Biden wants to use your gold to make and implement his rules and his policy. And that is what we have to push back against at the state level.
So, Andy, the speaker brings up this fiduciary responsibility, right? This idea that they're supposed to be looking out for your best interest, seeking the highest return. So if you're an average investor, you're sometimes investing in maybe a mutual fund or whatever, what should we know? What should we look out for? And how do we push back?
Well, when I look, there's an organization called Second Vote, where you can check on the political, they rate companies from 1 to 5, conservative to liberal to conservative. And I try and vote for companies that are 3, 4s, and 5s, which is neutral, leans right, and right. Mostly emphasizing companies that are 3s that are politically neutral, because my theory is that companies focused on profits will be more profitable than companies that don't.
Crazy.
It's kind of a crazy idea. But on the state legislative level, it's really wonderful what Oklahoma's doing. There are also Florida, Kentucky, West Virginia, a number of Republican states are passing legislation. There is model fiduciary duty legislation that the Heritage Foundation has out there and that the American Legislative Exchange Council has out there that make it very clear that if you're investing state funds, you're supposed to invest in the interest of the beneficiaries of those funds. And these bills specifically exclude ESG, environmental, social, or governance investing. And the more states pass that, the better off we're going to be.
Amen.
And Oklahoma is a leader in this area, and they should be very proud of what they've done.
I want to switch gears just a little bit with you, Speaker, because in the title of this is Soros. And one of the things that I find fascinating is over the last several cycles, George Soros has created this web where he has gone into state government, and whether it's secretaries of states, local attorneys, and started to help fund the elections of a lot of these organizations, a lot of these individuals. How pervasive is it really at the local and state level?
It's very pervasive, even for a really red state like Oklahoma, where there's really no chance to change the legislative dynamic currently because of such high supermajorities, or in the statewide. But just this past election cycle, we have seen an unprecedented amount of money coming in from the left to try to change those outcomes. And it's not just the election cycle that the leftist groups are trying to change the policy the way they want. In many states, the initiative petition mechanism through the state's constitution is being exploited, and to usher in questions that bypass the legislature's protection. In Oklahoma, once again, we have that supermajority that would stop all bad policy from directly through its legislatures and chambers. These groups are now seeking, with just a few $1 million, they can go out and collect the signatures to get items placed on the ballot before the people, and put a few more $1 million behind messaging that really deceives the people, and which we've seen a few things pass that we did not think could ever pass in our state. So there's a lot of money and a lot of tactics. If it can pass in Oklahoma
within 80%, then it can pass anywhere.
Absolutely. Anything that's run in any state that benefits children and education, that's the message that the far left will try to pass these initiative petition state questions by. And then it's in a very short time, the people of the state realize, wow, we were deceived, and we made a big mistake.
Andy, I want you to put your hat back on as a Fortune 500 CEO for a second. If you were running a big company today, how would the operation of a George Soros influence your decision making today, right? So would the petitions of outside groups, of employees, what would be influencing your decision making or not?
Well, I probably run my company a little differently than most people do today. I don't think you should be turning over the operations to your employees. They work for you. You don't work for them. Soros figured out that the real action today is at the state level, and that's hard for some people to understand because you always think it's at the federal level. But with the current situation where the Republicans have the House, the Democrats have the Senate, you really can't get much done legislatively. I mean, the real things that are getting done legislatively that will have an impact on lives will happen at the state level, and then when Republicans get back in power, they can work their way up to the federal level. And you control a lot. If George Soros had been had thought ahead back in 2000, then I don't know that George Bush would have won the election back in 2000. We might have ended up with a President Al Gore for 4 years or so. So he's not a good person, and we shouldn't say bad things about people, but I can think of a lot of things I'd like to say about him. But he's not a stupid person either, and he's got a lot of money. And what he's done has been very insidious and very effective. Now, if you're running a corporation, you're more concerned about your customers and your shareholders. That's who you really focus on. Well, if you're dealing with employees, you're dealing with these outside forces, you're trying to do whatever you can to make them think you're doing, what they want you to do. But you've really got to be concerned with your board, your shareholders, and your customers. So as customers, everybody in this room can have a tremendous impact, and not just by stopping. In other words, if for example, AT&T drops Newsmax,
they did.
Yeah, right. Don't just cancel DirecTV. Call AT&T and tell them why you're canceling. You've got to get out. You have to make what you're doing known. It isn't just enough to say, I'm going to stop buying this. I'm not going to buy Coke anymore because it's woke. I'm going to buy Diet Dr. Pepper, which is better, by the way. I'm not going to buy Coke. But let Coke know why you're doing this, because that's what will impact their actions.
I want to pick up on that, because I believe in the last 12 months in particular, the right and people in this room in particular who have been super active, we've gotten some wins. we've actually gotten some wins on the board when we've stood up and said no. They can't just roll over us anymore. And I guess the question is, what do you think, Speaker, has changed? Do you think that we're organized better, that there are groups that are, do you think we've just had enough? What is it? But I feel empowered more than ever before.
I think people are just fed up with the current administration in Washington, and they're looking for states to take action. And we are a republic.
Who do you listen to? I mean, I'm always amazed when you talk to a politician. What comes into your phones, your email? What DMs do you get? What do you go? Okay, I've got a problem, or I'm doing well.
It comes. It's for us in the House of Representatives. We listen to the people that elect us in Oklahoma. We carry the priorities to our legislative session. Our legislative session is only 4 months every year. But it's a collaboration between the other conservative states in the union too. My relationship with, let's say, Speaker Cameron Sexton in Tennessee, it's great to be able to pick up the phone, collaborate and exchange. Hey, how is this affecting your state? What are you seeing? And build a coalition to move this type of pieces of legislation through to protect the people of our states. So it's a multi-faceted issue, and we have to be motivated and inspired to really not only just focus on our state to get it right, but to work with these other states to help them. And coming with ESG, we have been working to come up with model legislation. And Andrew, thank you for your input. And Senator Braun was here yesterday. I appreciate his involvement in championing this issue in this bill that we saw go through both the Senate and the House this week in Washington on this Department of Labor rule. We have to fight this at all levels, but in the state of Oklahoma, we have no one to blame but Republicans for not getting things done. So we are highly motivated. Every day we were in session working for the people.
Yeah. Andy, you touched on cancel culture a little. Let me ask you this. From a conservative standpoint, you look at a company like Disney that has gone like woke plus. What is your advice? I mean, you touched on it for a second. Don't just cancel call. But do you say to a parent, don't get Disney Plus, don't watch Disney movies, or do you just call Disney? I mean, what is it? Because how do we strike that balance between being active and protest?
Well, the more active you are, the more effective what you're doing. It's going to mean more. If you don't go to Disneyland or Disney World for a vacation, and it's because of their woke policies, call them and tell them that. If you just don't go, it'll have an effect, but it'll have a much more meaningful effect if you go there. And look, Disney's aware of this. I mean, you don't offend half your target market and not realize what you're doing. I mean, they're aware that they've messed this up, and they've lost control now in Florida of the land in which Disney World stands, thanks to Governor DeSantis, who deserves a round of applause. So they're aware that they've messed this up, but the more pressure you can put on them, the easier it makes the CEO to resist the internal culture. They've made so many changes that their culture has now changed. So when you're running that company, you want to make changes. You got to move. It's like moving the Titanic. It's not like turning a speedboat. You got to move. You got to turn the Titanic. And when you let them know that supports what they're doing, it makes it easier for them to do it.
And so. Do you guys think that when you mentioned talking to the Speaker of Tennessee, is there a collaboration among the states to say, hey, I know I've talked to a lot on my show with Jimmy Petronas in Florida. I mean, they've done a great job in Florida of pulling out of BlackRock and saying, we're not going to let BlackRock invest our funds. Is there collaboration among the states and saying, hey, we've had a win, look at what you guys can do?
Absolutely. And when 25 states in this country make a move like that, we send a very clear message. And that changes the dynamic. But you cannot, I don't want to underscore the fact of the point that Andrew's making also. It's the people of our country also. Government can't do everything. They can't protect against everything. The people of this country have got to engage and act with your own money and make a protest vote by changing your business, whether that's Disney, whether it's the financial institution that you use, the investment company that you use. If you want to get people's attention, you have once again, the man with the goal makes the rules. Well, and ultimately, that's the people of this country.
I think about the instance of Goya Foods, when the CEO of Goya Foods went to see President Trump, and he said something positive, and they tried to cancel him. In fact, everyone went out and bought garbanzo beans just to buy them, and said, screw you, we're going to support, Goya and President Trump, and they were benefited. So, I mean, that's another example of going out and voting with our pocketbooks and showing that we'll stand up for principles. But yes. I think that gets back to this idea of we've got the ability to vote with our wallets, too, just as much as the left.
Yes.
And if we stand up and do the right thing, that happens, right? I mean, that's the takeaway.
And that's what I believe the far left is ultimately concerned and scared of.
Right.
The people of this country activating and making those decisions with their pocketbooks.
Andy?
Yeah, the left doesn't want a second economy, and that second economy would be an economy that's supported by conservatives. And you do start to see the widening out there now, where some companies are going left, some companies are going right. The ideal world would be a Milton Friedmanish kind of world, where everybody actually just focused on making profits, generating returns for investors, doing the kinds of things companies traditionally did. It's the change. It's that emphasis on this environmental, social, and governance investment criteria that's really had a terrible effect on our economy. I'll quote Joe Manchin. He said yesterday that ESG puts politics over the interests of 150 million retirees in this country. And Manchin isn't always right, but he was right yesterday.
Well, I want to thank you both for having this wonderful conversation. I think the big takeaway is, we've got power. Let's be active. Let's go out there and vote with our wallets. Let's have our voices heard, and let's get things done. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and being here.
Thanks, everybody.
Sean.
Anyway, thank you. By the way, I've got a great new book on fake news. I'll be signing it at 12 o'clock down in CPAC Central. I'll see you down there. Oop.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the Biden crime family. Please welcome, from Kentucky, Chairman of Committee on Oversight and Accountability, James Comer, Editor-in-Chief of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway, and your host, former Congressman and CPAC board member, Bob Beaupre.
Welcome. Is everybody having a good time at CPAC? It's a great crowd and another great program. I'm really privileged to have Molly and Chairman Comer with me today. Let's get right to it. Mr. Chairman, first to you. I don't know that there's anybody in this crowd, but maybe there's somebody outside that's paying attention to this. Why in the world should we even be interested in this investigation? The Oversight Committee has begun on the Biden family, and And what's the end game? What legislation or what fixes are you anticipating coming up with?
Everybody should be concerned because this is a threat to our national security. I mean, we all agree in Washington, even the Democrats, that China is our biggest threat. And what the average American is concerned about is China taking over the world. Every American was watching those balloons go over. They're angry that China's buying farmland. Well, what we're finding out is part of what the Biden family influence peddling involved was the Biden family were trying to work with China to get their foot in the door on the American energy industry, to try to help them not only buy liquefied natural gas, but also to buy ownership in the drillers. So this is an instance where our energy industry is a significant threat to our national security. And who was helping China navigate the federal bureaucracy? The Biden family. So we need to try to get to the bottom of this. And I think the American people deserve the truth. And at the end of the day, there will be a legislative fix. We're going to fix this to where there's a clear line as to what a family member can do with respect to a president of the United States as far as doing business overseas, and to increase the ethics and transparency laws to where this never happens again.
Molly, the chairman mentioned a threat to national security. How big a threat is it? And I mean, you've followed this story about as close as anybody I know, and for as long as anybody I know. How big a threat to national security? How deep in the Biden family does it go? We all know about Hunter. We know a little bit about Joe. What else is there to dig into?
Right. People are familiar with some of Hunter Biden's business dealings, but I don't know if they understand how much the entire Biden family has been involved in this pay-to-play operation for many, many years. So it's not just Hunter, it's also most prominently Joe's brother, James, who's been involved in he's been investigated as well for some of the pay-to-play schemes that he's been involved with, or alleged pay-to-play schemes, but also other family members, nieces, and it goes beyond that. The reason why it's interesting is precisely for what Chairman Comer said. The way that the Biden family has made money is by collecting funds from foreign governments or oligarchs, compromised people, in exchange for favors to be named later. This, of course, affects the American people. And it happens to be that a lot of their business has been in China and in Ukraine and other places where we have every right to know exactly what was traded, exactly what was going on, and how it has affected American national security.
Mr. Chairman, so she's laid out that this is pretty extensive within the greater Biden family. Are you going to be issuing subpoenas on all those various members, the people, and can you compel them? Can you force them to testify?
We're going to do whatever it takes to get the truth, whatever it takes. We're starting with everyone that was involved in the Hunter Biden influence peddling scheme. I'm pleased to report we communicated with 4 of those people this week, either directly with the individual or with their attorneys. So we are making progress. We've just been chairman of the committee for 5 weeks, and we've already made contact, and I'm pleased to say are getting some cooperation from some of the people involved in the influence peddling.
Molly, let's stay on that theme for just a little bit. When everybody's going to laugh at this, I know they are. When Joe Biden was campaigning, he said that he never talked to Hunter Biden about any of this China business. We find that curious now, and especially a guy named Tony Bobulinski, I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He kind of blew the whistle on that. But we haven't seen much of Bobulinski since then. Are we going to see him again? Should we see him again?
Well, if we could just revisit this, too. We had, from the 2015 to the current moment, an absolute paranoid conspiracy theory that the Trump family had engaged with Russia and had stolen the 2016 election. This was a widely held conspiracy theory. And if you recall, the Trump family actually was engaged in global business, like legitimate global business. It would not have been that crazy if they'd had involvement with Russian interests. Then you have the Biden family, which has no legitimate business interests in all these foreign countries. You have Joe Biden saying, not just that he never talked to Hunter about China, but that he never talked about his China business, but that he never talked about the Hunter Biden business at all. You had an eyewitness account, Tony Bobolinsky, saying, well, that's not true because I personally spoke with Joe Biden about this. But you have all sorts of other evidence as well. You have meetings between Hunter Biden affiliates in Ukraine with Joe Biden during the vice presidency. You also have interesting stuff coming out with the classified document scandal. So the classified documents, which in Joe Biden's case he's mishandled, going back to his time as a senator, involve a lot of things that almost read like they would be bulletins of interest to someone who was trying to do a pay-for-play type operation. So all of these things are really important. I also want to say the reason why this investigation is so important is that the Department of Justice should have been investigating this. And they, in fact, had been investigating some of this. But because of our politicized Department of Justice, they shut down investigations. They did not help with these investigations that were looking into different aspects of the Biden family business. The current U.S. attorney looking into it is highly understaffed, and he's operating out of a very small office that doesn't have the resources necessary. And even though there's a conflict of interest, Merrick Garland has not named a special counsel, which is in complete violation of rules there. So what's being investigated is very important.
Quick follow-up to both of you. How far back in the president's career does this go? He's been in D.C. almost since Lincoln. A long, long time. So how far back does this go? Molly?
I just want to say that there are so many, we have an overclassification problem in this country, particularly, it's not so surprising that you've had Biden, Trump, and Pence all brought up with this classified document issue. It happens. The fact that some of these classified documents that Joe Biden is accused of mishandling date to the Senate has kind of shocked the town. Because whereas these type of information is kind of flowing all the time in the executive branch, you actually kind of have to work hard to mishandle documents when you're in Congress. And some of them do date to his time as a senator.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Right now, today, we're going from today all the way back to Burisma. We're trying to focus on that. There's enough information there. I think the American people are going to get a good taste of what the Biden family business is about. And what Molly said is exactly right. The Democrats like to compare to what Trump did. Trump and Kushner, they have legitimate businesses. I know what their businesses are. They own real estate. They own golf courses. They own apartment complexes. They have employees. What's the Biden business? They don't own anything. They don't sell anything. They don't manufacture anything. What is the business?
Being the big guy.
The business is influence peddling. And there's a term for that. It's called being a foreign agent. So one of the things the Department of Justice could have already indicted, it looks to me like it's pretty clear that Hunter Biden and possibly the president's brother were essentially foreign agents, which they weren't registered, and there should be ethics laws that say immediate family members can't be foreign agents for foreign countries. So, they don't have a legitimate business, but they were getting paid excessive amounts of money from some of the worst countries on the world. If there's any bipartisan agreement on putting sanctions on certain countries, I guarantee you those countries are where the Biden family were profiting.
Stay on this topic for a little bit. If you can expand on what you've already requested in the way of documents and evidence, please tell us. And if I understand some of the news reports right, the U.S. Treasury, disappointingly, but maybe not surprisingly, is stonewalling you a little bit, given the Heisman on what's called suspicious activity reports.
Yeah.
What's that about, and can you break the logjam?
Well, I have a banking background, and suspicious activity reports, or SARS, are things hardly no American will ever get. And the Biden family has at least 150, and I believe more, from, it looks like, around 13 different banks. Since September the 11th, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee or the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee has had access to these suspicious activity reports. That would be under President Bush, under President Obama, and under President Trump. When Joe Biden became president, he snuck in right at the very beginning and did what's called a rule change, not an executive order, but a rule change. And he changed rules to where the chairman of those committees couldn't have access to suspicious activity reports. Now, why would he do that? No, most members of Congress didn't know what a suspicious activity report was at the time, and no member of Congress knew that the Biden family had so many. So he's clearly trying to hide evidence of potential wrongdoing. I mean, his family has over 150 of these. I was a director of a bank.
150?
Over 150. When a suspicious activity report is the bank notifying the Treasury Department that we believe our client could have potentially committed a crime. Now, no bank wants to issue those because when you do, you are inviting the bank examiners into the bank. I was a director of a bank for a long time. The last thing you want are the bank examiners in the bank any more than they already are. You're not going to issue one of those on a good customer. You're certainly not going to issue one on the son of the President of the United States or the brother of the Vice President of the United States unless you're pretty certain potential wrongdoing occurred.
Yeah, I spent a number of years in banking too, so I know exactly what a SARS is, and you're right, 150 to one family. I've never heard anything even close to that.
Never. That's probably a record, and I'm being serious. I've talked to...
Not a good record to have either.
No, not a good record.
My goodness. It's incredible. I had no idea. Molly, there's been a lot of focus, of course, on the famous laptop, the laptop from hell. And I'm guessing that Chairman Comer, as well as the Judiciary Committee, are going to be digging into that. What are the substantive charges that might come out of that part of this whole scandal?
There's so many different interesting things about the possession of the laptop. First and foremost, I think the fact that when it was discovered, we had big tech and big media conspiring, colluding to suppress open discussion of this, interfering in a U.S. election. That is a major issue. But the laptop, obviously, for those who have suffered through seeing some of it, there's a lot there. And a lot of it is salacious and not probably relevant to your investigation. But a lot of it just deals with the actual business dealings that Hunter Biden was engaged in over the course of many years. And so it is important that the oversight is being done on this, also because while the FBI had possession of this, they were not apparently sharing it with some of the arms throughout the Justice Department that were doing investigations into the Biden family business. They seem to be protecting the laptop from being open to examination. And so the laptop gets a lot of news because of the salacious stuff. But what's really important, and what's important for the American people, is how are U.S. interests compromised by having powerful families in bed with China? We know so much about how the Biden family has made so much money through China. Is that the reason why we are not doing what we should be doing to take them on as the threat that they are? And it's not just the Biden family, by the way. It's other important families in D.C. that make so much money from the communist Chinese government that they're unwilling to do what we need to do in taking them on. Things that never would have happened when we were engaged in a Cold War with the Soviet Union, where it was all hands on deck. We are in a society right now where we have Hollywood and the media and our most powerful politicians in both parties actually working with China and making so much money off China that it's a national security problem. And I'd say first and foremost is the Biden family, which, they've been involved for a long time. They've made a ton of money this way. And it's reflected in how Biden has spoken very softly about China, how he seems to have not been aggressive in countering the threats that they pose, whether economic or military. And there's no question that voters have every right to know what's going on here.
I want to ask the same question to both of you, and this is a very personal question, but I bet it's one that everybody watching here has as well. With the closeness that we already know that the Biden family has had with China specifically, has China got the goods on them? Have they got their hand on a lever to exert that influence? I mean, isn't that what this is really all about?
That's what our investigation's all about. And make no mistake, this is an investigation of Joe Biden. And to determine whether or not Joe Biden, first of all, lied to the American people, I think we're going to be all right on that answer. But secondly, is Joe Biden compromised because of the millions of dollars that his family received? Not just the money directly sent to an LLC, which served as a pass-through to Hunter and to Jim Biden, but also to the University of Delaware and the University of Pennsylvania.
Right.
I mean, Biden, the 4 years he wasn't in office, he drew a salary from an entity that was, by all accounts, funded through China. So when you ask when President Biden met with President Xi several months ago, why didn't he bring up the origination of COVID-19? Why did they let the balloon fly over? Why are they continuing to let China manipulate our currency and get away with secret talks with Russia and trying to be the player on the world stage? Is it because he's compromised? And that's what the purpose of this investigation is. That's why it's of the utmost importance to our national security to determine whether or not this president's compromised.
Molly, you want a piece of that?
I'll just also say it's not just China. I mean, there was a previous Senate investigation into the Biden family business that did have access to some of these Treasury documents. They showed that the Bidens were receiving money from Ukrainian interests, Russian interests, oligarchs throughout the world. And it's not just that we're not doing what we need to do to take on China. It's also that the Biden family has been just intimately involved with Ukrainian interests. And unfortunately, Ukraine has a massive corruption problem. And so some of the focus there, it relates to China in the sense that how we are waging this war in Ukraine is drawing Russia and China closer together, but it's bigger and broader and on a much more global scale than just China.
Mr. Chairman, so far, I mean, you're into this thing pretty deeply, I can tell already. What's maybe the biggest piece or several pieces of information that maybe the general public isn't aware of that you've already uncovered?
I think, first of all, the thing that struck me is how much money the Bidens got from China. It's more than what's been previously reported. And the fact that it's pretty clear that Joe Biden was involved. And that's what the Democrats have said. When we won the House, we flipped the House, we went back to Washington for a lame duck session. Jim Jordan and I had a press conference because Jordan's on the Oversight Committee too. We had a press conference to announce we were going to formally start this investigation in January when I became chairman and had subpoena power. And the press said, oh, this is Russian disinformation. There's nothing in the laptop. There's nothing to see here or whatever. Today, just a few months later, now the press is acknowledging, just like the Twitter executives did in our first hearing, that the laptop was real. They made a mistake suppressing it. Now Jordan's going to talk to those 51 intelligence commissioners and let them explain why they signed that letter saying the laptop was Russian disinformation. But the press is now saying, well, yeah, Hunter Biden, he probably did some bad things. But look, he had a drug problem, and Joe Biden wasn't involved. Now, the first part of their explanation is right. The second part, it looks like Joe Biden was very involved because Joe Biden claims he never met with any of these people. I mean, some of them flew on Air Force Two with Joe Biden when he was vice president.
There are pictures of him
There are
having
pictures,
dinner.
there are emails, and we've spoken. We have met with people that were in the room with Joe Biden when these business deals with his son were being involved.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Molly, again, you've acknowledging that you've dug into this thing pretty deeply yourself, and thank you for doing it. What surprises might still await both the chairman, the committee, and the rest of us in this investigation as it unfolds?
I don't know exactly, but I think one thing that's interesting is there's such a broad nature of criminal allegations, and we seem to get an indication months ago through leaks to the media that there were going to begin to be some charges against Hunter Biden. I mean, he's done things that if you or I had done them, we would already be in prison, like on gun charges alone. But they didn't do it before the election, which kind of makes sense because you don't want to meddle. Well, it would make sense if there was any consistency in our Department of Justice on that. But if they were legitimate and if they weren't corrupt, it would, and if they were consistent in how they did this, not doing things before the election would be understandable. But now here we are months later and we still haven't heard. So I think we might be interested in what it is they're going to do there. And I do think people would be surprised by the breadth of influence peddling that was going on, and just, things that we maybe already know but haven't gotten enough attention. Like, I always think about that $80,000 diamond that was given from a Red China affiliated person to Hunter Biden, which we learned about because of like divorce paperwork. What are you expecting to get in response, in return for that kind of gift?
Right.
And that's just like the kind of stuff that we happen to know about. There's so much more that we have yet to learn.
Right.
You mentioned big tech a little bit ago, and I should have followed up probably right there, but let me ask now, both of you, big tech's role in at least trying to keep the blankets on the bed, keep this covered up for as long as they could. That's obviously going to be part of the investigation. Can we hold them accountable too?
It's such a massive problem, the role that big tech has in suppressing freedom of speech and freedom of debate, and truly election meddling. There is no question that every American had the right to know what the Biden family business was doing and what it was involved in. And it wasn't just that most members of the media did nothing to investigate it. It's when one brave newspaper, the New York Post, did get the goods on this and began reporting it. There was this concerted effort, a conspiracy, a collusion to shut this down, and many people should be held accountable. I don't actually know exactly what that means, but people need to stop giving propaganda press legitimacy. They are actively harming the country. They do not have the right to harm us in this way. And so I think that people who are victims of this should stop giving them any legitimacy whatsoever. Yeah. Something needs to be done about big tech. And frankly, the typical conservative response is insufficient. Typically, conservatives will say, there's nothing we can do about this destruction of the country because they're a private company. No, they're more like another country. They're more like another government. And they are so powerful, and they have such an outsized effect on our, on the freedom of our elections, on the security of our elections, on our ability to just be free people and debate the truth. Something must be done. And I sure hope your colleagues are going to wake up and realize that something really needs to be done there. And then another part of it is that we have all sorts of agencies who are involved in this conspiracy to suppress conservative debate and information. We've had some reporting recently about this Disinformation Inc. It's a global billionaire-funded operation to say that if you are the New York Times and you lie for years about the Russia collusion hoax, you're good media. And if you expose what the New York Times is doing, well, you can't be trusted. They give that information to advertisers and other people like like search engines, and it ends up being that the New York Times gets to grow and the conservative media is declining. We are in an information war, and it's being waged by government agencies. They are funding some of these things, and so that's another area that really needs to be taken on if we want to have even any hope of being a free people.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to add anything to this exposing that? I mean, at a minimum, it'd be nice if we knew the truth about big tech and the media's role in covering this up.
Well, that was part of the commitment to America, to hold big tech accountable. There are committees that are supposed to be doing that right now, energy and commerce primarily. They're looking at Section 230 and some of the other things that we've all talked about. I'll tell you what my committee's doing, the House Oversight Committee. We just passed, it was my bill, passed out of committee, the Protecting Speech from the Government Act. Basically, it prevents what the FBI was doing. Right now, the Hatch Act apparently didn't apply to social media activities. So we've expanded, this bill expands the Hatch Act that would prevent and allow us to hold FBI agents accountable. We didn't know until Elon Musk released the Twitter files that the FBI had a special unit of 50 people at least. They didn't have the authority to do it. They didn't have the funding to do it, but somehow they had 50 employees that did nothing but police social media. And they were policing social media against conservatives. They were censoring conservative speech. But we can't hold, there's a loophole in the law, apparently, that allowed them to do this. The government has no business in censoring speech, whether it be conservative speech or liberal speech. That's a First Amendment right. That's a violation of the First Amendment. The government shouldn't do that. This bill will make it not only illegal, but allow them to be prosecuted for that.
I want to be sure and ask you before you get away. We started CPAC yesterday morning with Chairman Schlapp and Chairman Jim Jordan from the Judiciary Committee talking about the investigation that he's undertaken. So knowing the both of you a little bit, I know that you've separated the turf a little bit, and you've got your responsibilities. He has his in judiciary. How have you divided that up? What should all of us expect from your respective investigations?
Well, Jim's the GOAT. Jim's the LeBron James of the House Republican Conference. And Jim gets more words per minute in than I do. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. But Jim's focused on the Department of Justice. He's focused on the weaponization of the Department of Justice, the weaponization of the FBI. He's also on the Oversight Committee, so he knows what we're doing with respect to the Biden investigation. Part of the problem with the Biden investigation is overreach by the Department of Justice. There are a lot of questions we have for the Department of Justice as to why has Hunter Biden been able to get away with this? No other American would have gone this long without being indicted. But for whatever reason, the Department of Justice hasn't done anything to Biden. So Jim's focused on that. He's also a key person on the Oversight Committee focused on the Biden family influence peddling. So we work together really well. We communicate every day.
Well, thank you for doing it. Let me ask both of you the same question as we wind this down. As I sit here, Mr. Chairman, you're in Congress. I was in Congress, privileged to be there for a little while. Molly, you've observed the buggers for a while, so you've got a perspective as well. I know what human nature is. I understand that we are a fallen nature. I get all of that. But I honestly struggle with how anyone, Joe Biden, whomever, could somehow think that this is all okay. Mm-hmm. That after that many years of, call me naive, call me whatever, I always thought we were supposed to be held to a little higher standard. Yep. Not that the rules didn't apply, but in fact, they were more onerous.
But you already said this, right? Like, this is a man who's been operating in Washington, D.C. for more than half a century, and he's gotten away with it the entire time. It's not just him. It's other people who are involved in some fraudulent activity. Money is very tempting, and but that's why it's important, why we have a system of government that has these checks and balances that is supposed to limit corruption, and so hopefully that's what will happen here.
Yeah, it's very obvious. Joe Biden's very arrogant. He's very entitled. He thinks that the law does not apply to him, and obviously he thinks that applies to his family as well. One thing I've noticed in 6 years in Congress, I've been in Congress 6 years, it seems like the members get worse. Most of the members get worse the longer they stay. One of the greatest things that this Republican majority can do, and I hope we do it, I'm for it 100%, is pass term limits. We need term limits.
Right.
Well, I think we're in good hands with Chairman Comer and Chairman Jim Jordan leading this investigation. It's a shame we've got to have one, but I think it's the investigative part is in good hands. I also think it's critically important that we have a media that's willing to tell us the truth and expose the problems that exist out there. So join me in thanking Molly and Chairman Comer. And thank you all for being here. God bless you.
The CRT issue, that's the pandemic we have to worry about. It's in our schools, it's in our military, it's in our government at all levels, it's in our corporations, it's in our media culture, and it's this sort of casual racist approach to treating American citizens. That some citizens are to be vilified because of their race and treated as victims because of their race.
America is under attack.
Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former senior advisor to the 45th president and host of the Kimberly Guilfoyle Show, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Yes, we do. And thank you to Mercedes and Matchlab for having us all here, an incredible group of fearless patriots. And we are just getting started. And thank you all for joining the conversation and being part of the conservative solutions to returning our country to prosperity, for growing the America First movement, and for wanting to make America great again. We are gathered here in our nation's capital at an inflection point in our nation's history, a point where Joe Biden, the Democrats, big tech, and their willing allies in the media are hell-bent on taking their far-left agenda mainstream and, frankly, destroying all of our lives. But we're not going to let them do it, are we? That's right. We're going to say no to open borders chaos, defunding, police disasters, attacks on U.S. energy independence, surrendering to climate alarmists, reckless spending, turning our schools into far-left indoctrination centers, no more lockdowns, lawlessness, far-left lunacy, censoring viewpoints who dissent, and then, of course, calling you a bigot if you dare to question any of it. Did I miss anything? Under Joe Biden, yeah, there's a lot more, right, Matt? Under Joe Biden, sadly, we are a nation in decline, a nation sowing doubt among our allies, and a nation emboldening our biggest adversaries. Remember the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, which would have never happened under President Trump, where we abandoned our fellow Americans, surrendered to the Taliban as chaos ensued. Did Joe Biden take responsibility for any of it? Has this administration ever accepted blame for any of their delusional, destructive, diabolical, and dangerous actions? We all know the answer. And it's why we are here at CPAC. Because all of us in this room have one message to Joe Biden. It is time to put America first. To put common sense, hard-working Americans first. To put our brave Border Patrol first. To put our police and first responders first. To put parents first. Leave our children alone. To put the residents of East Palestine, Ohio first, like President Trump did while Biden was in Ukraine. God bless President Trump. It is time to put all of us, all of Americans first and not last like Joe Biden and his administration have done. And I have seen the far left failures in places like California, and we don't want that. Keep that there, right? That's what Democrats want for the rest of the country. Where Democrats are in charge, crime goes up, costs go up, and quality of life goes down. It's why we as America First conservatives have an obligation to lay out an agenda that centers around border security, national sovereignty, free and fair trade deals, law and order, school choice, safety and security, peace through strength. Foreign policy, freedom of speech, thank you, CPAC. The right to keep and bear arms. We love our Second Amendment. And election integrity, never let another election be stolen in this country. And while the entrenched politics, we are fed up with securing our borders. These people have not done anything to secure the borders. We are fed up with one bait-and-switch spending bill after another. Fed up being pawns in their cheap political games. Fed up with being told we're the problem for calling it out. We have the courage to call it out. And most of all, fed up with the far-left failure in the White House who can't even string a sentence together or walk up and down a flight of stairs. Really? No more of the bend and snap Joe Biden. We got to quit him. Let us not forget, under Donald Trump, we achieved historic energy independence. Under Biden, we're now begging evil regimes to pump more oil while we drain our strategic reserves. No more. Under Donald Trump, we took out the world's top terrorists, and Putin didn't invade anywhere. But under Biden, hostile actors are ramping up their aggression. China is as emboldened as ever, and Beijing Biden refuses to hold them accountable. Under Donald Trump, we achieved historic peace deals in the Middle East. We saw robust wage growth, even amid a phony Russia hoax, and endless investigations against Donald Trump and the family. Under Donald Trump, it was a time for success. a vision for a better future, a whole lot of hope, and a whole heck of a lot of winning. Are you tired of winning? No, we want Trump back, let's be honest. But the Democrats, big tech, and the media would rather see hard-working Americans fail and suffer than admit to any of those successes. While we might find comfort in believing that their behavior is just a matter of incompetence, the truth is actually far more troubling. The pain they are inflicting is intentional. Because meanwhile, we continue to confront a totally compromised and corrupt two-tiered justice system. While there's one rule for Democrats, there's one rule for the rest of us. They have weaponized our agencies, the DOJ and the FBI. And it's one of the many reasons why you have all shown up here today and had the courage, by just even being here, and for me returning us, this country, to greatness is just that, courage. That's what we need to have. We're here to celebrate the innovation, the prosperity, the accomplishments, and the success of America, and not to be ashamed of it. We are proud to be born free Americans, are we not? To promote the values that make this nation great, like free speech, free markets, freedom to pursue your own happiness, freedom to accomplish your goals without the heavy hand of government getting in the way. Now remember, this country was founded on an experiment of self-governance and democracy, and we became the greatest force for good the world has ever seen. But now more than ever, there are nefarious forces at work to make us apologize for it, to make us ashamed for what we should be proud of. Because remember what this is all really about for the left. It is about undermining your ability to make the decisions that are best for you and for your family. It's about getting you to surrender your dignity and entitlement to the state that runs on never-ending victimhood. And it's about silencing and censoring anyone who dares to speak out. It's why we together have to and we will stand strong and remind our fellow Americans what this country really stands for and what its full potential really is. And the good news is conservatives all across the country are rising up to meet the moment, registering new voters, running for school board, battling for our children, and battling for our future. We are the backbone demanding action and accountability, the backbone demanding that government be responsive to the needs of hardworking, common-sense Americans, because the time for real accountability is long past due, and the time for action could never be more urgent. We have to remind ourselves that our mission does not come without responsibility. It's why I'm here at CPAC. It's why now more than ever, free and independent voices are so valuable. It's why I have a new show on Rumble where facts come first and where news is done right. They cannot cancel or censor us. We have to be relentless in the battle to protect and preserve the American dream. And it's why I am so proud, deeply proud, to introduce our next incredible speaker, who shows no fear, who stands up to the left-wing rage mob every single day, who is America first always, and who stands shoulder to shoulder with all of us in our quest to take this country forward, take this country on the road to prosperity, and to take this country to a place where we can and we will, say it with me, make America great again. And here now, the son of the 45th and I think 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization and host of Triggered with Don Jr. on Rumble, please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
What's going on, CPAC? I don't know, guys, but this feels like MAGA country. All right, so a little surprise for all of you. Check under your seats. If there happens to be a gold chocolate bar underneath there, that's a VIP. Oh, I'm not joking. That's a VIP ticket to my father's reception tomorrow at CPAC. Because your president, President Donald Trump, will be here. He's not out raising money from the billionaire Chinese sympathists like others. You know, Matt, they're going to do that. Well, others didn't show. I was like, yeah, they're raising money from the people who don't necessarily believe in America first, but because they need their money. So who's got gold bars? There's one. Another. You're a lucky man, sir. Any more? They may do some more. Look at that, another one there. Well, I think you guys will have an awesome time. Yep. There's people gaming the system. What are you, Democrats? You're trying to get under other seats? They're ballot harvesting, Matt. By the way, my political speech for the day, if we don't start doing the same thing that Democrats do, none of it matters. All right, remember that. Like, we have to be ballot harvesting. For the first time, perhaps ever, we're actually winning on the issues, but we can't implement all of the things that we want, like the logical things like same-day voting, paper ballots, ID checks. Like, even the socialists in Europe are like, you seriously don't have those things? Like, they're left of some of the lunatics on the left here, and they're shocked that we don't. But guess what? While we want all those things as Republicans, we'll never get them if we don't actually play the game, right? The left has weaponized COVID. They weaponized the pandemic to change the playing field. And guess what? We can't implement the things that we want if we're not in control. So in the meantime, until we take over those institutions, usually in the state legislatures, it won't matter. So we have to play the game on the battlefield that they've laid out. We have to start playing the game aggressively like they always do. And if we don't do that, it won't matter. You could have whoever, the greatest candidate in the world, the greatest policies in the world, and a guy like John Fetterman would be able to beat them. Hey, guys, I'm the one that's willing to say this stuff because someone has to, because it's insane what's actually going on, right? And when I said, like, I don't know, it's sort of weird that Pennsylvania managed to elect a vegetable, they criticized me as being ableist. I didn't know what that was, but there's always an ist, right? There's always an ist, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about. And apparently an ableist is someone who discriminates against those with disabilities. I said, well, I'm not discriminating against an ableist. I'd love for John Fetterman to have, like, good gainful employment. Maybe he could be, like, a bag guy at, like, a grocery store but, like, is it unreasonable for me to expect, as a citizen of the United States of America, to have a United States senator have basic cognitive function? Like, well, you make a solid point, sir. Why should a United States senator be held to a different standard than the President of the United States himself? So we have to fix all of that. Right? But again, we can't fix it until we play the game their way. The other way we have to start doing that, folks, is we have to start voting with our wallets. Okay? The number one thing that we can do to make sure that our values exist into the future is fueling the patriot economy. Just this week, I mean, this wasn't even going to be my speech until yesterday. I started a news app with my friend Taylor Butowich because I got sick of, perhaps me because I'm so immersed in this stuff. I knew about the Hunter Biden story, but no one else did. It was in the New York Post, which is like the second oldest newspaper in America, but big tech made sure no one else ever saw that article. We now know that like 17% of Democrats wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden had they heard of this. So under the auspices of build your own, right? We've been always told build your own. Now we try to build our own and then Amazon Web Services throws you off. Or Apple won't let you on the App Store. Or Google does the same. They say build your own, but they don't really mean it, right? They're not like, oh, you just do your own. Like, we're going to put up every roadblock possible to make that happen. But we took the advice and we built our own. We created an app that simply aggregates news, MXM News, like minute by minute. We take articles from the left, articles from the right. I mean, I looked yesterday. We had stuff from like Mediaite on there, like not exactly what we'd call conservative material. And Taylor, while operating the business, goes to check our account balance and finds out that we have zero in our operating account. There was about $750,000 in there the day before. Calls the bank, he calls me, he's like, hey, we have a problem. I'm, yeah, that's a problem. Like, that's not good. Calls the bank, finds out, you'll get a cashier's check in a day or two. What? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, we closed out your account. I was like, wait, PNC Bank. Okay, yeah. Like, this isn't like, and by the way, it's not like we're creating news. You know, like if I was talking about the Wuhan lab leak story as the most obvious thing in the world for the last 2 years, which I've been doing, like, I'm not even creating that. But because I'll show you the New York Times alongside a Breitbart and let you make up your own mind, that still to them is apparently an offense. Think about that. PNC Bank, major national bank, but we've seen it all, right? I had Chase cancel something to do credit card processing, I think it was, for something I was speaking, because I was speaking at an evangelical event. Now, we understand based on the testimony of Chris Wray the other day that apparently, like, practicing Catholics are domestic terrorists. Just like concerned mothers not wanting their children to be indoctrinated with critical race theory, not wanting their children to be pressured into permanent life-altering sex change surgeries by their rainbow-haired teacher without parental involvement or consent. You know, those aren't people to worry about, but practicing Catholics, concerned mothers, those are the real threats, you know? Remember the guys that always commit the crimes? Like, yeah, they were on our radar. Yeah, they were on your radar, but you were too busy monitoring someone's grandmother who was within 500 miles of January 6th in D.C. You know, not doing their actual job, but this is the FBI. You'd think, no way. They're above reproach, but the FBI is doing it. We've seen the DOJ. We've seen the treatment of the January 6 prisoners. We're now watching our banks do this to us. Guys, we got to fight back. I've said it on this probably stage last year. It's like, they could take out the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States, like they did to my father. Because if you have one guy going out there by himself, all the slings, all the arrows can be put on that person. They cannot do it to us if there's 175 million Americans willing to stand up for themselves, for decency, for our values. I mean, think about what we're up against. A major U.S. bank was able to cancel, and just canceled, our ability to do banking. We didn't even get a call. It was like getting broken up with by text. Like, you know, no reason. It didn't matter what, you know, hey, you're letting people, it wasn't, again, we're not even creating news. We're aggregating it. Check out MXM. You'll actually see both sides of the story, and you can formulate your opinion. And I'm so confident that we're right on our side that I'm willing to actually let you see the leftist viewpoint, because you will realize that they are insane. Why aren't they willing to show our side? Because they too realize that they're insane. Right? So what we have to do is we have to be involved in this. It's sort of amazing. I think Michael Seifert's here somewhere from Public Square. Another one. Great guys. San Diego-based company. He was sitting there at home. He was sick of going to a coffee shop that was taking his hard-earned dollars and giving it to leftist radical causes that would throw any one of us in the gulags, with or without cost, right? They would do it just because of what we believe. So he created a list of the conservative companies that shared his values, turned it into a website, and now Public Square has gone national. They're actually going public. But we have an obligation, if we want to exist, to support those kind of businesses. You're going to search it anyway, right? You're going to go on Google and find out what's the restaurant. I did it last night. Okay? I had a table of 20. I called at 8 o'clock, say, hey, we need a reservation. We got on Public Square. We found a restaurant that signed up because I know I could go there and not get booed, even in D.C. I won't mention the restaurant because they'll probably get canceled if I do, but it was sort of nice for me. We walk in, we're with Carrie Lake, and we're with Matt Gaetz and Nigel Farage. Like, it was a pretty conservative crew. That would have had a hard time probably eating in D.C. without getting yelled at. Now, I do well with that, but it's fine. But sometimes you want to just avoid it. And so we were able to find that. We have an obligation to get out there and support those kind of businesses. Because again, once we show the other side that there is pain in their wallets, I have to say that because someone will aggregate that and say that I was advocating for violence. No, but they can cancel us at any second. I mean, imagine being a guy at a bank being like, you know what, I'm just going to cancel Don Jr.'s news app. What could happen? And I have a platform of like 10 million people on Twitter, millions on Truth, millions on Facebook and Instagram. Like, I have the ability to fight back. And I did, and I put it out there, I put a tweet, and we had some pretty powerful people jump in on this, like the Speaker of the House. I would not have wanted to be PNC's bank's comms guy last night. That was probably a long evening. But again, they probably knew at least some of that was capable, and they still don't care. Right? This morning, right as I was getting on stage, it was a mistake. Upon further review, bullshit! Okay? It wasn't a mistake! Okay? Have you ever noticed the mistakes only go one way? You know? So go check out Public Square. Check out MXM. Support those businesses that support your values. Put their kids through soccer camp and soccer practice rather than funding, 10-month abortions. Some of the insanity that we see on the other side. Again, you have a choice. Exercise it. But the other side is, they're willing to do it. They don't even care anymore. Look at this. Another perfect example. Glenn Story right here from Patriot Mobile. I promise you, folks, raise your hand if you don't have a phone. Well, I got to keep my phone away because I know, I'm on every FBI list imaginable, so I just got to keep it away because, they're going to drone me one day. You all have a phone. You all are going to use it. Well, you can give your money to AT&T, who has in the last month tried canceling Newsmax, who the month prior to that took off OAN out of millions of homes. The parent company is actively attacking conservative mindset. Again, nothing extreme. It's Newsmax and OAN. It's just the stuff that we all believe. That's extreme. We can't let them even have an opinion. We can't let them have a voice. So if you're going to have a phone, you can give your money to AT&T and watch it get weaponized against everything that you believe, or you can go to Patriot Mobile. It's that simple. But we have to start thinking this way, folks, because if we don't, it's over. It's not just about the political landscape. We discussed ballot harvesting again. That's number one. Right? There's a reason you can win House seats because that's so localized, but you can't win the national because you can't go to California. There are people in Pennsylvania, I guarantee you, that have no idea who was even running for the United States Senate that voted. No, it's true. Of course. Because you could not listen. If you listen for 5 seconds to anything John Fetterman, you said, okay, he's clearly unfit for office. That's not, you don't have to be a doctor to be maybe there's something wrong. The Democrats knew he had these issues, and they ran him anyway. By the way, they had someone who I probably don't agree with on anything, but was at least able to function. Maybe not quite as radical, Connor Lamb. They could have ran him, but they knew even in the primary that this guy had these issues, and they ran him anyway because they want a radical extremist that wants to release murderers. And this is the party of the left today. Right? There are still incredible, great, moderate Democrats in America, but they have no one representing them. Because you can't win if you don't espouse the lunacy of the left today. You can't get the California, New York, Soros money, whatever it may be, and win. You see the prosecutor just this week who misgendered a biological male in San Francisco, I guess it was, and Soros-funded George Gascon, punished this prosecutor for misgendering a child rapist. The child rapist doesn't really need the punishment. The prosecutor who misgendered him is the one that needs to be taught a lesson. That is America under Joe Biden. That is America under Democrats. That is an America that none of us recognize, and it's an America that's going to stay that way if we don't fight back and say enough is enough. So guys, that's our message, right? We need a president that is not owned by other people, right? There's a reason the billionaire class, even the billionaire conservative news class, wants someone other than Trump. It's because they want someone that needs them to take their call. You know, there's a lot of the billionaire class, even on the Republican side. It's like, yeah, we're really hard on China, but like, don't be that hard. Like, we still want our widget for a quarter-cent cheaper, and we'll destroy the American middle class to do so. Make no mistake. Okay? I want the guy that doesn't need to take that call, that isn't entirely beholden to them, that is showing up to speak to the people, not showing up to speak to those who would rather go much softer on China. We didn't need this job to begin with. My father certainly didn't. It was a lot easier to shut the hell up for me and be a real estate developer from New York. Unfortunately for the Democrats and many rhinos, and many, that is not our style. So guys, don't forget to vote in the CPAC poll, but most importantly right now, vote with your wallets. Support those who are supporting you. Help them engage in the battle for our future and for our very existence. Because if you don't think that it's on the table, you have not been watching. Thank you very much, CPAC. You are the best. Okay.
I would hear God say to me, I want you to worship me like you're a kid again, and you're just dancing for me. And so I was just free to worship God in my alone time. And over time, that started to overflow into my worship time in front of people. And a lady who had brought her husband to church, and he had been an atheist his whole life. They'd been married 13 years, and it was Easter, so she brought him to church. And he had watched the Shroud of Turin, which is this piece being created. And it was a speed painting, so I had 8 minutes to do this painting. I mean, paint was flying, and it was intense. It was an awesome experience. But he gave his life to the Lord that day, and he told his wife that in seeing that painting, is what did it, that he had an encounter with God. So just incredible. It's incredible what God is doing right now through art. And for me, knowing where I've come from and what a broken life I've come from, and the incredible amount of healing and wholeness that I've had to walk through in my adult Christian life, and knowing what he's doing it's just so exciting. And I just want to be able to give that to other people as well. You know, God is that master creator. As long as we stay on that canvas, he's the one who's going to bring it to completion. So the finished product is something that requires a process to take place. And that process requires that mistakes are made. It requires that effort is put forth and strokes are put on that canvas. I mean, there could be in some people's minds many mistakes on this canvas that have taken place, but it came together to be a masterpiece, and that's our lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, a rabbi, a Christian, and a cardinal walk into a bar. Please welcome founder of the Jack Brewer Foundation, Jack Brewer, host of the Church and Culture radio show, Diehl Hudson, Rabbi Shlomo Hayim, and your moderator, host of It's Not About Us on CPAC Now, Elaine Beck.
If you'd all stand to your feet really quick as we go to the throne and honor God. Every head bowed, all eyes closed. Father God, we come to you humbly, dear Lord Jesus, and ask that you bring your Holy Spirit upon this entire room, Father God. Blessing the Slaps, Father God, CPAC, and everyone that has anything to do with this event, Father God. Give us the strength through your word, Father God, and everything that we say, let it not be of us, but a representation of you. I ask you these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Wow. You know, nothing like bringing God right into the room and into our hearts and opening with a prayer, because that's what we're here to talk about today, is our wonderful Lord and how he serves us every day throughout the world, not just this country. So welcome to everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful time at CPAC this week. And I'm very pleased to be able to sit here with these wonderful gentlemen that all represent different religious backgrounds, but are all serving one God that we all love so much and rely on. And as the name of my show is, it's not about us, it's because it is about our God. Amen. So it's my pleasure to get to introduce these wonderful gentlemen. And I'm going to start with Rabbi Shlomo. And I want you to know that last year when we went to the CPAC in Israel, and it's a wonderful place to go, let me tell you. When we went there, I met a partner of his by the name of Yehuda. He introduced me to the rabbi, and it's been a growing relationship between CPAC and Israel, and they are now working with us as well. So welcome, Rabbi Shlomo.
Thank you so much.
And next we have Diehl Hudson, and he was the co-writer with Matt Schlapp on a wonderful book that they wrote called The Desecrators. And if you haven't read it, please read it. I read it, and I'm telling you, they really hit the nail on the head with what the desecrators are about and what we need to do to make things better in this country. And then, of course, Jack Brewer. Jack is was a football player. Come on, you go ahead. You can let him know how much you appreciated what he's done. But moreover, what he's doing right now is so wonderful. He is actually working with AFPI's Center for Opportunity. He also has done so many things. I was joking with him backstage about how he even played for the Cardinals, and I'm from Arizona, so I love all of that, and so many of us follow football. So, but what you're doing now is such an amazing thing, and I'm going to start with Diehl, though, on the questions. Diehl's like, what is it? So, Diehl, let's start with you. There has been widespread rioting, looting, and political violence in America the last few years. What are the spiritual implications of the desecrators on American culture?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. And the rioting, the looting, the pulling down of images of great men and women who have made this country, who have created its basic institutions serving the common good is exactly what desecration is.
Absolutely.
The word desecration is used most often when someone goes into a church, breaks a window, pulls down a statue, messes up an altar, or even disturbs the act of worship itself. And desecration, what Matt Schlapp and I wrote about in our book, is precisely the act of attempting to destroy what is sacred, our human sacredness, the sacredness of human life, the sacredness of community, of the unity and brother and sisterhood we have all over this nation. There is a sacredness to our patriotism, to love of our country. And I want to say this. We talked a little bit about in our meeting together about the Catholic Church. I am a former Southern Baptist minister turned Catholic. But I want you to know that between evangelicals and Catholics, we have a lot in common. In fact, in the 2022 election, 76% of evangelicals voted for President Trump. 50% of all Catholics voted for Trump. But when you look at those who went to Mass regularly, 59%. I'm going to add one number to that. In the entire electorate, Catholics stand for 12%, evangelicals for 12%. That's 24%. We come together, we can win. We must pray for each other. We must honor each other. We must see the good in each other and not immediately, because of certain headlines, we're all familiar with that, come to the conclusions that Catholics aren't powerful, don't have influence, that they can't go arm in arm with our evangelical brethren. I was in charge of Catholic outreach in Bush's first 2 election campaigns. Ralph Reed was in charge of evangelicals. We partnered and we won. That's what I hope you'll take away from at least what I'm saying today, if not from this entire gathering. Together we can win. Amen. We have to pray and we have to be positive about one another.
Thank you, Dale. Very good. Next, we're going to go to Jack. Jack, being a, you head up AFPI's Center for Opportunity now. What opportunities are we missing out on because of this spiritual darkness that has taken a hold of our youth?
We're missing out on the opportunity to save souls. So many times we talk about politics, so many times we talk about, prosperity, but we forget what Jesus talked about. Jesus told us to go out and preach the gospel to every nation. Amen. All race, colors, and creed. He wasn't talking about your political party. He wasn't talking about your ideology. He was talking about people going to heaven. And so when we talk about the cultural issues happening in our time, that's because people don't understand heaven and hell.
Right.
People don't want to talk about heaven and hell. We want to sugarcoat everything and wonder why we have kids that don't have a fear of God that are going out riding in the streets. Why we have a country with 24 million fatherless kids. While you read the last verse of the Old Testament, and God warns us that if the hearts of the fathers don't turn to the children, that he will hit our land with a curse.
Amen.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're living in that curse. And it's up to the believer to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ unbashfully. Right now, our land, is cursed. When you go into public schools across America and kids can't read and write, they just had 27 schools in Baltimore, Maryland, where 0 kids were proficient in any class. In the United States of America, where we're pouring billions and billions of dollars into our education system, where millions of families across the world are only dreaming about coming to this land, are we going to protect it? Are we going to talk about the gospel? Or are we going to talk about our feelings?
Well, that's a wonderful answer. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then for you, Rabbi, you are joining us all the way from Tel Aviv. And Jack spoke about missed opportunities. What is happening to families in Tel Aviv?
So, first of all, I want to say thank you for having me all the way from Israel, and I want to bless everyone here.
So happy to have you.
So I think that that's part of the problem that we see across the world, and it's also hitting Israel a little bit less, but where we forgot to sanctify family. We forgot to take responsibility for family. It can be cool to be something else besides building a family. And I think that what we see today in Tel Aviv, ever since I moved there 14 years ago, part of what we preach is, let's build a family, let's have children, let's educate, let's build something that has a future that is built on values. Whoever held the Bible in his hand knows that one of the number one values is family, is being able to not look at the here and now, but look at the future. Look at our children and grandchildren, know that we're leaving behind a set of values that they will continue in the same way. And it was sad to me, I remember the first time when a couple came up to me, and they're like, why should we get married? We live together for ages, and we're modern, and why do we need... And I said to them, because there's that point in the Jewish tradition, it's called the chuppah, right? There's the point where they both stand under the chuppah and they get married. And I said that point is the biggest message you will ever give your kids. Why? Because it's the point where I've never played poker in my life, but I've seen enough movies where you push all the chips to the middle and you say, I'm all in. Mm-hmm. And that is exactly the message of building a family, is being all in to values and building and a continuation of the future.
Thank you. That was a wonderful answer. Now, we're going to get low on time, so I need a little shorter answers this time, but you guys are doing wonderful, and I'm sure everybody's enjoying this, but we're going to go a little deeper right now. Deal? Are these rampant spiritual forces of the darkness signs that we are in the end times? What do we need to pray for to combat the desecrators in our culture?
We should always act as if we were in the end times.
Yes, I like that.
The Bible says we don't know when the end times will come. The Bible says we shouldn't even try to figure it out. The Bible says there will be an end times, and there will be tribulation in preparation for it. But the point that is made throughout Scripture, both Testaments, is that we should be ready. And what being ready means is fighting the fight, saving souls. It all begins with saving souls. You're right. Because when souls are saved, they gain muscle. They gain muscle mass. They learn to be articulate. They learn to stick their face out in places where they may get it knocked off. But that's what we have to do. We have to be bold, and God will make our cups runneth over if we do that.
Amen. Thank you. Jack, being a former NFL safety, to devoted philanthropists, what do you need to teach our youth to empower them to rise above their circumstances and create value versus destruction?
We got to bring them hope. And you only can bring them hope through the gospel. First and foremost, we have to stop putting them into these public schools that don't teach them the 10 Commandments.
Amen.
They don't know right and wrong. So how's the kid going to make those decisions if they don't know right and wrong? We have to start teaching our kids what sin really means. What sin means. And for adults, sin is just not the sin of commission that you commit. There's also a sin of omission.
Right.
If you stand on the sidelines and do nothing to protect the commandments of Christ, you are committing a sin.
Amen.
And so, amen. I like to say an amen.
That's me.
So if you are not willing to go to the depths of what the gospel teaches and preach to these children, then you are to blame for their souls being lost.
Amen.
The word of God says, by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony is how you overcome the evil one. And the evil spirits are everywhere. And so let's empower ourselves, but start off by teaching the kids the basic 10 Commandments. What would you think the great Moses And Jesus would think, looking at a society that doesn't teach kids the 10 Commandments.
Amen.
We should be demanding every single public, private school give parents the option to give their kids the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
And before, last thing, I know time is coming up. If we don't bring the paddle back in these schools, the word of God says, if you spare the rod, you hateth your son. It's not for us to put our feelings and emotions on how we feel about that. Some kids need their butts whooped.
Amen.
And they tearing up the streets. They robbing and they stealing and they filling up our juveniles. They need to start getting their butts whooped and being taught right from wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's so funny. I came out here with these questions because they needed to be answered. And you guys are doing such a great job. And I know usually panels, we just, talk back and forth and stuff. But, the power that God is bringing with your words is so meaningful to all of us. And it just gives me such hope. Rabbi, I'm going to finish with your last question. And it is, the family is the core of any nation. Any successful nation is built on strong, secure, and healthy families. What values do we need to restore in our Judeo-Christian culture to protect families?
So I think there are 3 core values we need to bring back to family, and it is also to education, like you said beautifully. I think we need to start teaching responsibility, accountability, and positivity. And I just want to elaborate on all 3. Responsibility, again, comes back to that thought that I'm not here and I'm not alone in this world.
Right.
And there is a continuation, and there will be a tomorrow. And what do I want that tomorrow to look like? And when I take responsibility for that, then I take action. Accountability is, like you said beautifully, Jack, and thank you so much for sharing that, is about, if I'm taking responsibility, I will be held accountable. And if I don't educate my kids, then they will riot and they will do things that are wrong. And if I don't teach my kids right from wrong, or I don't teach what building a family is all about, then it won't exist. And then we will have the cultural problems we have today. And my third point, and I think that that's something that I hope that I can just do more of, is positivity. We focus so much in this world on the negative.
Amen.
The culture, the education, the media just pumps into our brains day in and day out the negativity and what he has and what you don't have. And there's just like that simple lesson that I think all our religions have taught us so many times. It's just, I heard a great saying, and that's what I want to end with, is so many times we look at other people and we say, oh, the grass is greener on the other side. So someone taught me a great slogan, the grass is greener where you water it. And if we start watering our grass, it's going to be very green and it's going to be incredible.
I love that. That's great. Great.
Glory to God.
Well, I'm so glad that you all were here to hear all of this. These are some men of God that, to me, that's who I look up to. And, our pastors, our ministers, our priests, our rabbis, these are the people that set the stage for all of us. And what a great way they've stood on this stage today to talk to you. And so I want to thank each of them. And I want to thank you. And I want to remind you that the one thing that I always talk about on my show, It's Not About Us, is the love of God and how the good things that are happening in this country. And right here at CPAC, that's one of the best things that's happening in this country and around the world. So we'll be going to Israel again this year and many other countries. Don't forget your neighbor, your friend, your children, your families of all kind. Remember, they all need hugs, they all need love, and all that love comes from God. So thank you for being with us today, and God bless you all.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
Oil, the most precious natural resource known to man. It is the engine that drives every modern economy and has provided the foundation for innovation worldwide. From powering our cities and fueling our vehicles to the more than 6,000 products created from one barrel. Oil has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. Just like the rising sun in the morning, oil has become a part of our everyday lives. There is not one facet of our lives that is not touched by oil or the products created from it. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want to be or not. Every one of us pay for it every day. Let me ask you this. If you're going to be in the oil business anyway and pay these prices, doesn't it make sense to try to learn how to make some money while doing it? At Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn, where you can begin to build your foundational knowledge about the oil and natural gas industry. A perfect place to start would be a morning without oil. This 5-minute video reveals a world that most of us don't even contemplate as possible, a world without oil in it. From there, you can bolster your oil knowledge by downloading one of our oil and gas primers, Oil and Gas 101 or 102. At Panex, we believe it is imperative to educate yourself on all that oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if you decide that you too would like to reap the rewards of oil and gas, great. If not, at least you've bolstered yourself with that information that will last you a lifetime. You owe it to yourself. Go to panex.us/learn and see all that oil can do for you.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
And the fact of the matter is look, we're all going to answer to him. But I live by that faith. And if we work together and lift each other up, we will build this red wave and red conservative movement that will benefit all of us.
One of my favorite Bible verses came to mind. It's Joshua 1:9. God commands us to only be strong and to be of good courage. Yes, we're a wireless provider. We're a cell phone company. We have great coverage, nationwide coverage on 4G, 5G networks. We have 100% US-based customer support. We check all the boxes that say that we're a cell phone company. But here's the deal. Our mission has nothing to do with cell phones. Our mission is to relentlessly defend our God-given constitutional rights and freedoms and to do so in a way that glorifies our God.
bringing God back into public schools. These In God We Trust signs are popping up in classrooms across Texas. Our next guest is with Patriot Mobile, the Texas-based cell phone company that gave the signs currently on display. Here with more is the Vice President of Public Affairs, Lee Wamgans.
And, Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Well, of course, we have, extreme liberal leftists whose, heads explode when they hear the national motto. But by and large, the majority of our feedback has been incredibly positive. And we're so proud to be a part of sharing the American heritage with our students. We love America's schools and we love our students, and we want to help them and encourage them in any way that we can.
Hi, I'm Elaine Beck, host of It's Not About Us on CPAC Now. This week, I'm joined by one of our freedom fighters in Congress, a member of the infamous Patriot 20. You won't want to miss it. Tune in to CPAC Now at 7 p.m. Eastern Time this Tuesday for an exclusive interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Congressman Byron Donalds.
I love you too. She's loud. From New York too. From where at? What part? Oh, the Bronx. Oh, they're cool too. CPAC, how you doing? You know what, I gotta tell you, it's an exciting time on Capitol Hill. People were really concerned about, that first week. Y'all know what happened that first week. No need to relive the stories. But we were hearing the chatter outside the chamber. And we were hearing everybody say, man, what are these guys doing? Do they got this thing figured out? How are they going to govern? Is this going to succeed? What's going to happen? Have they weakened themselves? And I remember I was telling a bunch of reporters, you just calm down. We're going to get this thing worked out. And then we're going to do the job that the American people sent us to do. And what you've seen so far, and we're just getting warmed up, but what you have seen so far is House Republicans holding this administration accountable. And the press will always say, well, don't you think you should just get down to governing? And I always tell them, you cannot govern a nation if elements of your government have run amok. You have to make sure that all of the agencies and all of the bureaucrats have one goal, one mission in mind, and that's advancing the agenda of the American people. Not part, not some, not R, not D, but all of the American people. And that is what we are committed to on Capitol Hill. I actually love my assignments too. I'm on some pretty cool committees. You guys might catch this stuff on Instagram or Twitter, stuff like that. Time out. Twitter. Let's focus on them for a moment. I am so happy that they have been bought by somebody who actually believes in free speech. Because what was going on before was a travesty for America. Our adversaries across the aisle, they like saying that they're the ones who are fighting for the soul of America. But it is conservatives who have always been fighting for the soul of America. Because we don't really mind disagreeing with you. We can have debates. I actually like campaigns. They're fun. A lot of work, but they're fun. But if we're going to be in the battlefield of ideas, let's be in the battlefield of ideas. Let's not suppress ideas through the back door because that's the only way you can win an election. Let's allow all of our people to have their voices heard. Let all of their ideas flourish. It's not for you to agree. It's not for you to agree with me. It's for you to decide which way do the American people want to go. That's what this is about. So when we're in oversight and we're talking to the old Twitter execs, and you hear the bias in how they viewed a lot of this stuff with the Hunter Biden laptop, and they said, well, we just made a decision. We just felt this was the right thing to do. And I'm looking at them like, in what world is the right decision to suppress information? The New York Post is one of the longest standing newspapers in the history of America. Who told some mid-level exec it's cool to suppress their information and their reporting? So what we're fighting for is an America where all thoughts and all viewpoints are allowed to be flourishing in our country. And if there's one thing I'm going to promise you, is that we are going to succeed on that front because people are tired. You know, I remember in America, this was back when I was apolitical, not in politics, regular person, loving life. And I remember people would have their political debates and you would have family members say, oh no, we don't talk politics at the table. We're here to eat and enjoy each other. And somewhere along the way, we've had families become divided just over politics. That's not healthy for our country. Our country cannot survive that. We can survive a lot of things. But what we cannot survive is being at each other's throats to the points where even families can't remain families. But you don't do that by silencing a family member. You do that by, at the Thanksgiving table, well, after the turkey, because you got to make sure the turkey gets done. Because mom ain't going to be happy if you arguing over the turkey. Let's finish the turkey first. And then let's get to the arguments. When the Cowboys are winning on Thanksgiving, I'm a Cowboys fan. So when the Cowboys are winning on Thanksgiving Day, you see, this is why I love free speech, because we can't even agree on who America's team really is. And we know America's team are those Dallas Cowboys. But I see you, Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes, listen, Patrick Mahomes is a bad boy. That's a bad man right there. Anyway, back to this. Don't boo me anymore, okay? Don't do that anymore. But let me tell you right now, that's what we're focused on. Last thing I want to really bring up. What's the future going to look like? As conservatives, our job hasn't changed, but the way we go about our job has to change. Our job has always been a constitution that is strong, that covers all 50 states, that protects individual rights and individual liberty, that allows for free commerce and free opportunities, that allow all who come here and all who are born here to flourish using their God-given talent to seek the American dream. That is still the mission for conservatives. But the path forward is going to shift some. It's not good enough just to talk to conservatives. It's not good enough just to talk to Republicans. We have to take our message to all areas of our country. There are urban corridors in our country who have had enough. Y'all saw what happened to Lori Lightfoot. She gone. You saw what happened to her. Bye, Lori. You have voters in Chicago who have said enough is enough, and they want better. But it's not just good enough to point out what they do wrong. We have to show what can be done right. We have to talk about how in urban communities, a child's opportunities in education matter so much more than how many dollars you throw at education. We got to explain to parents that if you're at the head of the line, not some administration, not some principal, not some bureaucrat, that's the pathway for your child to be successful. That's part of my own story. Because my mother, Meredith P. Brown, Brooklyn, New York, she said, no, I'm in charge of my son's future, not you. We got to take the message to urban communities. You have mom and pop businesses. They employ 3 to 5 people. That there's a better way for you to have access to capital. Not a heavy-handed government with a bunch of alphabet soup agencies that don't even know what they're talking about, y'all. These people are dumb. They don't know. You got to explain to them the best way forward for you to be successful is a robust financial system. Yeah, you got big banks. But we need a whole lot of small banks. And we need them all through America. And what stops that is the reckless, dumb policies that have come out of Washington, D.C. for far too long. And if we explain that to business owners and to parents and to churchgoers and to community activists in urban corridors, if we give them another opportunity, another shot, another viewpoint of what politics actually means and what policy actually stands for, then we can save the greatest nation man has ever known. So CPAC, that's my mission. That's what I'm about. That's what I'm going to be doing. And if you catch me on other networks, you know, talking to Joy Reid or somebody else, you know, I did do that too. You know. But when you catch me on these other networks doing this, the whole reason is to spread the message of conservatism. God bless you guys. God bless the CPAC. God bless America.
Nikki Haley made history, taking the oath of office to become the first woman to serve as governor of South Carolina.
I think my differences have always had people underestimate me, and I think that's the fun I have, is in going and proving them wrong.
President-elect Trump has asked South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley to be his ambassador to the United Nations, and she's accepted. Daughter of Indian immigrants is considered a rising star in the Republican Party.
There is a new U.S. UN. You are going to see a change in the way we do business. For those that don't have our back, we're taking names.
She's so tough. And she is so consistent. And you just know you're not going to move her.
America will put our embassy in Jerusalem. That is what the American people want us to do. And it is the right thing to do. No vote in the United Nations will make any difference on that. What we witnessed here today in the Security Council is an insult. It won't be forgotten.
I like the message that Nikki sent yesterday at the United Nations.
This was the finest hour for Nikki Haley, I think, standing up for the United States, standing up for Israel.
Nikki Haley delivered absolute fire and brimstone. She dropped it right on the head of the Russian ambassador.
Haley shows us what American foreign policy looks like with the spine.
I wear heels. It's not for a fashion statement. It's because if I see something wrong, we're going to kick them every single time.
The biggest reason socialism is gaining ground is because capitalism's defenders are too afraid to speak up. We can't keep quiet. The truth matters, and it's time to tell it.
America is too nice. Too nice. Stop being nice to these thugs and these tyrants that want to kill us.
And if this president signs any sort of deal, I'll make you a promise. The next president will shred it on her first day in office.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former governor of South Carolina and ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley.
great to be back at CPAC. I'm always happy to be here with my fellow conservatives. In case you didn't notice, the liberal media's heads are exploding about my run for president. And we all know why. The media can't stand the fact that I'm a conservative. Think about it. I'm a woman, I'm a minority, and I'm the daughter of immigrants. I am proof that liberals are wrong about everything they say about America. When I launched my campaign, I said every politician over 75 years old should be required to take a mental competency test. Have you seen D.C. lately? We should start with Joe Biden, and we shouldn't stop there. Now, Don Lemon didn't seem to like that too much. He claimed, I'm not in my prime, in which I responded, hold my beer. I'm 51. That's younger than Don Lemon. It's also younger than Hunter Biden, and it's 30 years younger than Joe Biden. But Don says women have to be in their 20s or 30s to be in their prime. And the left say we're sexist. Liberals are the most sexist by far. For the record, I was right. Every politician and judge should have to take a competency test. If you want to start at age 50, I'm good with that too. I didn't say the same for sexist middle-aged anchors, but Don Lemon proved CNN should probably consider that as well. Liberals attack me because they don't like who I am or what I say. I'm running for president to stop America's downward spiral toward socialism and end the self-loathing that has taken over our country. I'm running for president to renew an America that's strong and proud, not weak and woke. When I look to the future, I see our country rededicated to freedom and opportunity. But when I look at the present, I see the total opposite. Joe Biden and the Democrats are giving us oppression, poverty, and lawlessness. This is not the America that called to my parents 50 years ago. And make no mistake, this is not the America I'm going to leave to my children. The Democratic Party is now a socialist party. Bernie Sanders and AOC, at least they own it. Look at how much taxpayer money that Biden has wasted since he took office. On Joe Biden's watch, we hit $31 trillion in national debt. He's put us on track to add $20 trillion more in the next 10 years. And by the way, some Republicans have helped him do that. We need to stop with the earmarks and pet projects once and for all. Joe's only regret is that he hasn't spent more. He wants more handouts to illegal immigrants, more bailouts to rich college students, and more carve-outs to big labor and big business. He doesn't mind spending so much because he knows it's your money that he's spending. And the only thing Joe Biden needs to spend more of is more time in retirement. One of my heroes, Margaret Thatcher, said, the problem with socialism is you end up running out of other people's money. This failed president is trying to prove it. But the socialist Democrats don't just want to spend our money, they want to take our freedom. They think they have a right to order us around, from light bulbs we use to the words that we speak. And now they want to ban gas-powered cars and gas stoves. When it comes to destroying our freedom, the socialist Democrats will never stop. It's time for the American people to stop them. Socialism is weakening our country at the worst possible moment. We need an economy that can outcompete China. But the only competition Democrats want is the one on who's most triggered. We need families who are thriving and confident. But liberals have given them the highest inflation in 40 years and the lowest confidence in history. And we need our military to be stronger than ever. But what does Joe Biden have our troops doing? Taking gender pronoun classes. Now, I'm the wife of a combat veteran, and that disgusts me. Our troops already know the difference between men and women. They also know that we need a different commander-in-chief. It's not just our military. On Biden and Harris's watch, this woke self-loathing has swept our country. It's in the classroom, the boardroom, and the back rooms of government. We're told our country is flawed, rotten, and full of hate. Joe and Kamala even say that America's racist. Wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, hands down. I have traveled the world and back, and I've seen what's out there. America isn't perfect, but the principles at the heart of America are perfect. And take it from me, the first minority female governor in history, America is not a racist country. I will get the self-loathing out of our schools. I will get this self-destruction out of our culture. And once we make America proud, we will make America strong. And this starts by bringing back law and order. In my administration, police and Border Patrol will know that we have their backs. And criminals and illegal immigrants will know that we have their number. And I'll restore faith in our elections, too. As governor, I signed voter ID in 2011. The media went crazy, and I was vilified for it. They said I was trying to disenfranchise voters. So I called their bluff. I said, anyone that is unable to get an ID, we will go pick them up, take them to the DMV, give them a free ID, and return them home safely. Out of 5 million people in South Carolina, you know how many people asked for a ride? 25. Now South Carolina has more people voting than ever before. And it's racist to think that minorities are incapable of getting an ID for themselves. I'll make America strong at home. We'll have safe streets, secure elections, and a strong economy that lifts up everyone, not just a select few. And I'll restore our strength in the world. I'll make our armed forces of the United States more powerful and capable than ever before. Never forget, a strong military doesn't start wars. A strong military prevents wars. I'll bring the same strength to the White House that I brought to the United Nations. As ambassador, I said we'd have the backs of our allies. But I also told them that anyone that didn't have our backs, we'd be taking names. Remember what happened when we moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? 128 countries condemned us. So I took names. I went to my office and I had my staff put a list together. They listed all 193 countries. The second column, I wanted them to say the percentage of times they voted with the United States and against the United States. And then I wanted the last column to show how much foreign aid we gave them. Guess what? We give billions of dollars every year to countries that undermine America every day. They stab us in the back and then they turn around and have their hand out wanting money. Some of them even support terrorists that try and kill our troops. To this day, we're giving foreign aid to Pakistan, Iraq, the Palestinians, and even communist Cuba and China. We need to stop trying to buy friends, and all we're doing is paying off our enemies. When I'm president, we will stop giving money to countries that hate America. Our enemies think they can walk all over us. I mean, did you ever think that Americans would look to the sky and see a Chinese spy balloon looking back down at us? It was a national embarrassment. Make no mistake, Communist China is the strongest, most disciplined enemy we've ever faced. We need to hold China accountable, and we need to start with COVID. And before we even talk about the cartels, we need to confront the fact that China is the one sending the fentanyl across the border. I can't believe that Biden is letting China get away with so much. Chinese companies now own more than 380,000 acres of American soil, some of it right next to our military bases. What are we doing? We should never let enemies own land in our country. And we should tell every single university, you can either have Chinese money or you can have American money, but you don't get both. China thinks the American era has passed. So do our enemies. But they're wrong. America is not past our prime. It's just that our politicians are past theirs. It is time that we have term limits once and for all in Washington, D.C. Americans deserve better than the way we're living today, and I'm confident we can take our country to her best days. The plan I'm calling for will do just that. It's fundamentally conservative and profoundly American, and I know we can unite our people. But real unity doesn't come from faint hearts or watered-down compromises. Real national unity comes from boldly proclaiming our national purpose. It comes from standing on principle and persuading opponents to stand with us, like I did when I was governor and when I was ambassador. I'll take this message far and wide in the days ahead. But I have a particular message for you, my fellow conservatives. We've lost the popular vote in the last 7 out of 8 presidential elections. Our cause is right, but we have failed to win the confidence of a majority of Americans. That ends now. If you're tired of losing, put your trust in a new generation. And if you want to win, not just as a party, but as a country, then stand with me. I'm here to ask for your vote, but I want something else even more. I want us to inspire our country again. Together, we can summon our fellow citizens to look past the failed ideas and leaders from Washington and find the courage to be part of the solution. I truly believe we can make this vision real in our time, because that's what I've seen in my entire life. As a brown girl growing up in a black and white world, I saw the promise of America unfold before me. As the wife of a combat veteran, I saw our people's deep strength and the courage to defend it. As governor, I saw our state move beyond hate and violence and lift up everybody in peace. And as ambassador, I saw that America is still the standard. When we speak, the world listens. Where we lead, the world follows. Who we are, the world wants to be. This will always be the greatest nation in human history. Now we have a duty to make it greater still. This is my purpose. This is our mission. Let's save our country from weakness and wokeness. Let's bring back a nation that's strong and proud. If anyone can do it, it's the American people. And I have faith that we will prove it again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Trump 2020 senior advisor and host of The Right View, Laura Trump.
Patriots in the house today. All right, I love it. Well, gosh, it seems like it really wasn't that long ago that we were all here together. You guys remember the last time when we were all here together, right? The economy was soaring, jobs were plentiful, we had the lowest unemployment in American history. We had trade deals with Mexico, with Canada, and with China. We had peace agreements in the Middle East, 2 meetings with Kim Jong-un of North Korea to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. Our military was strong, our border was strong, and America's future never looked brighter. But how quickly it all changed, right? Who would have thought that just a couple years later, man, we would be where we are right now? The truth is, under Donald Trump's leadership, America was great. Under Joe Biden, America is crumbling. It's absolutely sad to see in every possible way. And we see it in so many spaces in our lives, whether it's the sky-high grocery bills that never seem to come down, whether it's pain at the gas pump, being repeatedly embarrassed on the world stage by not just the president, but the vice president as well, our dangerously open southern border, or perhaps most concerning to a lot of us, the woke ideology that permeates every facet of our society, including and especially in schools and our children. Now, the Democrat Party once claimed to be the party of women. Where are the ladies at here today? They tried to say they were for us, for women, mothers and daughters. Today, it is undeniably clear that there is no stronger party for women, children, and the future of America than the Republican Party, ladies and gentlemen. But you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the Democrats and their actions. They continue to diminish what it actually means to be a woman in every possible way they can. They want to allow men to compete against women in sports. And as much as I hate to say it, men are biologically different than women, and men, you got an advantage on the women. It is not fair for any man to compete against a woman in the sports arena, period. They're 100% okay with young girls mutilating themselves beyond repair to push their sick agenda. And perhaps most offensive to anyone who has earned the title of mother, and ladies, we earn that title, do we not? They want to take that away too and call us a birthing person. I can't think of anything more offensive to moms. It's so outrageous. What happens if you raise the most basic concerns? Of course, you're labeled a bigot, you are canceled, you are called a problem, and they do everything they can to destroy your reputation. Now, the Democrats thought all they had to do to show us that they're on our side, ladies, was throw some identity politics our way and install a woman as vice president. What do we think about that? Now, I don't know about you ladies, I can't think of a worse representation for our gender than someone who not only did not have the qualifications for the position, but has utterly failed at every single task she has been given, right? I have an idea. Don't do us any favors as women. We don't need any special treatment, okay? How about you let us be these strong women we are, and we will earn it all on our own, ladies. What do you think? As a woman, let me be the first to say that I don't need your help to achieve a position. I only want a position because I earned it and because I am the best person for that job. Don't choose me based on anything other than merit and merit alone, right? That's all we want out there, and that's fair and that's equal. And so many people wonder, why? Why is this all happening? Why the war on women? Why the wide open southern border? Why allow criminals to roam free? Why try to indoctrinate and sexualize our children? Now, the truth is, this is not just a war anymore between Republican and Democrat, left and right. This is good versus evil at this point in the United States of America. We all feel it. And the truth is that those who are pulling the strings absolutely hate this country. They want to fundamentally transform it, and they've been happy to tell us that in no uncertain terms. So how do you do that? How do you fundamentally transform a country? Well, you tear it completely down to rubble, and then you build it back in your perfect globalist image, and that's what they think they're going to do to our country. What do we say to that, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely not. We're not going to let that happen to America. While there are so many issues that plague our country right now, none are more important to me than our children. You can judge a society by how we treat the most vulnerable in our society, and no doubt those are our kids. And as a mom of 2 young kids myself, I often think about what kind of country are we ultimately going to be leaving to them? What will they think of America one day? How will they view America? How will they view this world? And whether it's critical race theory, woke ideology that permeates every nook and crevice of our society, or an educational system failing at even ensuring that our students meet the most basic standards of reading and math. Man, do we have some work cut out for us here in America. It's time for our leaders, from moms and dads on the school board all the way up to the President of the United States, to stand up for our future by standing up for our kids. That's what we need to be doing in this country right now. No child should be forced to go to a failing school, period. School choice should be afforded to every single American family to ensure that we hold our schools accountable for our children's education. Right? Seems pretty basic. Remote learning was bad enough for our kids, for their education and their development. Now these woke teachers want them to memorize 50 different genders and sexualities. You got pronouns. It's too much for kids to handle. No child should be learning about anything sexual from a teacher, period. And no school in the United States of America should ever teach our kids to hate our country. They should not be teaching a single child that one race is superior or inferior to another. They should ensure that our children grow up knowing how truly blessed they are to live in a country that guarantees the equality not of the outcome, but the equality of the opportunities we have here in the greatest country on the face of the earth. I got to tell you guys, it's been quite a ride for our family. An interesting one, of course. 6 years ago, don't forget, no one gave Donald Trump a chance to become president of the United States. People thought it was a joke, a publicity stunt. No one ever thought it would actually happen. Once he became the 45th president, those same people worked overtime to get rid of him and get in his way at every single turn. And despite it all, despite everything he had coming at him, look at what he achieved. And don't forget, look at what they took away from all of us, right? because we would not be in the situations we are right now in the United States of America with Donald J. Trump as president. We all know that. And 2020, I think, was tough. That was a tough time. Tough to have a guy who campaigned out of his basement, who had the mainstream media bolstering him at every possible turn, and a guy who inspired absolutely zero people declared the 46th president of the United States. I don't think anybody in this room was pretty pleased with that. But a wise man once said, sometimes by losing a battle, you find a new way to win the war. Now, that wise man, of course, was my father-in-law, the 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. My friends, our fight to save America has only just begun. And I can promise you that no matter what, and no matter how long it takes, our family and my father-in-law, Donald Trump, will be here fighting alongside you every single step of the way. Now, I don't know about you guys here, but 2024 cannot come soon enough. Are we ready to get Joe Biden out of the White House, ladies and gentlemen? Are we ready to take back the Senate in 2024? Well, I know you guys have a big speaker coming up tomorrow. Donald Trump, anybody going to come see him speak? I can't think of anybody better to be the 45th and the 47th president of the United States than my father-in-law, Donald J. Trump. Anybody want to see that happen in this room? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in this fight with you every single step of the way. He will see you here tomorrow, and we will see you in 2024 when we win one more time. Let's go do it, guys. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Everyone. Good afternoon. It's great to be back at CPAC. It's wonderful. Great. That's a fantastic book you've got right there, ma'am. It is great to be back among friends where we can fellowship. We can talk about the things that matter to America. We can break bread together, although since you've seen me last, I'm breaking a lot less bread these days. Yeah. My wife is happy. I'll live a little longer. Life is good. I always show up here I show up here and I'm always leave more optimistic, more energized. It is a welcome side effect of spending all this great time with folks like you who understand the beauty and the power of the miracle that is our country, the United States of America. I look around, some of you are a little young, but a lot of us can remember that there were different times, that we are now halfway through the 4-year contract that this guy's got. Yes, a little over halfway. We've made it this far. But it feels weightier today. It feels different. We all remember President Reagan, who said that freedom is a fragile thing and never more than a generation away. As my son, who was married this past summer, now 6 months married, so far so good. We know that there's a second half of that famous line that hits home. Because if each of us, if we don't pass that freedom to our children, we have to put it in their bloodstream, it can be lost. And I am confident none of you are ever going to let that happen. Thank you and bless you for that. But we're reminded that we got to fight for it, we got to protect it. We can't hand it to them, it won't be handed to us. And I think that's why it feels different this year. The future of our American miracle is on the line in a way that I've not seen since, goodness gracious, since maybe I was in high school. Just a few weeks ago, I watched the Chinese fly spy balloon over our ICBM fields. Someone asked me if that would have happened if I was still there, and I said, well, had it, I would have been the former Secretary of State. We've watched Russia invade Ukraine, driving up costs for each and every one of us here at home. I think of my home state of Kansas, where fertilizer to put crops in the field is more expensive now. And they're threatening our friends around the world as well. But of course, those sometimes seem a little far away. These threats are inside the gates. They're here at home. Indeed, although I served as Secretary of State, my first job was as an assistant manager at Baskin-Robbins. So I know things here too. Somebody's got 31 flavors up. Yeah, excellent. Look, our greatest threats are here. They're from within. It's the real challenge we face today. We're losing respect for individual freedom. A unified faith in the American purpose and a shared commitment to pass this miracle on to our children is at risk. But I think last year, 2022, the second year of the Biden administration, was a wake-up call for all of us, for conservatives, for those of us who have these long-held deep beliefs that aren't new to this fight. We should have won big. I'm happy that we won the House, but we barely captured it. We see inflation, gas prices, high border crisis. We all know these problems. Others have spoken about them, but we didn't capture that. We lost 3 elections in a row, and the popular vote in 7 of the last 8. There are many reasons for this, but one of them is I think they've lost trust in the conservative ideas, and this is the task that's in front of us. And I am convinced we can do it because we're right. My mom and dad taught me to hate losing, and it is in my bones. The book that was just raised was my book called Never Give an Inch. Losing is bad because losing is bad, but the principles that we stand for are what's really at risk. And it's not a political problem. The problem is that the losses are a symptom of something much bigger. I think it's a crisis in conservatism. We've lost confidence that we are right. It's not just a crisis of competence, it's one of character as well. We need to get everyone who understands America and our Judeo-Christian founding back in this movement, in the same way we know can be done. A basic return to these central ideas, not only in the way we talk about it, but the way we act, our deeds, every one of us. So what's that look like? What do we do? I'm convinced we're unstoppable when we are fully committed to freedom, equality, the basic things we all know, an unwavering faith in our founding principles. That belief, that faith in God, who gave us all of our rights, got me through my time as a young cadet at West Point. It sustained me when I was a young soldier, tank platoon leader on the Freedom's frontier in East Germany during the Cold War, fighting alongside my fellow soldiers, ready to do America's work and deterring the bad guys in that time of conflict. It allowed me to have the opportunity, this idea, the central idea of American greatness, to stare down some of our toughest foes and most committed enemies when I was the 70th Secretary of State. It always makes me laugh. I was the 70th Secretary. President Trump was the 45th President. So I'm always reminded I had more turnover. There's more turnover in my job than his. 4 years, we did well. I've had the chance to learn with tough lessons on the front line in the fight for freedom that these ideas, these principles, they're not just things we come to CPAC and talk about or that we share with our friends. They're the things we do at the toughest moments to share our destiny with each other, having faith in the mission and the confidence that we can actually execute in a way that delivers good outcomes for our kids and for our grandchildren. I think these ideas have lessons for the Republican Party, too. We've been given an awful lot. That means we're required to do a whole bunch, too. We've been given this freedom. We've been entrusted to protect it. We must live up to that expectation, both in our character and in the results that we achieved. We need a party, a conservative party, that we can be proud to call home again, rooted in our founding ideas, led by people of real character, competence, and commitment to the mission that brought you all here today. Restoring an America that is not only great, but moral, muscular, decent, ready to stare down the forces of unfreedom, not just on Twitter or in the media, but in every place this miracle today is under threat. You all see it. I was out last year campaigning hard. Every parent knows what's going on in our schools today, and they've had about enough of it, and they're standing up. They're taking it to every corner of America, protecting our youth from the teachers' unions, people like Randy Weingarten, who are indeed dangerous to our country. We have to also show why. To show why and how we're different from the left, embracing conservatism that sets us apart in substance and style and our commitment to values. Liberals look for solutions in the government. We know that's dangerous. Don't hand that government more power under the guise of conservatism. We shouldn't look for larger-than-life personalities, but rather we should find power in the rooms like this one, people all across the country. And I'm confident we're going to get there. A renewed dedication to accountability, personal responsibility, and results. This is the thing that has made the conservative movement in our party successful for decades. We can't become the left, following celebrity leaders with their own brand of identity politics, those with fragile egos who refuse to acknowledge reality. This is a tough world, both abroad and here. And we can't shift blame to others, but must accept the responsibility that comes to those of us who step forward and lead. Over the last few years, I've heard some who claim to be conservative excuse hypocrisy by saying something like, well, we're electing a president, not a Sunday school teacher. That's true. But having taught Sunday school, maybe we could get both. It's time for us to make sure we're living out these very things we're asking others to do. These external threats, these internal threats that we face today, they're a challenge to American sovereignty, our traditions. I think back to my days as CIA director and my very first meeting with Kim Jong-un in Pyongyang. President Trump had asked me to go there to try and right the ship of our relationship and try to get the nuclear weapons out of Chairman Kim's hands. I'd prepared for the moment for months. We had lots of things we thought we would talk about, but his first words to me were, Mr. Director, I didn't think you'd show up since you've been trying to kill me. That was not on my bingo card for things he might say. So in the moment, I said, Mr. Chairman, maybe I still am. Thankfully, he laughed like you did after it was translated. But while a touch humorous, I think it was important. He knew that I was serious and that we were going to protect America no matter the cost to any one American. The threats we face today are no less demanding than those that faced our parents and our grandparents who fought in World War II, in Vietnam and Korea, and the young people today who fought our wars in the Middle East. This challenge that we all hear so much about from the Chinese Communist Party, this challenge threatens every aspect of our lives. Sometimes we think about China, we think about Taiwan, right? That seems a long ways away. The real challenge from China is that they are inside the gates. They're here gathering intelligence through technology that are on our cell phones. They're here propagandizing. I directed the closure of the largest spying operation ever conducted inside the United States of America. The Chinese government was doing this from our diplomatic facility in Houston, Texas, of all places. We shut it down. No other administration would have ever done that. You know, I'm not one for vindication, but this week it was good to see the Department of Energy finally conclude that the damn virus came from the lab in Wuhan. I nearly lost my job. I nearly lost my job as Secretary of State for publicly ripping into China over what happened. This COVID virus that they foisted on the entire world, killing millions and affecting every life in this room for years and years. You know, I contradicted the official American line that had been in place for 40 years. People who said, boy, Xi Jinping's doing a good job. I was told to shut the heck up. But we should never shut the heck up when we're defending the United States of America and its people. It was wrong to praise the Chinese Communist Party when I went on TV in March of 20, seems like a long time ago, 3 years, and said, I think this virus came from the laboratory. It was called racist and worse. But the data was as clear then as it is today. And it's not that particular instance, but the idea of protecting America by speaking the truth that matters most. Because these challenges, they're great, they're real. I make no bones about it. But we've all faced similar challenges before. We're not pansies here in America. We're pretty tough people. And I'm convinced you are every bit as tough as those folks who came before us. They fought for a war for independence. They fought in World War II, the Cold War. We took down the evil empire. We took down the radical left in the 60s when they were trying to begin the change that we see now back being foisted here at home. And it's these internal threats that are the most dangerous, by far. A free people can't survive an unrelenting growth of government. And we should be candid here, too. Pervasive regulation, taxes, government controls, these are the things that are driving inflation and make your eggs so expensive today. But just as importantly, they erode the American commitment to the dignity of hard work. Those of us who get up every day and get after it. The fairness of playing by the rules is abrogated when government steps in and awards bonuses to people based on something other than the fact that they worked hard and were decent and good. And more importantly, it erodes the fundamental decency, the goodness of doing what is right every day. You know, I mentioned the midterms in 2022. I'm still not quite over it. Not because of me, but because it's still impacting things here in America. And while the House can stop the craziest of stuff, we can't begin to right the ship in the way that is necessary. We lost race after winnable race because voters didn't trust us to do any better than the tax and spend liberals. We knew the story, but we hadn't demonstrated through deed that we were actually prepared to do the things we were saying we could do. You know, I stare today at $31 trillion in debt and tell my son, make sure you work hard because Social Security may just not be there for you. Every recent administration, Republican and Democrat alike, added trillions in dollars to our debt. That is deeply unconservative. Trump administration, the administration I served, added $8 trillion in new debt. This is indecent and can't continue. Earning back that trust will be hard work. It won't just be a campaign speech. It won't just be talking about it. We need demonstrated seriousness, people who will explain to the American people and to their kids and grandkids why this matters. These will require tough choices, difficult choices, but the risks required are worthy. We can never give an inch of American sovereignty at home or abroad because a free and sovereign nation requires each of us to be free, and big government destroys that. We need to reconceptualize this, too. As a former soldier, we need a renewed commitment to true equality. I've talked about this a bit. Equality is the promise that makes being an American something exceptional, something unique, different than any place else in the world. In America, It's not an identity. It's not about wealth or status. This idea of success and opportunity flows to each of us by birthright and by the nature of God's rights that he bestowed, the rights that God bestowed upon us. That promise, as Reagan spoke of, made us the city on the hill, but it made us great too, from the days of our Declaration of Independence to Abraham Lincoln and to Dr. King. This commitment to equality is sometimes something those who say they're conservative want to walk away from. They just want to hand out the benefits differently. We can't let that happen. It may feel good in the moment. We may give money, your money, taxpayer money, to a conservative cause, but in the end, the liberals will get back power, and they will make life difficult for all of us. It was, goodness, almost 30 years ago I was in that Army tank. I can almost fit back in it. I was staring across the German border at the East Germans, the front line of the Soviets. They outnumbered us about 9-1. The men under my command didn't see themselves as victims. They didn't see themselves as woke. They didn't see themselves as needing a safe space. They wanted no advantage because they were Italian or black or an immigrant. They wanted to work. They wanted to learn to assemble and disassemble their M16 and fire their M1 main battle tank, going 20 miles an hour down the road firing in a moving vehicle. They wanted to be good. They wanted to be excellent. They wanted to protect our way of life. They were men of deep character. They didn't talk about what they did. They had a shared commitment to, and they had a confidence in America that we can never lose. And this is how we get back the trust of the American people. I've seen this. I've seen this up close. I've seen America's most senior military leaders obsessed with pronouns and less obsessed with the only noun that matters to a soldier: victory. Some would have us abandon this commitment to equality in the name of equity. That's craziness. They would exchange the bravery of the civil rights movement for the cowardice and victimhood of grievance politics. But here's the good news that I will leave you with today. There's signs that they're not succeeding. That gives me enormous hope. Equality, this basic idea that each of us is endowed by our Creator with these unalienable rights and we are equal in the eyes of the Lord, is the antidote to the poisonous lie of equity, wokeness, and identity politics. We're going to do better. And on this, there is no room to give an inch. There's no room to waffle. There's no room for weakness. We should not be ashamed, embarrassed, troubled. We should be proud of the fact we stand for this central idea. And when we do that, we will renew the bonds that those of us together, that tie us together as Americans in ways that no other nation had. I saw this. I traveled to 100 and some countries as Secretary of State. We can sustain this American miracle. Our families, our places of worship will be at the center of that. These places, our schools and our places of worship, are the cradle of the American miracle, not Washington, D.C. We're here today. We sit here today in the swamp, this place where your money goes to be flittered away for purposes that are inconsistent with the very value set that you know and you cherish and you love. It's not about the state or the bureaucracy. It's about being a nation once again, bound by a common set of ideas that have animated us since our very founding. Let's get back there. Conservatives will lead it. Let's fight to preserve not the deep state. I worked with it for 4 years, but a nation that is deeply grounded in the values that make us exceptional. With family as its bedrock, America, freedom, and equality are the thing that will bring us back together and the thing that will convince the next generation that our conservative ideas are the place that have made America so great. When our schools teach kids to be ashamed of America, when they teach the 1619 Project instead of our founding, we're at risk. Xi Jinping is counting on us teaching our kids this crap. You're not going to let it happen. A politicized history of America fronted by the teachers' unions will lock parents out of our schools. And they'll keep so-called gender transitions hidden from parents. This is immoral. This is evil, and it is dangerous. Families may not pass freedom on in the blood, But as President Reagan said, they're the surest and most effective place to raise a generation that is proud to call America home. For me, most crucially, and I think for everyone in this room today, freedom is the story of the capacity of us to practice our faith, our religion. We were founded by religious people seeking that freedom. Let's never walk away from it. When the bars are open and the churches are closed, this is not an America any of us know or love. Christians, Jews, Muslims, being pressured to abandon their beliefs that have been central to their faith for millennia. Small business owners being forced to do things that are inconsistent with their faith, to choose between their faith and their livelihood. We can't let this happen. I worked terribly hard as Secretary of State, and we did good work on religious freedom around the world and here at home. It's a shame. It's a shame that that freedom here at home is under assault in ways that it is in other parts of the world as well. But we know this. They can cancel some things. You're not going to cancel God. Not happening. We can never, and I know none of you will ever give an inch in making sure that this American miracle, this faith, this capacity to worship in the way we choose is at the bedrock of who we are. We've made it clear. The American people have made it clear. It is not enough to say we're different from liberals. We need to be different. We need to act differently. When I walked the halls today and got a chance to meet you, we are different. We're defining our commitments and our words and our deeds. We need true believers who understand the stakes of our fight and who are unafraid to act on it. It requires men and women who are fierce, like everyone in this room today. I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't believe these things. I'm entrusting you. I'm empowering you. Go do it every place you go, in your workplace, at your schools, at the PTA meeting, at the Little League Park. Talk about the very things you talk about when you're in the halls of this place today. I believe a conservative return to what matters will get us back to the right places. I'm convinced that we can do it. We sometimes hear each other talk and we get pretty down. We watch the things that are going on and we become more timid. We must do just the opposite. The American miracle is powerful. You are part of it. You will lead us back to the right place. We are going to restore a conservative America that has at its core our founding ideas of our Judeo-Christian tradition. The fight has started. We're in it. There's no turning back. We have a responsibility to act consistently that every day and stay in the fight. I'll always do that. I know you'll join me. God bless you, and may God bless the great nation of the United States of America. Thank you all. Thanks, everybody.
AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings. With no guarantees, funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
America, the greatest country the world has ever seen, is under attack. Our children, our families, and our freedoms are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. Some are trying to entice our youth towards an anti-family culture with a hate-filled ideology, all under the umbrella of socialism. But moms all across the country have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
Well, and the fact is we have the ability to turn this around in one generation. That's what I want the moms of America to know. I want them to realize the powerful influence that they have in their homes, in their communities, in our nation.
I will say that there is nobody more important than moms.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution. We are a powerful, united voice of moms, protecting our children and defending our freedom. With a national network of 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in our country. We know how to mobilize, engage, and empower moms because we know what mothers care about.
But we certainly are a threat to their narrative because there is no mother that I know who will sit idly by and watch you destroy her child.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
We are on the front lines, actively promoting liberty in our homes, communities, and through our vote.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I tell people all the time, my legacy will be my children.
I'm so admiring of what you're doing. Really unbelievable. I know that you're going to make a big difference, so keep doing what you're doing.
Our local mom groups are rapidly forming in communities across the country. We provide the support and resources to help moms heal our nation. The powerful influence of mothers is being seen like never before.
And I know I can speak for over 500,000 Moms for America members across the United States when I say that we will always hold every school board member accountable for their oath.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
This is the Hill. This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
America, are you ready to get real? RAV is giving back your voice. Going where mainstream media won't. RAV is home to the most powerful thought leaders in the America First movement. Join the RAV family, booth 26 and 27.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the Lighthizer Doctrine. Please welcome former United States Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer and co-host of CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Are there these after parties that we're missing? I mean, come on, this is so great. Are y'all having fun yet? Yeah. Okay, did you enjoy Nikki Haley and Mike Pompeo? I know, great patriots in the movement, and I have another great patriot with me, a former White House colleague, I would say, as our former U.S. Trade Representative, very important job. Ambassador Lighthizer, thank you so much for being with us at CPAC.
It's my pleasure to be here.
So trade, you would think trade is one of these like very complicated issue dealing with negotiations and talking about the doctrine, the Lighthizer Doctrine. I really like the title. How would you explain the Lighthizer Doctrine in terms of what works in trade policy?
So, first of all, let me say, it's a pleasure to be here. And what we did in trade in the Trump administration was, in my judgment, one of his most important accomplishments. And if it wasn't for CPAC and Matt and Mercedes and all of you backing us up, trust me, it wouldn't have happened. Because during that process, we not only fought with almost every country in the world, but we fought with free traders, big business, lobbyists, globalists, corporatists, and I could go on. And if we didn't have the backing of real Americans in the conservative movement, it would not have happened. So let me just start with that. Now, in terms of, I'm not sure that President Trump would call it the Lighthizer Doctrine. He might, he might refer to it by a different term.
He might call you and be like, what is this about the Lighthizer Doctrine? I thought it was a Trump doctrine.
So, yes, exactly. And if he said it was a Trump doctrine, I would not argue with him. So what did we believe? If you look at trade policy, at least since the 90s, has been a policy of free trade, globalism, corporate profits, maximizing consumption, price optimization. And what did we do? We wanted a policy that started off with, what kind of America do you want?
Right.
It's not important how much your third TV costs. It's important that we have strong communities, we have families staying together, we have kids respecting their parents because they work. So we started off with what I consider to be a very bedrock conservative philosophy. Worker first. America as producer, not America as consumer.
That's right, America worker first. Let me ask you with this question, because this is an interesting debate that the Republican Party has been having, right? We're normally the free market Republican Party, trade with everyone, but President Trump and your team changed that. What was the change that you made to, and when they would say the word, I remember when we would have these White House meetings in the Roosevelt room, it would be, they would bring up the word tariffs, and some of the Republicans and some of even our own colleagues would start sweating. They're like, what do you mean tariffs? We can't put tariffs on. So walk us through why the change, because we know President Trump did support tariffs, which in the Republican world is not necessarily considered something positive.
In the first place, let me say, in the Republican, in the conservative world, can I just take 1 minute on the kind of the history of this?
Yes.
So as conservatives, we like to think about values and tradition. All right, so what do we start with? We start with Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist Papers. He was in favor of tariffs, government subsidies appropriately done, and ultimately a national bank. We'll set that last issue aside. Then you had Henry Clay, who talked about something called the American system, and that is to build up manufacturing, make America a manufacturing powerhouse. Tariffs, government subsidies, building the Erie Canal, ultimately the railroads and the like. That became the policy of the Republican Party by the time of Lincoln, and it remained the policy of the Republican Party at least till the Second World War. During that time, we became the greatest country in the world economically. We had, by 1890, we had the biggest economy in the world. I don't believe in applause lines. I just talk through them because I'm trying to get through so much stuff. So
you're like my history professor.
And then now we've got World War II. Okay, that's fine. Eisenhower comes out. Eisenhower's worried about the Soviet Union, and that's a smart thing to worry about. Then you move forward from him. You have the president that I worked for first, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was an American first president. Ronald Reagan put limits on automobiles coming in from Japan, on semiconductors, on steel from everywhere in the world, on carbon steel. He promoted American agriculture, he promoted American manufacturing, but he demanded that these people respect our market. So that is basically, and I would say there is nothing conservative about free trade, and in fact, the opposite. Free trade is really about consumption. Consumption's about materialism. That is the opposite of values, which is what conservatives are for. So that was the fundamental change. Was it difficult? Yes. You have a lot of Republicans who had gotten into a habit of thinking, oh, we are for free trade. What that devolved into is we're for corporate profits, we're for cheap TV sets, and the cost. A liberal would say, well, the cost is fine. We'll just give those people money and take away the dignity of work. And what a conservative was saying is, well, we'll retrain them. But that also was sort of unrealistic, because you're not going to take a steel worker and have him code, right, or build semiconductors. We need an America that has basic values and that takes care of itself, and that is the difference. Ronald Reagan followed it, and Donald Trump started a worker-centered, community-centered, family-centered trade policy, and that was a revolution, and we did it. And then I would say the second thing he did, which was every bit as important, and in this area of trade and economics, is he raised the alarm on China. It's impossible for us to remember back 6, 7 years ago how people thought about China. Now everyone assumes that they're a problem, but people didn't assume that 6 years ago. And I fear that if the current administration gets another term, that they're going to go right back, get rid of the tariffs, get rid of the things that Donald Trump did to raise the alarm on China and to level the playing field with China.
You brought up the current administration. Okay, you all can say boo now. The Biden administration. One of the interesting things that we were talking about is Biden came out and said, we seek competition, not conflict with China. Your thoughts on that?
So, all right, now I want you to stay with me for a second. We have two issues. We have a security military issue and we have an economic issue, okay? We have the two issues. So basically you have four possibilities. You could have a military conflict or no military conflict, economic conflict or no economic conflict, right? Those are the only four options. Obviously, to have neither is basically just surrender, right? Letting the Chinese have their way. To have a military confrontation is something that we want to avoid. And the way to do that is to have the strongest economy in the world and stop transferring $350 billion a year, $6 trillion in the last 20 years to China to build up its military and the like. So to go back to my analysis, the two options are, one, the smart people say, let's prepare militarily, but not do anything economically. And what I'm suggesting is we should right now try to avoid the military and do everything we can to take them on economically. And that means strategically decoupling our economies. And President Trump, President Trump this week on Monday, and if you haven't watched this thing, watch it, all right? President Trump laid the cards down. He said, here's my position on trade. And in that, he called for tariffs to get back to balanced trade, but even more importantly, he called for tariffs and decoupling. He didn't use the term, but you read it, with China over a 4-year period. And it's absolutely essential that we do it. And when I have all these other candidates come out and say, China's a problem, China's a problem, China's a problem, my response is, tell me, where are you on decoupling? Because if you're not for decoupling, if you say we got to get tough with China, but yet you want to continue to transfer $300 billion a year and all of our technology to China, you want to continue to do that, but yet you want to be tough on China, it's madness. We're not going to beat China with the military alone. We're going to beat China economically. And right now, they are winning. Trust me, they're winning. And we're letting them win. And it's crazy. So these are the two things that, in my opinion, will cap off the first Trump term, the great accomplishments, change the way we think about trade towards workers, towards communities, towards families, and take on China. And unfortunately, all we did in 4 years was a good beginning. And at some point, we have to now finish it.
Let me ask you, President Biden, he's kept these tariffs on China. Is there concern that he's going to move away from them? What do you think? What do you think the plan is for the administration on dealing with China from a trade perspective?
So let's be honest. People tend to think of administrations as sort of monoliths. They're not a monolith. There are people in this administration that are good, smart people and see things more or less the way we do, all of us. There are people in that group, but I don't think the president's one of them. So there are people that are giving him advice, good advice, do this, do this, do this. And for now, at least, he's kept the tariffs in place. My fear is that that's largely because of politics. That's my fear. I don't think he understands it. If you see everything he says, none of it seems to get the fundamental point. All right, this is the threshold. The threshold is they have the biggest army in the world and they're growing it. They have the biggest navy in the world and they're growing it. They're building nuclear facilities all across China. They've armed the South China Sea, all right? They're flooding the United States with fentanyl and responsible directly or indirectly for probably 70,000 deaths. They are spying on us. They're involved in espionage. They have this balloon that goes across. If you don't cross the threshold and say they are an adversary, then none of the things that I'm espousing make any sense. Right. And my fear is that he doesn't understand that, or that there's some other motivation that I don't know about. But if you sit there, I tell people 7, 8 years ago, a sensible person could decide they weren't a threat. Now, I said they were a threat, and I have for quite a while. But no sensible, honest person can say that now. You're either ignorant and don't know what you're doing, or you somehow are compromised.
Let me ask you, for Americans, should we be concerned about trade deficits?
So the answer is yes. And President Trump's second video that he let out this week is just on trade deficit. So, and for those of you who want to spend a pleasant 30 minutes, I did an article in The Economist a year ago, which you can get online, and you can get the first one for free. So I'm not subscribed. I'm not subscribed to The Economist. I wouldn't do that to you. But basically, trade deficits are an enormous problem. I'll spend 1 second to describe it in a second, though. First of all, what's the trend? Last year, our goods deficit was $1.2 trillion. And our overall goods and services deficit was almost $1 trillion. Almost $1 trillion. Before COVID, under the Trump administration, we had 5 of 7 quarters in a row where the deficit came down. You're not going to have it drop off like this, but it was coming down like this. Now these people it's probably 60% bigger than it was when we left. It's literally. So what is the problem with a trade deficit? Other countries get this money, and what do they do with it? They ultimately have to buy assets in the United States.
I want to squeeze in this last question before we have to get off stage here, because we were looking.
We're selling out the country. And I got to say this, the negative investment, how much foreigners own here versus how much we own overseas in the United States right now is $16 trillion. Wow. So are you worried about the trade deficit? Yes. $16 trillion more they own here, including China. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We're running against the clock here. Real quick, last question. What was your best negotiating tool for these trade agreements?
So, in the first part, I've been doing this a long time, and I know most of the tricks. I'll tell you, the number one tool is knowing that I could pick up the phone and say, Mr. President, do you have my back? And knowing that Donald J. Trump, in every case, had my back. So when I said we're going to do something, nobody doubted it. And it was for that one reason.
One of the toughest negotiators, a great ambassador, our U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Robert Lighthizer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Open Borders Kill, a two-part discussion. Please welcome your moderator, host of The Sarah Carter Show, Sarah Carter, and her first panel from Utah, Attorney General Sean Reyes, former Deputy Legislature of the Mexican Congress, Rosie Orozco.
Please sit. I gotta tell you, I can't even begin to explain how happy I am to be here with my good friend Rosie Orozco, a true hero in the fight against human slavery, and the Attorney General here, Sean Reyes from the great state of Utah, who is fighting that battle every day. If you don't know who they are, you will today. These are the real heroes against human trafficking and the border. Zuduri, I see you right there. I'm going to start this session with Rosie Orozco, former congressional member of Mexico, stood up to the cartels, passed the very first legislation against the cartels in Mexico to stop human trafficking and slavery. And today we have a survivor, Zuduri, who is sitting here in the front. Please, Zuduri, párate, por favor. She was rescued. I'm going to ask that you put a picture up here of Zuduri after she was rescued. It might be a little shocking for all of you to see this, but I want you to understand how real this is. The border is not just about numbers. The border is not about being anti-immigrant. Law and order on the border is about saving lives, both our children's lives and the lives of children like Zuduri, who spent years in captivity being beaten and abused by the cartels. Rosie, when you look at this picture of Zuduri and you see her here sitting today, what goes through your mind?
Well, all the pain that many of these children have suffered, the trauma that it is years to help them to overcome. I'm very proud of people, girls like Zuduri, because she had the opportunity to have a blank page. I hope you already have a blank page in your hand, because we all deserve to have a new story. If you can give them a blank page, Zuduri, because it is so important. Her story is in my fifth book, Blank Page, and she is somebody that was 5 years and a half, even with chains. It is more than 600 bruises outside of the body. Imagine the inside.
I know. I didn't show a lot of the photographs that we have because I think it would just be too overwhelming. I know most of you know me who are here from Fox News and my work at the border and trying to expose what happens along the border in an effort to try to save lives, I hope, and to open people's eyes as to the horrors of what we were facing and what we are facing. Attorney General Sean Reyes here is a hero. So many people don't realize that we have so many heroes that aren't public like you. I know you're the Attorney General, but you have gone above and beyond. You've worked in Colombia to save and rescue children, along with Tim Ballard with Underground Railroad. Yeah.
And in Mexico, too.
And in Mexico, just recently in Mexico, in Tulum. But this is not, I'm not talking about this just about the children that live overseas. This is about all of your children and grandchildren. And a wide open border that literally is killing our children on both sides. I'd like you to talk a little bit about your recent trip, Attorney General, and tell people what you've been doing in an effort to stop this.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And let me acknowledge you. You've been such an incredible support to all of us in the fight over many years. So hats off, quite literally, to you, to give us a voice and to give survivors and victims a voice. And my dear friend, La Diputada here, who, like you said, is a hero. There's so many working in our community that don't get a lot of credit. And I want to, before I even start, give credit to CPAC. Thank you to Mercy and Matt and the team for having this panel here about human trafficking. I don't think we've ever had a panel in all the years that I've come to CPAC solely about human trafficking. Now, as a subset of the border issue, which is a huge issue, and we're going to talk about that later, but there's so many facets of this. And let me say this. When I first became AG, I hired some consultants out of D.C. I know, bad move. And they said, stop talking about human trafficking. It's so depressing. No one wants to hear it. You're never going to get reelected. So I fired them, and I kept talking about human trafficking because I was so torn up. My soul hurt so much seeing the hell that too many of these men, women, and little children were in. Now, I've had the mainstream media tell me, stop talking about it. You talk about it too much. But I promise you, Sarah, I will never stop talking about this because these are our children. It's their innocence, like you said. It is something we should be shouting from the rooftops. It's something we should be praying about every single day. I can't understand why, with tens of millions of people globally and hundreds of thousands here in our own United States who are modern-day slaves, the fastest growing criminal enterprise globally. They say the second most lucrative, but I think it's even surpassed drugs for those of us in the fight. Why we aren't talking about it more. Now, the rescues that you talked about, we do get a lot of attention on that, and I think rightly so, it's important. But really the heavy lifting is the work that Rosie and many others are doing on the healing side and empowering and helping victims regain even a piece of their lives. So this is the last thing I'll mention. One of the great privileges of my life was being able to speak at the 2020 Republican National Convention on the final day. And I spent my short 4.5 minutes focused on human trafficking. Why? Because I wanted to bring attention to what our president did during his administration. No one would talk about it, no one recognized it, but Donald Trump and his administration, Ivanka Trump, Heather Fisher, who was our first human trafficking czar in the United States, people like Robert O'Brien, Matt Whitaker, all of these giants, they did more in a short amount of time than all other presidencies combined in the history of the United States to combat human trafficking. And I think it needs to be said. So my commitment is that I will do everything in my power, not just investigating and prosecuting domestic cases, which is what my other state AG colleagues do so well with me, but to go and help in other countries, whether they're actually literally our children or not. They're all our children, and we need to be lifting our brothers and sisters around the world, whether it's sex trafficking, labor trafficking, organ harvesting, in conscription, or any other types of illegal adoption. It is all the same. It's human slavery. And I need people in this audience to just get fired up and join us in the fight.
And I'm going to tell you why I believe, and for a lot of Americans, this is tough. You think to yourselves, like, why are we talking about this? Like, why do we care about human slavery? We should be focused on our national issues. This is a national issue. This is the biggest business in the world. In the world. And I am not saying that it is something that is going to go away tomorrow, but I'm saying it's something that we can fight and get rid of. Because it's the biggest business, hundreds of billions of dollars, you have groups like Al-Qaeda, you have our adversaries, you have the cartels raising that funding, utilizing that funding to target our children and our country in the United States. And while we're asleep at the wheel, they are doing their job. It is the reason why President Trump was so adamant about this and about shutting down the border. And we're going to talk more about the border in a minute with Brandon Judd and District Attorney David Sunday. But this is the reason why we have to fight to save these lives. And Rosie, I want to go straight to you because you have homes, you have rescued so many children. Matt and Mercy and I and others from CPAC, Sophia, we were able to go to Mexico and visit some of these homes. These homes are kept very secluded, very private. The cartels, obviously, so you understand, have targeted Rosie. She is here today, but she is in hiding from the cartels and from these monsters. Tell me a little bit about the homes, what we can do. I know we don't have a long time here, but what the audience can do to help fight back and to do the right thing.
Well, first, to have the same heart as Matt and Mercy. They were very busy in CPAC Mexico, but they had the time with Sophia, with you, to go and visit. And anytime you want to go in Zoom, it is possible because they are very secure. They were having a very fun time because it was, they had to go with you with the eyes.
We had a fun ride. So I'll give you guys like a little inside scoop. Because it was so secluded and private, nobody could know where the houses were. So the funny thing is, and it is kind of funny, not for me necessarily, but Matt and everybody in the vehicle had to be blindfolded. Nobody could know where I was driving them. I was the only person with the address, along with Rosie, to where this home was, where they have the children. Imagine some of the children are as young as 6 years old, 5 years old, to teenage years. These kids have been trafficked for sex. They've been trafficked, been used as slaves by some of these cartels, and these cartels are extremely powerful, and some of them try to find them again or try to locate the people that are stopping this. And remember, these hundreds of billions of dollars go to buy. They go to buy influence, not only in Mexico, but believe it or not, here in the United States as well. Here in the United States as well, where we are the biggest, actually, purchasers of children in the world.
Sadly.
Sadly, and that's a fact. So I had to blindfold everybody in the car, including Jack Posobiec, and I don't want to leave him out of this because he did show up. And we drove through Mexico City until I got to the house. The interesting thing was, I was sure I was going to be pulled over by the cops. I thought I looked like a cartel leader, but it didn't. It didn't happen. We made it there. We made it there safely to both homes, and they had the opportunity to see all the kids.
And the good news for you is that the ambassador at large in the Trump administration, now John Cotton Richmond, is now the head of one of our organizations here in the United States, Atlas Free. So a man with such a heart that made the best impact in the history of the United States now leads an NGO. So I'm so happy about it. They are helping our shelters too.
That's fantastic. As far as the work that you see Rosie doing, Attorney General, here in the United States, I mean, the battle really is the narcotics that we're seeing, the deaths that we're seeing on our streets, the children that are being exploited here in the U.S. And because of the wide open border, and this is something that I'm going to be talking about, we have seen children brought into this country under the Biden administration, into our communities, without any guardianship, without anybody, no supervision. We don't know where these children are going. We don't know in fact, 40% of them have just disappeared into the fabric of our country. What can be done? What, as an Attorney General, are you doing to put a stop to this?
Well, you've really stated the crisis well, Sarah, because the cartels aren't even fighting with each other now because it's such an open border system and there's so much profit to be had, whether it's through fentanyl or human trafficking. There are billions of dollars coming up of those illicit drugs and sex every single week. You talked about much of adult pornography, and certainly all of child pornography is a form of human trafficking. Prostitution is a form of human trafficking. And what I need more than more prosecutors, although I could use a lot more investigators and prosecutors, is for, again, this God-fearing, incredible, influential group of people to help us across a number of things. We need more awareness and education, certainly. We need better laws and policy to be able to empower us in investigations and prosecutions. We even need law enforcement to change their strategies, to put victims first, to have very trauma-informed, victim-centric approaches to this. We need the private sector to lead in, right? We need businesses talking about this. We need them incentivizing their employees to educate themselves, to learn more. And then we need to also hold other private sector businesses like big tech, social media accountable, because they are a large driver as well. We're suing a number of them. We're investigating others. So between big tech and the border, I would say those are the two largest multipliers or exacerbators of the issue. It was already an epidemic, but now with an open border policy under this administration, and social media becoming so rampant and sextortion being a gateway to this and all these other devices that predators have, it is an American issue and it's a global issue. And I just, again, want to thank you for letting us talk about it and focus on it and ask everyone to join us in the fight, whether it's Yaku Boyens that you support, whether it's Tim Ballard and Operation Underground, Glenn Beck and the Nazarene Fund, Jerome Milan. There's so many out there. Find somebody, find a group that you can stand up with.
And Kaleido.
Kaleido.
Yeah, Kaleido, which is Rosie's group, guys. Kaleido.
Amazing.
You guys have done such incredible work. I'm going to give you the last word. I know we got 5 seconds. I'm leaving it to you.
Well, if you want to prevent, you can prevent on traffic.org. If you want to help the children, you can do it in Kaleido. Kaleido, well, you can see our friend Sundari, how happy she is now with the Pope Francis, because she went there, and that's why it's important to help the victims. If you are going to do something against human trafficking, why don't you stand up and we tell Sundari, we are going to help somebody, we are going to prevent, we're going to help also all the organizations that Sean said. But thank you, CPAC, thank you, because you are setting the example. You are the example of somebody like Sarah who is doing something to end human trafficking. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. A new story for America. This is a blank page news story for America, news story for Mexico, bipartisan and binational.
And I promise you I'm going to be
Please welcome Border Patrol Union President Brandon Judd and York County, Pennsylvania District Attorney David Sunday.
David, it's so great to see you. Boy, you guys got your work cut out for you.
Just a little bit.
I know, just a little bit.
I saw that.
I think we started with the human trafficking just so you could get an idea. You could see that these victims are real. There are real children out there suffering every single day, and every single day, either Texas DPS, which I love, God bless them, and the Border Patrol, and all of our law enforcement officials who are out there at the border every single day trying to protect our nation, including our district attorneys like David Sunday. I see these photographs of children being trafficked, or I see fentanyl coming into our country. Now, I'm going to start with you, Brandon, and then I'm going to go to you, District Attorney. One of the biggest issues that we've been hearing about a lot is fentanyl. Yeah. I've seen it on the streets in Philadelphia. I've seen it in San Antonio. I see it everywhere I go, from small town America to our biggest cities. Our children are being poisoned. We have counterfeit pills out on the streets that look like Adderall, that look like ibuprofen. And I'm going to segue here. One of my son's best friends took an ibuprofen. His name was Joe. He believed it was an ibuprofen a friend gave to him. He had autism, and he died immediately after taking that fentanyl tablet. And so a lot of us have been affected by this. The left always says, hey, look, it's all coming through the ports of entries, not the in-betweens. What are you seeing as Border Patrol Union? You're the head of the Border Patrol Union. I know how hard you're all working every single day. What are you seeing? What is the reality of what is happening on the ground versus what we are being told by the media and by the left?
I'm constantly seeing the liberal left want to deceive you. They're constantly lying to you. They're telling you that one thing is happening when in reality the exact opposite is happening. When you look at the constant flow of fentanyl that is coming into the United States, they're going to say that it's a port of entry issue. The ports of entries are an extremely secure location. The OFO officers can go through every single vehicle. Right. They can inspect every single person that comes through the ports of entry. Because it is a secure location, of course, that's where more of the seizures are going to take place. But what we see on the border today, we are seeing the cartels flood our resources with illegal immigrants, and that pulls our agents out of the field. And when they pull the agents out of the field, they create these artificial gaps in our coverage. And with those gaps, that's when they bring the fentanyl into the United States. And that's why we're seeing 100,000 United States citizens dying every single year of this poisoning. It's not an overdose issue. It's a poisoning issue. If you can take one aspirin and die because you thought it was an aspirin, that's a poisoning issue. And these cartels know exactly what they need to do. And the worst thing about it is they're being aided by the liberal left. They're being aided because they're constantly lying to you. And because they're lying to you, they're generating billions of dollars of profit because of those lies.
And those billions of dollars in profit are a national security threat to our country, are they not? District Attorney, I mean, you see in York County what's happened in Philadelphia, what's happened in your own county, what we're seeing in Kensington, coming from the border directly into our communities. I mean, describe what you're up against.
I can tell you right now, every state is a border state, every single one. So when those federal, when you have fentanyl that crosses a border, where does it go? I can tell you right now in York County, we've been fighting the opioid epidemic since 2014. We've been fighting it nonstop with aggressive policing, with getting treatment for people, with training, with education for kids. And something has been changing over that time period. What has been changing is the lethality of the drugs that are coming in. So what has changed, it went from heroin to stronger heroin. We're now at fentanyl, okay? And the one thing that has not changed during that entire time period is where it was coming from. And that is absolutely critical component to this. It is. And that's something that absolutely must be addressed.
And let me address this, and I'm going to go right to you, Brandon, on this, and then back to you, District Attorney. We have seen that the precursor chemicals that are coming into Mexico are working hand in hand with the drug cartels is coming from China, one of our greatest adversaries. They completely understand what is going on here. They absolutely are aware that these chemicals are pouring into Mexico, that the Mexican cartels are then utilizing that to send these counterfeit pills into the United States. We also know now, based on evidence, that the Chinese are laundering, the Chinese Communist Party and their banking system is laundering the money of the drug cartels from the United States through the Chinese banking system so that we can't even touch it. Why did it get to this point? How did our government allow this to happen to us? Why are we under siege right now in our own nation and can't even protect our own children from this scourge?
It's all about policy. When I entered on duty with the United States Border Patrol 25 years ago, what we saw was a lot of mom and pop organizations that were doing the smuggling. Today, that is completely gone. Everything is controlled by organized crime, these criminal cartels. And one of the scariest aspects of that is now China is involved with these cartels. China has infiltrated these cartels. Now we have a very, very dangerous country who hates us that are involved right in Mexico that is coming into the United States. Everything that we're seeing is now being funneled through China. If the Chinese get control of these criminal cartels, we can expect to see everything go up exponentially. And the deaths that we're going to see on the street are going to be even more. We have to look at border security, and we have to make it a nonpartisan issue. We have to look at this and say, this is what's best for our children. This is what's best for the United States. Who cares about all of the liberal activists that exist in the West Wing right now? Who cares what the base wants? We have to look at it and say, what is best for the United States? What's best for our children? And that's the problem right now. Everything goes back to politics. Yeah. Everything is about politics today. They don't care about you. They care about getting reelected. They care about power. And it's all about themselves. It's not about you, and we have to get away from that.
I agree. You brought up a really good point, and you did also, and you touched right on it. It's not just the lives that are lost. It's the cost all across the board. What about those that survive? They get a Narcan shot. How are they brain damaged now? Are we seeing not only 100,000 people that have lost their lives, but we're also seeing hundreds of thousands of young Americans that have now become, I guess, capacitated.
So, you know, I have a son in second grade. So as a DA, it can't always be the easiest thing to have a son in second grade. And what I can tell you is, you know, you're talking about, from your personal experience, fentanyl coming over the border. Before I came here yesterday, I sat down with some of our undercover drug police in York, which is an hour and a half from where we're sitting right here, Pennsylvania. And I said, what are you seeing? What is happening out there? And they said that we see fentanyl in cocaine, we see fentanyl in heroin, we see fentanyl in pressed pills, because people have their own pill pressers. We see it in meth, we see it in everything. And what has happened is we have this whole community that has already been suffering from the opioid epidemic for so long, that has now been given drugs that kill instantly. And if they don't kill instantly, they create a life of pain and suffering for children. And there is no hell on earth like the one that I've seen when I sit and I talk to parents who have lost their loved ones, or their loved ones are in the throes of addiction, and what they have to see happen to their children day after day, month after month, year after year, as they cease being the child that they knew and become someone else that ultimately dies because of this horrific poison coming into this country.
You know, it's almost hard to take in, because what we're dealing with, and we've been dealing with a drug addiction problem, you know, in our country for a long time. But it feels like it has gotten so far worse, so much more than just addiction. This is about actually killing our children. When you press pills that look like Adderall, when you have pills on the street that look like candy in colorful colors, and you've got, you know, little kids, and you just don't know when they're going to run into that at a neighbor's house or somewhere on the street. I mean, you really are dealing with children being targeted, our society being targeted. How do we fight back when we have an administration that fails to see this as a problem, that fails to do what's right at the border? This isn't about immigration. You and I have talked about this over and over again. This is about everyone. This is about people. This isn't about keeping people out. It's about protecting both sides and protecting the Western Hemisphere. Why won't the administration do anything about this?
Yeah, when you look at it, illegal immigration is the driver. It's what allows them. It facilitates all of their other traffic, whether it's human trafficking. And human trafficking, there's a huge difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. Human smuggling is when you bring somebody and you drop them off at their last point. Human trafficking is when you bring them in and they remain in servitude. They remain in slavery. That's the difference. And everything starts with illegal immigration. If we don't have the proper policies, and by the way, these policies don't cost you anything. We don't need more resources. We don't need more technology. We don't need more infrastructure. The burden should not fall on your shoulders. All we need is policy that doesn't cost you a penny. And if we had the policy, we could shut the border down tomorrow. We saw that under President Trump. We dropped to 45-year lows in illegal immigration under President Trump. It was policy. It wasn't more money. We didn't throw more money at the problem. It was policy. And if we had the proper policy, the problem is, again, it circles back to politics. It circles back to, what does the liberal left want? The liberal left wants this chaos to continue. They're continuing to push the chaos. Look at the activists that permeate the West Wing right now, and that tells you where it's all coming from.
And as a DA, you have to be astonished when you look at certain cities and you see district attorneys that have low bail, no bail policies. They give more rights to the criminals than they do to the victims. And I know all of you have probably seen that in your own community.
We have.
How do you handle that? How do you challenge that?
As the elected DA, I'm responsible for York County. And what we do in York County is, number one, we do everything in our power to hold violent criminals accountable and to put them in jail, period. We do everything in our power to arrest and prosecute people that are illegally using firearms. We do everything we can to prosecute and arrest people who are committing sex crimes, anything of that nature. There's a place for them, and it's called prison. We also have a lot of people in the community that have severe mental health and substance abuse issues. I mean, our prisons have become almost a wasting place for people that are suffering with mental health crises. So while we're attacking on this side, accountability, on the other side, we're doing everything we can to work with all of our community partners to get treatment, to get help for people so that they will not commit more crimes. 95% of everyone that goes into a prison is coming back out. And of those 95% that come back out, half go back in. And the number one indicator is joblessness. So we actually, because again, necessity is the mother of invention, we do work with the Manufacturers Association, with businesses in our community to help people get jobs. Hey, I worked at UPS for 8 years before I became a lawyer. And I'm going to tell you right now that one of the greatest gifts in my life was coming up by working at UPS. And there's what a job can do for you is amazing, and it's something we need to get back to.
Right.
Get people back to work.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
So,
our economy.
Yep.
And everything, I'm going to leave the last word to you, Brandon, everything kind of rolls downhill. If we don't have law and order, like the district attorney said, he has that in place in York County. But if we don't have law and order on a federal level, what does that do to us?
It leaves us in complete and total chaos. If you look at what's going on the border right now, it is absolute chaos. It is monstrous that we're allowing these cartels to operate the way that they're operating. We can stop it tomorrow. We just need the help.
Thank you so much, you guys. I guess the answer is let's just follow the law. Let's follow policy. Let's put someone in office who can do that for us. Thank you.
Right.
Oil, the most precious natural resource known to man. It is the engine that drives every modern economy and has provided the foundation for innovation worldwide. From powering our cities and fueling our vehicles to the more than 6,000 products created from one barrel. Oil has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. Just like the rising sun in the morning, oil has become a part of our everyday lives. There is not one facet of our lives that is not touched by oil or the products created from it. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want to be or not. Every one of us pay for it every day. Let me ask you this. If you're going to be in the oil business anyway and pay these prices, doesn't it make sense to try to learn how to make some money while doing it? At Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn, where you can begin to build your foundational knowledge about the oil and natural gas industry. A perfect place to start would be a morning without oil. This 5-minute video reveals a world that most of us don't even contemplate as possible, a world without oil in it. From there, you can bolster your oil knowledge by downloading one of our oil and gas primers, Oil and Gas 101 or 102. At Panex, we believe it is imperative to educate yourself on all that oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if you decide that you too would like to reap the rewards of oil and gas, great. If not, at least you've bolstered yourself with that information that will last you a lifetime. You owe it to yourself. Go to panex.us/learn and see all that oil can do for you.
America, are you ready to get real? RAV is giving back your voice. Going where mainstream media won't. RAV is home to the most powerful thought leaders in the America First movement. Join the RAV family, booth 26 and 27.
Did you know ESG is impacting every part of your life? From rising gas prices to global food shortages to out-of-control inflation, even losing your freedom of speech and being censored on the internet. It's all being driven by ESG ideology. Who's in control? What can you do about it? Find out in The Shadow State, the first documentary exposing ESG. The ESG movement of governments and corporations operates in the shadows. Only the light of truth can expose it. Watch The Shadow State documentary, streaming now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Ben Carson.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be back here with you once again. You know, I just found out instead of 15 minutes, I only have 10 minutes. But I'm a surgeon and I know how to cut. So, not a problem. But, you know, other thing that's easy for me is that I don't have to spend a lot of time working on what words I'm going to say because I'm not politically correct. And so I don't really care about that. I think that that's a big problem in our society. We're letting media and big tech and people tell us what we can and cannot say. That's a bunch of garbage. We can say anything we want. A lot of people fought for our rights to say what we want to say. And I'm so glad we have this CPAC conference because, as the Bible says in the book of Isaiah, come, let us reason together. And that's what we do. We come and we reason together. Unlike the other side, which doesn't reason, they just like to impose and to mandate. And it doesn't lead to the kind of place that I think Ben Franklin and our other founders worked so hard to give us. You know, our founders have gotten a bad rap by the people on the left. And they try to attribute all kinds of evil intentions to them. I wonder if they ever look in the mirror. You know, I mean, that's where the evil intentions are. And there are no perfect people. There never have been any perfect people except for Jesus. And they crucified him, right? So, you know, we need to stop applying all these litmus tests to people in the past and deciding whether or not they're good or bad people. You know, our founders were amazing individuals. They worked so hard. They studied every single government system that had ever existed in the history of the world. They were eclectics. They took the good things, rejected the bad things, because their goal was to have a government that didn't become like the other kind of governments, which naturally grow, infiltrate, and dominate the people. They wanted something that would allow us to remain free. And it was hard to get. And in 1787 at the Constitutional Convention, it looked like everything was going to fall apart. They couldn't come to agreement. And then Benjamin Franklin, the elder statesman at age 81, stood up and said, "Gentlemen, stop. Let's get down on our knees and let's seek wisdom from God." And they prayed and they got up and they resolved their issues. And maybe that's something that we should learn to do once again. You know, let's not run away from our Judeo-Christian roots and values and try to reestablish our own values, because there is plenty of evil out there, but it exists together with good. And we're the ones who get to decide which direction we want to go in. It makes a big difference. And, you know, we have a situation in our nation right now where we're going to go one way or the other. And, you know, when Franklin came out of that convention hall, he was asked, "What do we have here, sir? A monarchy or a republic?" And he said, a republic, if you can keep it. If you can keep it. We've kept it for 240 plus years so far. But we're in danger of losing it. We're closer to losing it now than we ever have been. We're closer now than we were at World War I, World War II, any of the other world wars, the civil rights movement, anything that's happened in the past has not led us to this point. And we must be extraordinarily vigilant now, and we must be willing to stand up for the things that we believe in. And we have to realize that we are together in this. You know, America is strong when we are united, but we're letting people come in and divide us up on the basis of race, income, age, religion, political affiliation, gender, you name it, and they're trying to divide us up. And it's causing significant turmoil in our society. And you have to realize in the early days of America, we were able to live together in small communities, families of 20, 50, 100 people, 50 miles away from any other groups of people, sometimes speaking different languages, coming from different countries, different thoughts. They were able to subjugate all that for the common good. And not only were those communities able to survive, they were able to thrive and to grow into an incredible nation. And that's because they didn't allow all those little factions to grow and to tear them apart. And that's what the Federalist Papers talk about. That's what Madison talks about. The factions, and how we must be careful, because no matter what we build, if we allow the factions to grow, they will destroy it all. We need to understand what's going on, why these people are working so hard to destroy what's going on here. But the good thing is, there are courageous people here, and there are people who are looking for what's right. And we have entered a new phase in our country. It's Asbury College versus Harvard. And, and I think, like in David and Goliath, Asbury's going to win because it's starting to spread. And the young people are starting to realize that those principles, such as love your neighbor rather than cancel your neighbor, are the things that helped us to grow and to become a strong country. And then we hear a lot about equity in our society. Have you noticed that? We want to have equal outcomes for everybody. Well, that wasn't what made us into a great country. You know, as the administrative state began to grow starting in the early part of the 20th century, they started thinking the government had to move this group up and move this group down to create equal outcomes. We hear about that a lot now. That's not who we are as a nation. That's certainly not who I am as a person. One of the reasons that equity lovers don't like people like me is because they say, you're not supposed to grow up in the environment that you grew up in and be successful because this is a horrible racist country. And you simply aren't supposed to be successful in that setting. What a bunch of crap. You know, that's not happening. But what is happening is that administrative state is getting bigger and more powerful. And look what they did during the Trump administration. They were after him from day one. They were making up all kinds of stories. You had Schrock and Page saying, we got to make sure he doesn't get into the presidency. Senior FBI agents, they're working and colluding with big tech to shut down certain stories and to elevate other stories, to favor one party over another party. And they have the nerve to talk about dangers to democracy. They are the danger to our democracy. And there's one thing that Senator Schumer said that I agree with, and I think it's probably only one, but he said in terms of the FBI and the various agencies that they had 6 ways to Sunday to get you if you disagreed with them. And I don't know if he was saying that as a point of information or as a threat, but it is a threat to us, but we must be willing to stand up to that threat and recognize that it's us. We are the only ones who can fix this problem. The government's not going to fix it. It's going to be we, the people, who have the courage to stand up. And you look at things like the way the administrative state handled COVID. And I could talk about that for a long time, but all I have to say, I think, is that the FDA, at the time that all this was going on, the head of the FDA is now on the board of Pfizer. Do I need to say anything more than that? And at HUD, we had all of these deep state people who tried to stop the Trump policies, but we got them done anyway, and we're going to continue to get them done anyway. And one of the things that I'm announcing today is the Executive Branch for America. That's part of American Cornerstone Institute, and it is going to give people what they need to know, particularly college students, young staffers, what you need to know about the government so that you don't have to, so that you can hit the ground running, because we need to get these people in, because 90% of the career employees are people who live in this area, who have the politics of this area, who slow things down, who push things forward. We've got to be able to do much better than that by understanding this process. So that's what the EBA is all about. And this will help us to determine and answer the question, which Benjamin Franklin said, if we can keep it. It's a wonderful system that we have. Don't let anybody tell you anything that's different from that. But we're the ones who are going to have to do it. And if you want to know, can we keep it, find a World War II veteran and ask them what was going through their head and D-Day when they are on the shores of Normandy and all of those people were being shot and they stepped over those dead bodies, knowing in many cases they would never see their loved ones or their homeland again. Why did they do it? They did it for you and me so that we could live in peace and safety. Ask them if we can keep it. We can with all of us. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of the National Rifle Association, Wayne LaPierre.
Thank you. And I applaud all of you for being here today. You know, I've been coming to CPAC for years, and I'll tell you, it's always great to see so many young people here. You're the future of this country, and don't ever forget it. You know, when I was young, I believed in our government institutions. I had then, and I still have today, a profound appreciation for the checks and balances, guaranteed individual rights, and the constitutional republic that our founding fathers established. I believed that this country was different than others in a noble and a virtuous way. And I learned very quickly that our freedoms need to be protected by all of us. In fact, I've spent much of my career fighting for Second Amendment freedom. Today, we're on the cusp of losing our founders' vision forever. Anti-gun, anti-freedom politicians are shamelessly and illegally using the awesome power of government to trample those rights, to exact revenge on their political adversaries, to destroy organizations and individuals who get in the way of their personal political agendas. Let me be very specific about what I'm talking about. Back in 2016, when the polls confirmed that the men and women of the NRA played a major role in defeating Hillary Clinton, our political opponents embarked upon a sinister scheme to wipe NRA off the political map. They plotted to weaponize the offices of state attorneys generals in nearly every anti-gun jurisdiction in the United States. And in New York, the governor's office and the Department of Financial Services, which is as powerful as any financial regulatory body in America, including the federal government. To put it simply, they unleashed the vast power of state governments and regulatory agencies in an attempt to crush and destroy us. It started in New York when then Governor Andrew Cuomo and Maria Volo, who was head of the Department of Financial Services, they sent letters to the CEOs of all banks and insurance companies all across the country, making it clear that unless their financial institutions stopped doing business with the NRA, they would find themselves in the crosshairs of New York government agents to be harassed, hassled, and persecuted into submission. They tried to blacklist the NRA. The message was crystal clear. If you are a regulated financial institution, you should drop the NRA or else. In fact, Cuomo stated it plainly when he said, quote, "If I could have put the NRA out of business, I would have done it 20 years ago," and he hoped to do just that. This blatant weaponization of government power was designed for only one purpose: to silence our voices, to destroy the power of our collective fight for freedom, to cut out our tongues, and ultimately force NRA to shut its doors forever. In fact, listen to this. Their own press release that they sent out warned that companies doing business with the NRA, quote, had a responsibility to act and would suffer reputational risks if they continued partnering with the National Rifle Association or any other pro-Second Amendment organization. You see, Cuomo and Vullo knew that without a bank account, the NRA's ability to operate was threatened. We couldn't write checks. We couldn't process membership dues or contributions. And we couldn't pay our employees or even our electric bill. And as a direct result of their threat, there were banks and insurance companies that sure enough went out and severed their ties with the NRA. Not because they didn't agree with us on our cause, but because they didn't want to be targeted and crushed by Cuomo and the New York government. This wasn't some backroom scheme. It was all out in the open, plain to see. Cuomo even publicly bragged when he said, and I'm quoting him here, "The regulations New York put in place are working. We are forcing the NRA into financial jeopardy. We won't stop until we shut them down." Well, the men and women of the National Rifle Association, and I'm so proud of them, didn't shrink from the fight. In fact, we sued them successfully. A senior judge in New York 3 times overruled motions to dismiss our claims, and the NRA was headed toward its day in court. But late last year, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals shockingly reversed a portion of the decision of the trial court and dismissed the NRA claims against Vullo. This decision, and I'm going to say it slow, if it's allowed to stand, would mean that government regulators can use their nearly infinite powers to silence and destroy any organization in pursuit of their own personal political agenda. This is one of the most chilling decisions ever rendered by a federal appellate court in our nation's history. And make no mistake, if this dangerous precedent is allowed to stand, any politician or government agency would have the license to use their regulatory powers and authority, including investigations, crippling fines, threats, blacklisting campaigns, abusive litigation, and more, to destroy any person, any company, or any organization they consider their political enemy. Is that the kind of America you want to live in? Hell no! The stakes, me either. The stakes couldn't be higher. And so today, I'm proud to announce to all of you here at CPAC that the National Rifle Association of America has filed a petition with the United States Supreme Court seeking a review of one of the most important First Amendment cases in our nation's history. Because this case is going to decide if every American still has a guaranteed freedom of speech and assembly, or if government officials can weaponize their powers to take down anyone that they don't like. This just isn't NRA's fight. This is your fight. This isn't a liberal or conservative fight. This is a fight for all Americans, regardless of where you live. This isn't a Republican or Democrat fight. It's an American fight. It's the fight for every American who's ever cared about their First Amendment rights. That's why many legal experts and constitutional scholars, and I'm happy to say the American Civil Liberties Union, that's right, the ACLU, are on our side. You know, the very idea that all of us right here and right now can speak together freely, collaborate, use our collective voices to advocate for the policies and principles we believe in, that's a special American freedom. And for decades, tens of millions of American gun owners and patriots have stood together under the NRA banner and fought for American freedom and Second Amendment freedom. Not with guns, not with violence, but passionately and peacefully with our First Amendment rights. For us, and for all of you, the most powerful weapon we have is our collective voice. I've always viewed the NRA's greatest strength as its ability to amplify the voices of Americans all across this country who carry a passion for freedom deep in their hearts. Our strong collective voice depends entirely on our First Amendment freedom to assemble, speak freely, and advocate for those causes we hold dear. And you know as I do, if the government can take away our First Amendment freedom, the Second and all our other freedoms are not far behind. So let me ask you, are you ready to saddle up and ride and fight for our freedoms, hang the lanterns, go out and sound the alarm? Because it's time to be all in this fight, because all of our freedoms, all of our way of life, all of it is on the line. So let's fight for freedom. By God, let's save the First Amendment, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
I want to repeat again, this is what our goal should be. Our goal should be to encourage people to vote in person on Election Day. We should not have mass mail-in balloting. We should not have early voting that goes on for weeks and weeks beforehand. And we should demand that systems are in place to ensure that ballots are counted on Election Day, not for days and weeks and months afterwards. What's so hard about this?
And now we have some important...
Okay, if you're married, now's a great time for a restroom break. But if you're not, we created a dating app for conservatives called The Right Stuff. It's live in the App Store and free to use. And right now, with things the way they are, the best thing we can all do is stick together. So download The Right Stuff today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Debanking. JP Morgan, chasing away small business. Please welcome CEO of Revere Payments, Wendy Kinney. Conservative political commentator, John Cardillo. CEO of Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story. And your moderator, host of The Bill Walton Show, Bill Walton.
Wait for Bill.
We're good.
That we are.
That we are. So, guys, I've got a confession to make. You know, I was a CEO of a New York Stock Exchange, publicly traded financial. But did you know that I went to Davos?
Ooh. I don't know if I should stay or go, Bill.
Just once. And when they called me about whether I was going to go back, I said, well, no, I don't want to come back. And I said, well, why not? And I said, well, you all are pushing a very aggressive, progressive, woke agenda. And I just don't think I fit in there. Well, what do you mean? I said, well, all you want to do is take people's freedom, their dignity, their money, and their faith. And so if your agenda succeeds, there are going to be a lot of unhappy people. And the money part is what we're going to cover in this panel, because we've had a lot of interesting, you saw Don Jr., fantastic. We can add PNC to the list of banks that are debanking people. And we've got, I think, a really interesting group of small business people. People interact directly with banks day to day and can talk about what it means to be debanked. Glenn Story.
Thank you, Bill. Well, I can say this, I wasn't at Davos, and I never will be. Anyway, my name is Glenn Story. I'm the founder and CEO of Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative cell phone company. And some may ask, how are you Christian, or how do you label yourself as Christian? It's pretty darn easy. We put God first in everything we do. And Jesus is at the helm, and we're around, and we're his support. And, you know, we look at it and say, everything that we do, we look at biblical principles and say, what do you do? What do we do with this? Well, Patriot puts God first, and then we have 4 principles. First Amendment, Second Amendment, right to life, military and first responders. So you look at that, and that's not political in nature. That is just biblical principles. And we look at it and say, okay, Patriot Mobile, we were down at the border last month. We fed 2,500 soldiers, police officers, and fire department. It was amazing. So anyway, that's Patriot Mobile in a nutshell.
Well, John, you're now you've had a great career as a journalist and a radio commentator. You're now in the private equity business, and you've had a lot of experience with your portfolio companies and their problems with their banks.
Yeah, so I've been obviously was in media. A lot of you guys know me from there. I'm a very timid Twitter personality. I'm never controversial, but been a partner at a private equity fund. Most people don't know that for the last few years. And the fund had been around about 20 some odd years. We decided to get into the defense sector, ammunition, firearms, and we were debanked. Every account we had at a certain bank was debanked because of one wire for ammunition. And when we spoke to the bank, and we were importing some ammo, I said to them, well, this is kind of ridiculous, because before I can import a round of ammunition, a few cents, right, 20-something cents, I've got to get approvals from the ATF. Then I've got to wait and get an international import certificate with another 6 federal agency approvals, right? We're vetted from here till the end of time, but some green-haired, woke, diversity, ESG, DEI board member can arbitrarily decide that they don't like our business and force the C-suite to end our banking relationships. Now, the banking relationships that allow us to keep in place are audited. So instead of getting a wire transfer out like a normal company or person in 5-10 minutes, ours sometimes now take 3 days in or out if they're related to our firearms defense business. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's the biggest problem facing the American economy that few people are talking about, because forget us as a fund. We have the ability to deploy solutions. We went out and we were able to buy a piece of a state-chartered bank. The gun shop down the road can't do that. But I'll tell you how ridiculous it's getting. A cardboard box company reached out to me. They make cardboard boxes. They were debanked because they make boxes for ammo companies and for DEF, diesel exhaust fluid companies, because they're in the firearms and fossil fuel space, and their ESG footprint was too large for these banks. Now, I had a great conversation, we'll get into it later on, with Senator Mike Lee, Chip Roy, Thomas Massey, a couple of great conservative congressmen last week as to what can be done. And there are solutions. There are things we can do, and we can be very punitive to these banks and these board members, but we really have to get proactive about it, because it's not going to end with us. It's going to eventually come for you because of your Facebook postings and your Twitter and your tweets and your Instagram posts. So we've got to get very serious. We've got to get very proactive, and we've got to be brutal fighting back.
Wendy Kinney.
Yes, well, I think eventually is here. So eventually isn't far off. I think there's story after story of people being debanked. We're Revere Payments. Thank you very much for having us. And we are a Christian payment company. So all of the people that you hear about who get shut off by PayPal and Stripe and various others, we are here. We've been here for 20 years. Everything about our company is biblical from beginning to end. Jesus Christ is our chairman of our board, and he runs the company. And that's how we do business. So with that said, ESG is a big deal. This is the path we seem to be venturing down. I have a friend who has basically a data company. They're a computer data service company, and their bank declined them because they will use too much electricity.
Yeah.
Because that will impact their ESG footprint. So everything is about ESG right now, environmental, social governance, for those who don't know. And the banks are looking at their scores. So now if you do something they don't like, then they don't want to have anything to do with you, because if their score is low, then the bank's not interested. Just like the cardboard.
Well, all these things interrelate. I mean, the World Bank, David Malpass, who's a great guy, was just forced out as chairman of the World Bank because he wasn't focused enough on climate change. And they're bringing in the CEO, longtime CEO of MasterCard, who is a climate fanatic. He thinks the whole earth is coming apart because of it. But he tied the bonuses of the MasterCard employees to their achievement of ESG scores.
Yeah.
And this is pervasive. This is the head of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, is is notorious. He thinks we ought to spend $150 trillion, and he said, well, the governments can't put up all the money, so the banks are going to have to. And he's been leading a consortium to put up $150 trillion for climate change. But, you know, coming back to your businesses, there's something very pernicious right now being pushed, central bank digital currencies.
Amen.
And that's one that you really got to keep your eye on, because if that happens, we're all out of business.
That's
we're
right.
going to be banking with Janet Yellen.
That's right.
Yeah, we are. You know, there's another important nuance that the banks are trying to sneak in. So we've always looked at banks, and any large corporation, publicly traded, if your pension fund is invested into it, et cetera. Bill knows more about this than anybody, as the shareholder being of paramount importance. Well, they're quietly changing the nomenclature. Now it's about the stakeholder. So what's a stakeholder? Well, the stakeholder is the BLM activist that might use that ATM who's not even a client of the bank. They want that lunatic, that radical leftist, on par with you. If everything you have is invested in that bank, if your auto loans, your mortgage are with that bank, all your savings account, your 401k, your money markets, they want this lunatic radical to be on par with you with regards to how your bank treats you. But unfortunately, it's worse than that. And I put a lot of the blame for this on Maxine Waters when she had financial services. The woman is a criminal. She should be in handcuffs. That's another story. But she drove these banks and these board members to be so punitive inside the bank that when I was talking to Senator Mike Lee about this last week, he feels some of this action might be criminal extortion because they're damaging your value, your shareholder value, your depositor value to such a degree in pursuit of ESG and DEI. They're essentially stealing money from you at this point. And when I say we need to get punitive, it might need to go to criminal sanctions against these board members. I would love to see that happen.
Hey, but there's one really cool thing.
But who's going to bring the criminal sanctions? I'm curious.
Well, that's the problem, right? We don't.
Right.
One of the things we don't do on the right is we do not weaponize within the confines of the law and the Constitution our prosecutors like the left does. And until we do that, we need mutually assured destruction from a prosecutorial standpoint. Right? I began my career in law enforcement. I know this well. Unless we go there, they're never going to stop coming.
Yeah, there's a real beauty, though. A good friend of mine, John Rich, he and let's just say a couple of guys, Ben Carson, Larry Elder, they went out and bought a bank. And the real beauty of it is they're not a political bank. They want to serve middle America. They are a chartered bank. They're going to launch on July the 4th. And I'll say this, if you have a place to go and put your money, you always want to put it with somebody that's like-minded.
Of course.
I think that's the beauty of Patriot Mobile. We're a conservative alternative.
Well, John, which one of you have been involved in starting a bank or working with a smaller bank? I mean, one of the things that Dodd-Frank did and all the other regulatory overreach is that they've made it almost impossible to find an alternative to the big banks like J.P. Morgan and
That's
PNC.
right. Yep.
And so we talk about a market where we could find somebody else, another institution to bank with. They're hard to find. You know, it takes...
Hard to find. They're not always for sale. We happen to have gotten lucky with a percentage that worked for us. But look, we still have to go over the Fed for certain wires. So sure, we can send them out and bring them in, but they're held up now. It may take 48, 72 hours where it used to be 20, 30 minutes. You'd see the credit.
Yeah, and as I think about all these issues are interrelated. I mean, we really need to knock out the regulatory thicket and financial regulation so we can have entrepreneurs starting banks. I mean, it used to be we'd see 50, 60 community banks started every year. Since Dodd-Frank, we've seen 4 in the last 12 years.
But they are out there. So let's give them a little bit of good news because they are
good
out
news.
there. Yeah, because you need. Well, I mean, this has been kind of a downer, right?
Yeah.
So, but the banks are out there. There are Christian banks out there, Christian credit unions out there. There are banks like John Rich's bank that's coming to be. We have several banks, especially in the firearms industry. So there are banks out there.
But if you dug into this central bank digital currency and how that it's going to affect your business,
awful.
Well,
I think everybody needs to understand that this is one of the biggest ones we face.
and I think people don't really understand the whole concept of digital currency. I mean, that's something that people don't understand. I think it's a great idea. It's not a great idea.
It's horrible.
This is a horrific idea. Oh, explain it. Explain digital currency. So basically, we're centralizing our currency. That our currency will become controlled, right? So everything about our life will be government controlled. So the government can take your currency. It can give you currency. It can, based on anything, based on your behaviors. It can watch everything you're doing. So it's really like living in communist China.
So it's like your checking accounts at the Federal Reserve.
Yes.
So they can,
No
other
privacy.
thing they can do
There's
is
no privacy to it.
they can block purchases. So
They can block purchases.
if you
but they
wanna
can,
buy
That's
something,
what
That's
scares
the
me.
scary thing.
They can alter your behavior. So you talk about the green agenda, or you talk about DEI or something like that. They can watch everything you're doing. They can track you. They can track your information. So people have to really, diving into this digital currency is extremely important. We won't have time on our panel. Maybe we'll get another shot at this. But digital currency is very scary.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's the scariest thing we're faced with
Other
right
than
now.
AI.
I mean, the borders are scary, there's no question. But when, let's just say you have $100 in the bank and it's digital. Well, let's say you like cheeseburgers. All of a sudden you have too many of them. Well, we don't think you need a cheeseburger.
That's right.
We don't think you need this.
That's
Now, I'm
right.
being silly,
No,
but hey,
this is real.
it is a scary
imagine Mike
thought.
Bloomberg in charge.
Oh my goodness!
Right.
So,
Yeah, but it goes beyond that, right? I have a diesel pickup, right? What if they decide with a digital currency, nope, you've driven enough. Your carbon footprint is too large, and when I go to the gas pump,
right.
I'm declined because I've driven too many miles that year,
right.
and they deem I don't need to go any further. I mean, this can get very chilling and very dystopian very quickly, and we're already down that slope, and it's rolling downhill fast.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
So you all are, what's our line of action if you're a small business, medium-sized, or a person? How do you organize your banking business so you don't get canceled?
Well, I think you start to go to banks that are friendly to us, and they exist. So I don't want you to think for a minute that you're locked into the big banks, because you're not. There are many, many banks on a community level, and then, of course, some here that we're talking about today. I'm trying not to exactly plug them, but there are several of them. So you go to a community-friendly bank. You change your services. We have almost everything in our ecosystem, I would say, in the right. I mean, we even have a dating app for those of you apparently downstairs, if anyone's single. But we have cell phones. We have merchant services. We have banking. We really do have a world that we can move away from this woke culture that hates us. Why would anyone want to do business with people who hate them?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I don't have anything else to add to that. We're of like mind. What I will say is I've been pressuring the members of Congress I know, and they've been very receptive. Like I said, I spoke to Senator Lee and Representatives Roy and Massey. Tell your Congress people and your senators on the federal level, it's not enough to subpoena the C-suite of the bank, the CEO, the CFO. They'll come lawyered up. You got to get the board. You got to get the board into public hearings, nationally televised, and you got to request the board meeting minutes or subpoena them and read publicly who is saying what and who those board members are driving these bad policies that are tanking your value and discriminating against conservatives. Bring these people out into the light, because they have far too much power in the darkness. That's a tangible solution we can deploy today that'll start making a difference.
Yeah, I was just going to say, no question. You hit the nail on the point, you hit the nail on the head. With respect to what you said, Wendy, it is all about partnering with like-minded folks.
Absolutely.
I never say anything bad about anybody. Let them do what they want. But I know that I can call my banking officer, which I did today, and I said, what do you think about this? She goes, look, the banking industry in general, since the history of the country, has been conservative in nature. It's only until very recently that they've been leaning to the left, and I can't tell you why. I have a pretty good idea, but you get these HR departments that are very liberal in nature, and they're trying to clamp down on all this Black Lives Matter stuff. But at the end of the day, banking is freedom. Deposits, loans, that's where you bring the guys with money that need money and you put it together. That's kind of disappeared.
I started out my career as a banker. Those are the good old days.
Right.
But your point about singling out board members, I think that's essential. Saul Alinsky had the strategy of taking issues. My mic doesn't seem to be, can you hear it? How's this? Yes. All right, well. I got to do more practicing to do this stuff. Anyway, Matt Schlapp, we wrote a letter to Walmart when Walmart snuck a change in their health care policy through, basically allowing unlimited abortion anytime, anywhere, in any trimester, quadmester, whatever you wanted. It was egregious. And we had this letter teed up, and we said, well, wait a second. Let's not address it to Walmart, the corporation. Let's address it to the individual board members. And having come from that world, these individual board members do not want to be singled out. They don't want their name in the paper. They don't want to be associated with this. So people hide behind the corporate veil, and we got to pierce the veil to point out who are the individuals that are doing
We need to shame them.
Yeah. Sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Yeah. Shame them, shame them, shame them.
Yep. Was that loud enough? Okay.
Well, we're at 2 minutes.
Hey, okay, we're getting our 2-minute warning. Why don't you guys wrap up?
You know, I'll wrap up very quickly. I want to just say thank you to Matt and Mercedes. You guys are champions, you're warriors, and you guys are always out front leading the charge. So thank you very much. And you know that we're praying for you guys, for CPAC, and all the conservatives in general.
Yeah, I'm going to second that, because I had lunch with Matt and Mercy not long ago, and I brought this issue up, and 15 minutes later, I was up at the CPAC offices, and we had this panel in the works. And thanks, guys. You were incredibly proactive on this. It's such an important issue. So, and thanks for all of you for being here. It's a great turnout. I really appreciate it.
And I'm going to third that, because Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and the entire board of CPAC are incredibly brave. What they do and what they stand for and what they fight for every single day on our behalf. I don't think the average person, even coming to this tremendous and fabulous experience, realizes what they go through and the hits they take personally, they take to their families, they take in their life. They really get punched hard. And I just thank you, Matt. We pray for you, we love you, and we love your bravery. Keep fighting, and we're with you.
All right, those are final words. Thank you.
Under the clock.
Great, thanks, guys. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, AARP. Over $1 billion. Wow. That's what AARP was paid in corporate royalties in a single year, totaling over $9 billion through the last decade. Most of it derived from United Health, one of the nation's largest health insurance corporations. So wait, AARP earned billions partnering with big insurers while also lobbying Congress on changes to Medicare? AARP advocates for who exactly these days? Paid for by American Commitment.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Miami, Mayor Francis Suarez.
Thank you so much. I love being in Washington, D.C. Reminds me of my hometown in Miami. Sunny,
and warm. I really would like to thank Matt and Mercedes and CPAC for this incredible invitation to be here to talk about Miami and its role as a beacon of freedom across our beautiful country. And I'd also like to recognize the brave people of East Palestine, Ohio. They're dealing with a mass contamination event, as you all know, one caused and worsened by the failure of the federal government to lead or act. The people of East Palestine need our help, and they need answers, not photo ops or failures to act. Our government is failing us, and so is our president. I want to especially recognize someone who has led the people of East Palestine, someone who's cared for them, who stood with them, and who continues to stand up for all of them. Mayor Trent Conaway. You see, mayors, we're not like other politicians. We are expected to make a difference, not a statement. We deal in substance, not stunts, results, not rhetoric. We're expected to deliver, to have answers, not anger. When tragedy strikes, from hurricanes to tornadoes to mass violence and turmoil, our people turn to us. We are there to comfort them. We are there to protect them. And we are there to lead them. These are the values that this conference has defended for decades. But sometimes it seems that many of those who served in Washington dismiss the role of local elected leadership. In Miami, we've embraced the conservative values of keeping everyone safe, keeping everyone's taxes low, and keeping everyone free to innovate and create. It has created the Miami Miracle, a national model that now drives Florida's growth. And as I said, it starts with 3 simple principles. First, everyone has a right to be safe in public and secure in their home. While other cities made the mistake of defunding their police, we fully funded our police. And you won't be shocked to know what the results were. We had the lowest homicide rate per capita since the 1960s. This freedom has created a true safe place where every citizen can be free. And today's Miami has exposed the lie of the defund police movement. Second, when you cut taxes and regulation, you increase prosperity for everyone. We cut taxes to the lowest level in history. And guess what happened? We grew tremendously by 12%, the second most in our recorded history. So it turns out there's a correlation between less government and more growth. Third, we welcomed innovators. We didn't cancel them like other cities. While other cities pushed out their innovators, like famously in New York City, that pushed out Amazon after they won the HQ2 prize. And of course, in California, they said, F Elon Musk. And he replied, message received, and left. In Miami, when they said, what if we move Silicon Valley to Miami, I responded with a simple phrase, how can I help? And because of that, we're number 1 in the nation in wage growth. We're number 1 in the nation in tech job growth. We're number 1 in the nation in pandemic recovery. We're number 1, you got it. You get the point, right? So our formula for success and our recipe for success, which we think is scalable to create American prosperity, is simple. We keep taxes low, we keep people safe, and we lean into innovation. And that is a formula for America's prosperity. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the Holy Land. Please welcome former Special Assistant to the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Milstein, and host, Biana Schlapp.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I don't know about you all, but I think one of the best parts of CPAC is we get to see just how big and vibrant the conservative movement is, and not just here in America, but across the globe. CPAC has been partnering with different organizations and doing international CPACs. This summer, we had the privilege of going to the Holy Land, which is what we're going to talk about today. So, David, what does it mean that CPAC went to the Holy Land?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here and to be back at CPAC. It was very, very special that CPAC decided to prioritize going to Israel. Israel is one of America's best friends and closest allies in the entire world. And it was an incredible delegation. We went all over the land of Israel. We went up to the Golan Heights and saw Israel's security challenges to its north. We went into Judea and Samaria to see Israel's biblical heartland. We went into Jerusalem and saw the Western Wall, thousands of years of history, also even the city of David, where King David actually established Jerusalem as the capital of the Israelite kingdom going back 3,500 years ago. It was a very, very special trip, but it also goes to show that an organization, CPAC, that is such an important part of the conservative movement, showing the world that the conservative movement and the Republican Party strongly stands by Israel. And so to lead such a high-level delegation, especially at a time when much of the international community, and we've seen some hostility from the Biden administration towards Israel, it's very, very problematic. So for an important organization like CPAC to go to Israel means a tremendous amount.
Yes, so you mentioned the CPAC delegation. This delegation consisted of 3 U.S. ambassadors who were all greatly helpful in facilitating peace in the Middle East through the Abraham Accords. So, David, I was hoping you could tell us, where do the Abraham Accords stand today?
It's a great question. So very briefly, the Abraham Accords came to happen because of 2 main factors. One, it was Prime Minister Netanyahu back in 2015. He came to Congress and spoke out so courageously against an Iran deal that even if Iran followed the deal, it would have paved Iran's path to an arsenal of nuclear weapons. And you combine that with the entrance of the Trump administration that put aside the failed and misguided false premises of how the U.S. should approach the Middle East in the past and recognize the importance of standing with Israel, but not just standing with Israel, making historic decisions in support of Israel, like recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, like moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, like recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, like saying that Jewish communities in Judea and Samaria are part of the land of Israel and not illegal. All these historic decisions, much of the foreign policy establishment falsely thought that it would actually create more violence in the Middle East, and instead it actually showed that when America stands unequivocally with Israel, when we also, by the way, leave the Iran deal and put maximum sanctions pressure on the Iranian regime, and, oh, by the way, knock out Qasem Soleimani, the number 1 terrorist in the entire world, which President Trump had the courage to order, you do all those things, you actually are able to bring the Gulf Arab states and Israel together. And also you remove what has been a canard in the foreign policy establishment that somehow you need to make or facilitate peace between Israel and the Palestinians first before you try to have a wider peace agreement. And that's not the case. The central cause for violence in the Middle East is not the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's actually the regime in Tehran that is the number 1 state sponsor of terrorism in the world. So fast forward to the Abraham Accords. The Trump administration was able to facilitate peace between Israel and the UAE and Bahrain and Morocco and even Sudan. And we've seen these things grow, not because of the Biden administration, but in many respects despite the Biden administration. And we've seen that in the last 2 months. Israel and Sudan has more finalized their peace agreement. It's an incredibly big deal that Sudan itself was able to turn the page in its approach to Israel because it was Back in 1967, right after the Six-Day War, the Arab League met in Khartoum, which is the capital of Sudan, and declared that there would be no recognition, no peace, and no negotiations with Israel. And now you've seen that completely change. You've seen a country that was helping the Iranians and Hamas and all these other terrorist organizations push that all aside, and now they've made genuine peace with Israel. You've seen Saudi Arabia, while not yet part of the Abraham Accords, allow flights over its airspace, Israeli airlines to fly over its airspace, which is a really, really big deal. And you've also seen, actually just a few weeks ago, Oman, which still also, like Saudi Arabia, doesn't have formal ties to Israel, also allow Israeli flights to fly over its airspace. And all this is happening and growing, particularly also at the commercial level, because you're seeing billions and billions of dollars in investment between Israel and these Gulf Arab states. And it's a warm peace. It's coming from the bottom up. And so that shows that these things are going to continue to last. And it's a very special thing to watch and be a part of.
And one last question.
Yes.
Why is it important that America keep Israel as a strategic ally?
Absolutely. So very quickly, we have roughly 50 seconds left. Unfortunately, we've seen calls in the Democrat Party, particularly the Squad, who slander Israel, who call for conditioning or eliminating military assistance to Israel. And just very quickly, I want to say that really America has no better friend in the world, in my view, than Israel. That military assistance that we provide Israel, which is $3.8 billion a year, is a drop in the bucket to the return on investment that we receive from Israel, the intelligence cooperation, the technology sharing. The fact is that Israel simply asks for the military assistance and the capabilities it needs to defend itself by itself. But when it shares our values and when it shares our enemies, they're basically an outpost for America in one of the most dangerous regions in the world. So it's more important than ever that all of us come together to strongly support Israel, because supporting Israel is in America's national security interest as well.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Israel's democracy via the deep state. Please welcome Director of the Center for Middle East and International Law at the Antonin Scalia School of Law, Eugene Kantorovich, host of The Josh Hammer Show, Josh Hammer, and your moderator, CPAC Senior Fellow for Israel and Jewish Affairs, Yitz Tendler.
Okay, good afternoon, CPAC. It is good afternoon. It is so great to be here with two towering legal minds and great patriots, American patriots, Josh Hammer and Professor Eugene Kantorovich, to talk about a bunch of exciting issues. But before we talk about those issues, I know this is a very biblically literate audience. And you all are familiar with the Book of Esther, which is a book which will be read by Jews around the world in just a few days. We're celebrating the anniversary of the miracles that occurred in those books. And it's an ancient story of anti-Semitism and a miraculous salvation that the Lord allowed the Jewish people of the time to be saved. Looking at America today, question for my two panelists here. What are some thoughts you have about Jew hatred today in the United States of America? Some parallels you see, some insights? Josh, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so great to be back at CPAC. So, look, I mean, our stance when it comes to Jew hatred, anti-Semitism should be clear, unequivocal, unambiguous. We despise it, we loathe it, and has no part of our movement whatsoever. Period. Full stop, end of story. And, you know, I'm grateful to CPAC and to Matt Schlapp, who had a very powerful statement condemning Nick Fuentes just yesterday. But we've seen these outbursts just from all across the spectrum, whether it's the Ilhan Omar on the far left to Kanye West and Nick Fuentes. I'm not even going to call them the far right. I won't dignify them with that term. But wherever it comes from, we have an obligation and duty to condemn it. It is evil, and that's it. It's really that simple.
Excellent.
Thank you, so today, the most important kind of anti-Semitism is the anti-Semitism that makes the largest number of Jews unsafe. And the largest number of Jews in the world live in the state of Israel. And a political program, even if it doesn't announce itself as anti-Semitic, that limits Israel's ability to defend itself, that supports the Palestinian Authority as it pays for the murder of Jews, that calls for areas of Jews' historical homeland, Judea and Samaria, to be off limits for Jews, to be Judenrein, that is a program that is in practice anti-Semitic and demands by the current administration that Jews not live in parts of their biblical homeland. It's hard to come up with a nice name for that.
Thank you, Eugene. Okay. On to some of the more wonky issues to discuss. The topic of this panel has to do with Israel's judicial reform. Many of you here in this audience probably know there's a lot of uproar around judicial reform in Israel specifically. And recently, Josh, you wrote an article called, which included the term "much ado about nothing," that all this uproar is a little bit overblown, it's a little bit exaggerated. Can you share a little bit about why you think that?
Sure. So, I actually debated Alan Dershowitz on this very issue just a few nights ago. So what's happening in Israel, for those of you who follow the news, you've seen the protests in the streets of Tel Aviv, hundreds of thousands of people just going out there, probably have no idea what in the world they're talking about, to be totally candid with you. And the very first thing to say about what's happening in Israel, from my perspective, is that we shouldn't care. This debate is fundamentally a constitutional separation of powers debate internal to the state of Israel. And the very fact that the world purports to care, that President Joe Biden saw fit to stick his neck out and condemn the Netanyahu government, that is indicative itself of an anti-Semitic double standard, because there is no other country in the world that would be debating a separation of powers dispute between its legislature and its court that would attract the eyes of the United Nations and all of these liberals. The key point, and I'll turn it over to Eugene after this, the key point to bear in mind when it comes to the judicial reform debate in Israel is that the Israeli Supreme Court has arrogated more power to itself than any court in the entire Western world. Anyone in the entire country can effectively bring any lawsuit at any time for any reason whatsoever. And the key part here, in the United States, when you litigate to the United States Supreme Court, the court is going to cite the Constitution if they're going to strike down a statute. Over there, you can strike down a law because it is unreasonable. So these liberal secular elites get elected to the Supreme Court, totally override the entire right-leaning government. It's a total travesty, but thankfully I think that we're going to get it passed.
Excellent.
Yeah, so you're going to hear in Israel that Israel is taking measures that undermine America's shared values with Israel. And nothing can be further from the truth. Because let's talk about what the actual situation is in Israel. In Israel, there is a deep state. There is a small group of elite lawyers and technocrats that have managed to control the country such that elections don't matter. And as they say in Israel, vote right, get left. Because even when you elect a right-wing government, the judges and other bureaucrats prevent right-wing policies from being implemented. So this is what they're doing in Israel that's supposedly against American values. They're discussing having politicians have some role in picking the judges. Currently, the judges are picked by a committee controlled by themselves. In other words, sitting Supreme Court judges control the committee, with a few other lawyers, that picks their own successors. So we're talking about having politicians have some role in the appointment of judges. The Supreme Court in Israel has said that it can consider whether amendments to Israel's pseudo-constitution, to the laws that they have claimed are constitutional, they can declare constitutional amendments unconstitutional as against the true higher secret liberal constitution that only they are privy to. So they can strike down constitutional amendments, and they have said that the Attorney General, who you'd think is the government's lawyer, can veto any government policy without as much as a written opinion. So if the government wants to do reform on the borders, refugee policy, if the government now, as it's talking about, to have a death penalty for terrorists, the Attorney General says, the court's not going to like it, and that's the end of it. And the Attorney General in Israel can come and actually argue in court against the government. The Supreme Court has also declared that it has the power to impeach, effectively, the Prime Minister and remove officials elected by the people. So those are the things we're trying to change in a way that's going to make Israel only more like America, strengthen democracy, and strengthen the values that we hold in common with other Western democracies.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you, thank you. So looking out at this great audience, I see what we call the grassroots core of the conservative movement here in the United States of America. So a two-part question for both of you. Number one is, why should your average rank-and-file CPAC attendee care so much about judicial reform in Israel, number one? And number two is, practically speaking, as activists, what can our activists do to move the needle on this issue?
So great questions. But first, I just want to very briefly emphasize something that Eugene said, because I think it's an important point to drive home. So what Eugene has accurately said is that the court over there has taken unto itself the ability to overturn the Constitution itself. So that is basically the equivalent here of if you have a liberal United States Supreme Court of literally just repealing the Second Amendment, of saying you do not actually have a right to own guns. It is a truly insane system. So I just want to underscore that point. Now, why should the grassroots here care? Well, I have a few reasons for that. One is it's important to bear in mind that what's happening there, so Netanyahu, who I'm a fan of, obviously, he's firmly right of center. His coalition is probably the most right-wing coalition in the history of the Jewish state of Israel in its 75-year history. They cannot get anything done. They literally cannot do anything unless judicial reform passes first, because no matter what they do, the court can then just strike it down on the most arbitrary grounds possible because it is unreasonable to try to incorporate parts of Judea and Samaria into Israel or some other policy that you can possibly think of. So if you support the U.S.-Israel alliance, if you support the Benjamin Netanyahu government, you have a duty, I think, to care about judicial reform, because literally nothing will happen unless this happens first. And one other reason I think to care about this is that the analogies for what the Netanyahu government is going through compared to what Donald Trump went through for his 4 years are incredibly stark. The parallels are actually, I would say, are possibly outright eerie. So both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have been indicted and are being prosecuted for incredibly frivolous, legally dubious grounds, I think would be a mild way of saying it. And just as you have judicial oligarchy over there, Trump fought the deep state. It's the exact same thing. That's why this panel is called the deep state. You have a cloistered cluster of homogenous groupthink liberals who are trying to overturn the will of the democratically elected right-of-center government. That was the exact dynamic Donald Trump faced. It's the exact dynamic Netanyahu's facing now. It's very similar, actually, in a way to kind of what happened in Brazil recently. Poland, Hungary, other countries around the world have faced similar struggles. But it is our duty as conservatives in the U.S., Hungary, Brazil, Israel, wherever, to kind of stand in unison and support one another's efforts, I think.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. It's amazing, and it's almost like it's part of a divine plan. But when you look at the history of Israel, Israel is always at the forefront of fighting every challenge to freedom faced by the West. During the Cold War, Israel was the forward bastion in the Middle East against Soviet communism. During the past 20 years, Israel is at the forefront of the fight against political Islamism. And today, there's a new phenomenon that we see, and we see it in Europe, and we see it throughout the world, which is a threat to democracy that comes from inside Western institutions that seek to redefine democracy. And that's what's happening in Israel. And if they succeed in Israel, it's not going to stop in Israel. There is a new definition of democracy. When they say that they're planning to make this, to end democracy in Israel, obviously they mean promote democracy, as in not have the people's elected officials removable by an elite priestly class that is unelected and unresponsive to the people. But they say, you know what? Democracy no longer means people vote for the government. Democracy means you get the policy results arrived at by, let's say, Germany and France 2 years ago, or you're not democratic. Democracy is about results, right? It's like the new definition of equality. Either you achieve all of the social policies we think are important, or you're not democratic. And that idea is going to come here. It's also an idea about the rule of experts. The rule of experts, and we saw where that got us during the COVID pandemic. But there's something that the American grassroots supporters of Israel, people here at CPAC, and it's so important, I know, for people in Israel to have your support. There's a few things you can do. Normally, I would say Israel's constitutional structure, Israel's political system, is a matter for Israelis. But now that Secretary of State Blinken, now that President Biden have gotten involved, now that they are targeting these reforms, it's important for you to talk to your senators. It's important for American politicians, American activists, to be loudly heard in Israel as saying, if you have political selection of judges, we're still going to be friends with you. Of course, we have political selection of judges here in America. And it's important for Israelis to hear that message because they're feeling very isolated. Now, there's another tactic that is being used by opponents of the reform. They're creating a climate of crisis and hysteria to scare off foreign investors and try to isolate Israel economically. Israel is a small country, and this is something that scares even people who support the reforms, are afraid that it's going to scare off foreign investors, foreign tourists. So now it's more important than ever. If you have a business deal with Israel, do it. If you want to go to Israel, now is the time to do it. It's important for Israel to feel that they're not going to be isolated as a result of not wanting to be governed by an unelected, self-selecting group of lawyers.
Excellent. Go ahead, Joe.
So I want to just emphasize one other key point that Eugene made here, which is this conflation, and it is a disingenuous conflation that the left in Israel and the left in the United States makes between democracy on the one hand and liberalism or progressivism on the other hand. So the judicial reform package that the Netanyahu government is pushing is, by very definition of the word democracy, it is pro-democracy, it is democratic. It's trying to take power back to the people away from unaccountable elites. If you think back to the Dobbs decision, which was a heroic and courageous decision from the Supreme Court last June, the left did the exact same thing here. They said that this was an anti-democracy, anti-democratic move to overturn the wretched decision of Roe versus Wade. But if you think about it, Dobbs was the most pro-democracy decision imaginable. It literally gave power back to the people to decide that the unborn child is worth protecting under the rule of law. So, there's a very plugged-in crowd here, so I would just remind you, be very, very, very vigilant about what the left does here. It is very clever, it's disingenuous, but they know exactly what they're doing. Democracy is not the same thing as liberalism. You can be pro-democracy and conservative, or pro-democracy and liberal, but there are increasingly few of those out there, I think, yes.
And Israel's at the forefront of this battle right now and needs your support.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Eugene. Thank you all. God bless you all. Thanks for everything that all of you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of War Room, Steve Bannon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I'd like to be able to report that we're just in a crisis or there's a crisis coming, but that's not the case. There's no longer a gathering storm. The storm is here. The storm is here. This is the most dangerous time in world history since the late 1930s, early 1940s. And how did we get here? Our betters, our elites led us here step by step by step. What you have now is you have two converging crises. A crisis of capital markets and economics, and a crisis of geopolitical and military. And they're converging very rapidly, and then they're going to conflate. And once they conflate, they're going to spin out of control. And it's anybody's bet. Now remember, we came off of, on 3 November of 2020, 4 years of peace and prosperity. The interest rate, the 10-year Treasury in the evening of 3 November, when Fox News illegitimately called it for the opposition and not Donald J. Trump, of which our nation has never recovered, the interest rate in the 10-year Treasury was 0.8%. 0.8%. Today, for the first time, and God knows when, the entire structure of our interest rates from 1-month Treasuries to 30-year Treasuries went over 4%. Do you understand that the system is set up of debt? It cannot take those type of interest rates. You will be absolutely crushed, and the people crushed the most are the millennials that now have $9 trillion of debt. They are going to be Russian serfs. They're not going to own anything with no possibility of owning anything. Professor Rubini just told us about the financial aspects of it. We're going to have recession, inflation, stagflation, depression, debt crisis. Dr. Doom, who called 2008, said it's only going to get worse because the world's got $300 trillion of debt. Now let's talk about the United States, right? What do we have? $32 trillion debt? That's nothing. The CBO reports you're going to have another $20 trillion of debt in 10 years. You're going to be paying $1 trillion a year in interest payments. It's not sustainable. Who got us here? Well, Joe Biden, yeah, but he got here because of the compromise made by the establishment Republicans in the Senate. They took away the gavel from you. What are they doing right now? You need dramatic cuts. You need dramatic cuts in spending right now, and not one penny increase to the debt ceiling, not one penny. If you prioritize the payments, there's plenty of cash. The cash comes in, we pay off the interest. We pay off any securities that come due. We never default in the debt ever. We pay off Social Security and Medicare. And then we have to have a conversation, right? We have to have a conversation. It's not an easy conversation. All the easy decisions of decades ago. Now, on top of that, this converges, right? This converges on the geopolitical situation. Look what happened since Trump left office. You have the Ayatollahs in Iran, right? Tell us how safe do our allies in Israel feel right now? How safe do they feel? Ayatollahs going to Beijing, having a military ceremony, going to bring Xi to Tehran. You got the merger of the KGB and the CCP. You've got Erdogan. You have our great allies in Saudi Arabia already taking and transferring oil to Chinese currency away from the U.S. dollar. You have North Korea and the radical jihadis in Pakistan. You have a convergence on the Eurasian landmass. And what are we doing? We're turning over our foreign policy to Zelensky to let him determine whether he's going to go take Crimea or not. In all of this convergence, where's Merrick Garland today? Is Merrick Garland at DOJ trying to arrest all the infiltration by the Chinese Communist Party in this country? Is he at DOJ helping Ray say, oh, well, they won't help us on the Wuhan lab? You know, maybe we need help. He's in Ukraine. He's in Ukraine. Yellen goes to Ukraine. She doesn't go to East Palestine, Ohio. She goes to Ukraine. The convergence of these two crises is going to lead us into a third world war. A third world war that are not only going to wipe you out economically and financially in this country, more important, your sons and daughters are going to die on foreign battlefields. Are you prepared for that? Do you support that? No. I can't hear you. Do you support it or not? Because if you don't stand up and fight it, it's going to happen. You can't put all this just on Donald J. Trump. This has to be the American people. You underwrite the entire system. Are you prepared to fight back? Are you prepared to sit down and just take it? The elites say you're too stupid, you're too lazy, and you're too disconnected watching television and watching the bread and circus of modern culture to care. Is that true? No. Are you sure? Yes. Because you underwrite the whole system. The neoliberal neocon system globally is underwritten by you. Your taxes, your pension money, the insurance money, and most importantly, your sons and daughters. You're the one that can tell Congress, hey, not one increase to the debt ceiling, and we want to see massive cuts. We want to see massive cuts in spending, and we want to see it now, not next year. Don't give me some happy talk formula. Don't give me some set of mathematics. I want to see real cuts. Now, when you talk about real cuts, and Russ Votes put it out, the president, Biden's always running around talking about it, $2 trillion in cuts over the next 10 years, I think, in Medicaid. These are going to be tough cuts, okay? Get the woke and weaponization out. Don't think everyone's going to be a fight, a tough fight. But think about it for a second. We have to cut trillions of dollars out of our budget every year to accumulate to trillions of dollars over the next 10 years. Everyone's going to be ugly, right? We're giving $200 billion to Ukraine. We're paying their pensions. We're paying their health care. Do people under 35, do you have pensions that the government's paying for right now? You do not. Do you have full health care? You do not. We are underwriting, which Europe will not underwrite. I have no problem at all. If the Ukrainian people want to fight a Slavic war for the Russian-speaking eastern border of Ukraine, and if they want to go to Crimea and take it back, God bless them. And the Europeans are going to pay for it. We've paid enough in the wars in Europe. We're not a European power. We're a Pacific power. I need them on Capitol Hill and on Wall Street in the city of London to hear you. Can I hear you? Are you going to send your sons and daughters to this war? And this is a room of veterans, and this is a room of patriots that have served their country. Now, let me tell you where the hard part gets. The hard part gets, we've had the oligarchs on the Republican Party, the big hedge fund guys making $16 billion a year, Ken Griffin and Mitch McConnell and Rupert Murdoch. They have deemed, they have told you that Donald J. Trump is not going to be the president of the United States. Don't fall for the primary stuff. You have really good and decent people. Governor DeSantis, Mike Pompeo, Tim Scott. You have Nikki Haley. That's all fine. It's not relevant. We don't have time for on-the-job training for a man that gave us 4 years of peace and prosperity. Show me what Ken Griffin has given us. Show us what Mitch McConnell has given us. Show us what Mitch McConnell has given us. Show us what the Murdochs, a bunch of foreigners, have given us. What have they given this country? Nothing. Donald J. Trump, let me repeat, in a very volatile time in American history, gave us 4 years of peace and prosperity. And you know why? You know why? He put you in the room to make decisions. Out of the room, out of the deal. And Trump not only put you in the room, he put you at the head of the table. And that's why they hate him. They don't hate him. They don't hate him because he's Trump. They hate him because he represents you. He gives you a voice, and he will not back down. Look at Fox News. Look at Fox News. The president announces this is historic. A guy gave you 4 years of peace and prosperity, announced he's going to run again after having it stolen in broad daylight, of which they participate in. They cover it live for 20 minutes, and then they say, if there's anything newsworthy, we'll cut back, and they go to some panel and some discussion. Note to Fox senior management, when Donald J. Trump talks, it's newsworthy. What happened in the first week of January? You had Matt Gaetz and Boebert and the Magnificent Six that stood there and put it all on the line. And what did Fox News do? They rolled out Karl Rove and the hacks from the Bush administration that got us in this mess to say, we need unity. We need unity. We're not looking for unity. We're looking for victory. We're not looking for compromise. We're looking to save our country. We are not what they mean by unity is you to give up and you to roll over. This is how you get $32 trillion in debt going to $52 trillion in debt. This is how you get your kid to die on foreign battlefields in Iraq and Afghanistan and now in Ukraine. That's how you do it, and we're not going to have it anymore. Donald J. Trump is not simply a leader of a political party. He is not a politician. He is a leader of the most powerful political movement in American history. Okay, Murdoch, here's the way it's going to be, brother. You've disrespected Donald J. Trump long enough, okay? He goes to East Palestine and gets the Biden administration. It's a global news event, and you don't cover it live. Is there that much happening on Fox News at 2 in the afternoon that you can't cover him live? He hasn't been on Fox News since he announced for presidency. Let me ask you. Any guy that brought peace to the world for 4 years until the Chinese let off a bioweapon, right? Wouldn't you think, to have respect for the audience, you would have him back up here to talk about the geopolitical? If you had respect for people, wouldn't you do that? They don't respect you. Read the depositions. The deposition, they have a fear, a loathing, and contempt for you. And you're the ones that can make changes. The shareholders, if you want your share price to stay up, You need to take action. The first thing you need to do is get rid of Paul Ryan as an independent director. If Paul Ryan's saying if Trump wins, he's not going to go, then you got to get rid of him. The Murdochs immediately have to start covering President Trump. No special deals. Just cover the man, asking the tough questions. But we need to hear the voice of Donald J. Trump. Hey, and old man Murdoch, while you're at it, why don't you no more softball interviews to the guys running against him and no more infomercials, okay? Play it straight. You play it straight. Donald Trump's going to win the primary, and Donald Trump's going to win the presidency. Let me leave you with what Trump is up against. He's not up against DeSantis or Nikki Haley or Mike Pompeo. He's up against Ken Griffin and Mitch McConnell and Murdoch, okay? They have deemed if he wins the primary, they're going to work for the Democrats just like they worked for Hillary Clinton. I was there. I can tell you they were in Clinton's camp the entire way. All they are is about money. And the only people can stop them on the face of the earth are you, and you. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Remember, Murdoch, you've deemed Trump's not going to be president. Well, we've deemed that you're not going to have a network because we're going to fight you every step of the way. If your task and purpose is to take your country back, this country will be saved.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome leader of Brexit and host of GBTV News Channel, Nigel Farage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. What a lovely welcome. Good afternoon, CPAC. Do you know, when I first came and spoke here, it was in 2012, and I was the only non-American foreigner on the stage. Not that that worried me, because I think that our two countries have a heck of a lot in common. But I come back to CPAC today in 2023, and you go through the coffee rooms and the bars, and you meet people who are here from Japan, where CPAC has events, from Australia, where CPAC has events, from Hungary, where CPAC had its first inaugural events. There are people here from France, from Spain, from Italy, from all over the world, and this conference, this annual conference of CPAC, has now become, for the entire conservative movement across the free world, this is now the epicenter, and it is an amazing tribute to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp to have achieved that. It really is. It really, really is. Now, not for the first time in my life, I find myself today in a bit of trouble with the UK authorities. You see, a story is broken overnight. A lot of WhatsApp messages have been leaked between the Prime Minister, senior officials who were overseeing lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccine mandates, the people that took charge of our country, and the story that's broken overnight. And here it is. I went to Tulsa in the summer of 2020 for Donald Trump's first rally on the campaign tour. And I did that because I'm a friend of his. I did that because I believe in him. I did that because I think he's just about the bravest man I've ever met in my entire life. Trouble was, coming back from Tulsa under bizarre, draconian lockdown rules, it meant I had to quarantine at home for a fortnight. Now, what was a fortnight? What was 14 days? Did it include the day that I'd landed back in the United Kingdom? And I was presented with a dilemma, because for the first time in months, the pubs, our great British pubs, which had been closed for all that time, the pubs were opening. Well, I did the only thing I thought I could possibly do. I was there at 12 o'clock in the morning, knocking on the door, saying, "Let me in. I want to get back in the pub." Not just because I enjoy a beer, but because every pub is a parliament. It's where we have free speech and debates, question each other, make up our minds. Anyway, they let me in. I had a drink. There were one or two photographs, things out on social media. But it turned out that I hadn't actually been in the country for a full 14 days. Even though I'd COVID tested the day before, no, I'd been there, I think for 13 nights and 12 hours. And it led to the leader of our Liberal Party writing to the police. But worse than that, what we've learned overnight is that Matt Hancock, who was our health secretary, absolute pipsqueak of a loser, but never mind. I mean, sort of chap, if you were employing him, you wouldn't even let him wash the cars, in my view, but never mind. And so Hancock's group are talking to each other, and they're saying, because of what I've done, that I'm a pub hooligan. Now, you know, you can call me what you like. I'm not a hooligan. But they actually, in these messages, say they want to get hold of our Home Affairs Department because they want, and I quote, to lock him up. To lock him up. And what this tells me today is a couple of things that matter. And it's this. In the name of coronavirus, governments, state governors in America took away from us liberties and freedoms that had been built, defended, fought for over generations and over centuries. We gave unlimited power to people to lock us inside our houses, to tell us we couldn't visit our elderly relatives, to tell us, in our case, we couldn't even play golf or go fishing. No, we had to do what big government told us to do. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what tyranny looks like. And you know what? On the back of this, I've admitted today that I also broke lots of other lockdown rules. Yeah. I went to meet my elderly parents, often outside in a safe environment. I met friends, sat in the garden, had a barbecue, had a drink. I went fishing. You see, the point is this. When laws become enemies of men, men become enemies of laws. And I will not ever, if any government ever tries to take away my liberties again like that, I'm going to be a rebel from day one, and I suggest you join me in that. Now, in some ways, these are very difficult times for conservatives in the English-speaking world. You guys have to be frank. It's all well and good saying we won the House. The midterms were a big disappointment. We need to look in the mirror and acknowledge that. In other parts of the English world, the Conservative movement's in real trouble. Go north to Canada. Oh, don't you like Justin Trudeau? The trouble is he's not a loser, he's in power, and that's the problem I'm talking about. What he did to the Canadian truckers was beyond comprehension. People who had acted and lived their lives within the law found themselves outside of the law, and in the end, their bank accounts were closed. We can go to Australia, which has now become one of the wokest places on earth. We can go to New Zealand. But hey, there's some good news there. Jacinda Ardern has gone. That at least is a bit of good news. And we can go to the UK, where the Conservatives were elected with a massive majority, much of which I literally gave them on a plate. Elected as Conservatives, they've governed as Liberals. We're tied to net zero and a whole bunch of lunacy. And yet, in Europe, Conservatives are making real progress. They're making real progress in France. They're making real progress in Spain. They're making huge progress in Italy. And I'm not ashamed to say that Giorgia Meloni is my new pin-up. No question about it. So why is conservatism doing well in the non-English speaking world and as badly as it is in our world? I'll tell you why. It's what comes from the West Coast. It's what comes from big tech. It is the dominance of those companies in the English-speaking world that has spread this poison through our systems. I'm hoping and praying that Elon Musk taking over Twitter starts to redress some of this balance. I really am. And we'll see. But these are depressing times for Conservatives. Just this week, in the British Isles, we had a case of a drag queen invited to speak to a group of 11-year-old children. Boys and girls of 11 being told there are 73 different genders. Girls being told they can take a part of skin, a graft of their skin from their arms to make a male implement. That's about the most diplomatic way I think I can possibly put that. And a kid in the class says, my mummy and daddy tell me there are two genders. There are men and women. And a kid of 11 is kicked out of the class. And you know, if you've got kids or grandkids going through the university system, they're not even being taught critical thinking. They're not even being taught objectivity. So it would be easy for this audience, in the wake of a disappointing midterm, in the wake of the catastrophe that is the southern border in this country, in light of rising crime, horrendous rising crime in American cities, in the light of all of these things, it could be easy in a quiet, reflective moment to think we're losing. And maybe we've lost. Maybe we've lost everything. The Judeo-Christian principles upon which our civilization were founded are under attack. The belief that the family is a good thing and a good unit in which to bring up children is viciously under attack. We can easily get down and depressed. I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't get down and depressed. Because whoever dominates mainstream media, whatever you read in the New York Times, if that's what you choose to do in your free time, or whatever you see on CNN or elsewhere, the truth is there is still in America and across the free world, there is still a mainstream majority for common sense, for decency. It's still there. You ask Americans about voter ID. 75% of Americans support voter ID. 50% of Democrats support voter ID. You ask most people about our roots, our family, they agree. Here's why we can win. In Scotland, which if you haven't been, is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. It's part of the United Kingdom. Of course, Donald Trump's mum came from Scotland. He's half Scottish. But in Scotland, for the last few years, they've been under the rule of a First Minister called Nicola Sturgeon. She wanted Scotland to become the most progressive country in the world and started passing crazy legislation. And then a few months ago, she passed a new Gender Recognition Act, where kids of 16, without reference to a doctor, without any parental consent at all, kids of 16 could change their gender, legally change their gender. 80% of Scots didn't want it, but the Scottish Parliament pushed it through. And then a legal case occurred. A man, a really bad guy, who'd committed 2 rapes, turns up in court for his trial wearing a wig, telling the judge and the jury that he's now a woman, gets a long prison sentence and gets sent to a woman's prison, which clearly endangers women. And suddenly, that pendulum that's gone that way for all those years has swung back. Nicola Sturgeon has now resigned as First Minister of Scotland. The legislation has been scrapped, it's gone, and the silent majority have had their voices heard. If they can turn it around in Scotland against a woman with that huge level of power, can you turn it round in this great country of the United States of America? Can you turn this round? I can't hear you. Can you turn this round? Will you turn this round? Good. Well, save America and you'll save the free world. And I love you and thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-founder Strive Asset Management, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. I've been walking the halls. Feel like a lot of you know me this year. And then every 5th person comes up and says, "Are you Kash Patel?" And I'm like, no. I still don't know me. So it's good to be back. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story from a few years ago when I had to make a choice. Okay, this is going to be a speech about choice, by the way. I had to make a choice in 2020. This is back when I was a biotech CEO. It was a multi-billion-dollar company. I'd founded, I'd built it from scratch. But in 2020, after George Floyd died, I was expected to make a statement in favor of the Black Lives Matter movement. It was a choice. I chose not to do it. I said that our purpose as a company is to make medicines, to make products and services for people who need them. But that was the beginning of a 6-month journey that culminated about 6 months later in 3 prominent advisors to my company resigning. And I had to make a choice. Was I going to speak through the filter of corporate self-interest, or was I going to speak freely as a citizen? And from that moment forward, I chose to speak freely as a citizen. Thank you. I wrote Woke Inc. I wrote Nation of Victims. I traveled the country calling out the woke industrial complex in America. I started a new company called Strive to take on BlackRock and the ESG movement through the market itself, saying that it's not their job to tell us to use our dollars in how we live our lives. I called out the 3 secular religions in America that have America in a chokehold today. The first of them is this woke racial religion that says your identity is based on your skin color. That if you're black, you're inherently disadvantaged. That if you're white, you're inherently privileged, no matter your economic background or your upbringing. That your race determines who you are and what you can achieve in life. It's one that Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of the Squad summed up really well when she said, we don't want any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice. I do not fit her description of what counts as a brown voice, I assure you that. But it is a really clever move in this religion, which is this. If your race goes from being about your skin color to being about the content of the ideas you're allowed to espouse, then any disagreement with those ideas automatically makes you a racist. And there is no greater damnation in modern America than to be called a racist. So when given the choice between pledging allegiance to this new religion and being tarred with the scarlet R, that's when everyday Americans started to bend the knee. And that's what created this new culture of fear in America, when it then combined with the second religion. That's a new secular religion in America that says the sex of the person you're attracted to has to be hardwired on the day you were born. It had to be, or else it couldn't be a civil right. But your own biological sex is completely fluid over the course of your lifetime. It makes no sense unless it's a religion. It doesn't match up to reason, it matches up to religion. And then it makes the same move as the first religion. Well, you know what? Peter Thiel, who's a man who's attracted to men, the Advocate magazine, one of the leading LGBTQIA plus magazines, said that Peter Thiel is not gay after he spoke at the RNC because he did not represent the gay voice. So now you're starting to see a pattern. Which then brings us to the doorstep of the third religion that has America in a chokehold, and that is the newest one that looks like it's here to stay until we do something about it, and we will. That is the climate religion in America that says that we have to fight carbon emissions at all costs in the United States while we shift those same carbon emissions to places like China that supposedly, even if you believe in this religion, you would have embraced nuclear energy, which is the best form of carbon-free energy production known to mankind. And yet these people oppose nuclear energy. What's really going on is that the climate religion has about as much to do with the climate as the Spanish Inquisition had to do with Christ, which is to say nothing at all. It is about power, dominion, control, punishment, and apologizing for what we have achieved in this country in the modern West as we know it. So the real question is, what's going on? What the heck is going on in our country where these same religions, not religions of Christ, different religions arise at the same time? What's really going on here? And the answer is that we are in the middle of a national identity crisis in America. Okay, we are so hungry. Take it from me. I'm 37 years old. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1985. I will tell you this, my generation, really every generation of Americans today, we're so hungry for a cause. We're hungry for purpose and meaning and identity at a point in our national history when the things that used to fill our hunger for purpose, faith, patriotism, hard work, family, these things have disappeared. We're hungry to be part of something bigger than ourselves, yet we cannot even answer the question of what it means to be an American today. This is an opportunity for the GOP. This is an opportunity for the conservative movement to rise to the occasion and fill that void with a vision of American national identity that runs so deep that it dilutes this woke poison to irrelevance. I am all in on the America First agenda. Believe me, I'm an America First conservative. I will not apologize for it. But to put America first, we now need to rediscover what America is. And that is why last week I announced my run for U.S. president to deliver a national identity that we are missing in this country. So what does it mean to be an American? It means you believe in merit. That you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. And that is why, as U.S. President, I have pledged to get rid of affirmative action in this country once and for all. It is a national cancer on our soul, and we are done with it. It came into existence by an executive order from Lyndon Johnson. Every president since Lyndon Johnson could have crossed it out. I love the man. I'm going to come and talk to him about it in a second. But I'm going to tell you, cross that out. We're done with affirmative action in America, okay? That's the first thing. But back to the question, what does it mean to be American? Okay, this is the question. It means we believe that the people who we elect to run the government, whoever it is, ought to be the people who actually run the government. Radical idea in America. Who would have ever thought? It's not the case today. So the next time we have an Anthony Fauci or a Merrick Garland or a James Comey who goes far beyond their constitutional scope, you need to do what a chief executive in this country is constitutionally empowered to do. You fire them, you fire their employees, you fire the managerial industrial complex around them. And I'll tell you this even further. Thank you very much. We got to go one step further than that. Because when a managerial cancer gets so bad in this country, you can't just reform that from on high. I come from the private sector. I know this. If you tell me that somebody works for me and I can't fire them, that means that they don't work for me. It means I work for them. It means I am their slave because I am responsible for what they do without having any power to determine it. Well, that can't be the position that the U.S. president is put in. When a managerial cancer gets so bad, you have one option left in this country. You have to shut it down. And I've already said last week, the first agency we will shut down and need to shut down in the United States is the U.S. Department of Education. It has no reason to exist. Never should have existed. Make a mistake, it's better late than never. You shut it down. And today I'm ready to announce the second government agency that I will shut down in this country. We should have done it 60 years ago. It's hurt Republicans and Democrats alike. We're going to get it done. It's finally time to shut down the FBI in America. Create something new to take its place because we are done with the J. Edgar Hoover legacy to let this be a self-governing nation again. What does it mean to be American? It means you believe in the rule of law. Okay, the people who enter this country better darn well come through the front door because your first act of entering this country cannot be a law-breaking one. And I'll tell you this as a kid of immigrants, that is not racist. That is what it means to be American. Okay, it means that you believe the military in this country protects our border rather than somebody else's border halfway around the world. It means you put American interests first. You want to talk about a legitimate use of the U.S. military? You want to call the Mexican cartels a drug terrorist organization? Treat them like a terrorist organization. We can do it to bin Laden. We can do it to Soleimani. We can do it to the Mexican drug cartels south of the border. That is how we end the fentanyl epidemic in this country. If the military does one thing, it protects the soil we live on, not somebody else's soil. That, too, is what it means to be American. Well, what it means to be American, it means you believe in the Declaration of Independence. It means you believe in 1776. The Declaration of Independence of today is our Declaration of Independence from China. If Thomas Jefferson were alive today, that is the Declaration of Independence he would sign. That is the Declaration of Independence I will sign if I'm elected as your next president. Because you know what? We are in trouble when we have a codependent relationship with our enemy. The Soviet Union, they never put the shoes on our feet. They never put the phones in our pocket. We're in a codependent relationship with our enemy, and codependent relationships do not end well. The only question is who ends it first. The sooner we end it, the better for us. The later we end it, the better for them. And I think it is finally to say we are done with relying on an enemy to power our modern way of life. Some of this is going to be easy. It's the easy stuff. Abandon climate religion, the climate religion that shackles the United States while leaving China untouched. I don't know why more Republicans can't just say that aloud. It's the thing you're not supposed to say. It's a sacred cow. You take that sacred cow to the slaughterhouse where it belongs. Climate religion is about actually shackling America itself. Some of this stuff is easy. They send the fentanyl across our southern border. They send the digital fentanyl through TikTok, financial fentanyl in the form of the national debt that's created this addictive relationship to China. We declare independence. We're done with financial fentanyl, digital fentanyl, actual fentanyl. Some of this stuff we can agree on. Now, I appreciate the applause, but I also want to be really honest with you. My number one opposition, I'm 9 days into this presidential campaign, and the number one opposition I get to what I just told you actually comes from the Republican Party, a wing of the Republican Party that is so addicted to buying cheap stuff from China and expanding into the Chinese market that they're not ready to make that short-run sacrifice. I go further. I think it's important to be honest. If we want to declare independence from China, that means we got to be willing to ban most U.S. businesses from doing business in China until the CCP falls or until the CCP radically reforms itself. Because there is no easy way out other than taking that Band-Aid and ripping it right off. I'm sorry, Henry Kissinger, we're done with your experiment in America. It is the only way out. We got to start thinking on the time scales of history, not the time scales of electoral cycles. We don't need Chamberlain. We need a little bit of Churchill in this country. And you know what? If you're willing to make a sacrifice, the chances are you'll never have to make it because the other side will fall first. And you can be willing to make a sacrifice if you know what you are sacrificing for. And that is this thing we call America. Our inner animal spirit, it has been domesticated. It has been tamed by this new culture that embraces victimhood and rejects excellence. Our inner animal, it has leapt oceans to lift up places like China on the other side of the world, while their culture of Maoist victimhood came back to hold us down. I'll tell you this, when we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. That is what it means to be an American. Thank you. Now, I'm going to do something tonight. I want to address I love the boisterous sides. I want to address it actually directly. I believe in free speech. Free speech is what it means to be American. So even if you disagree with us saying, stand up and say it because you deserve to. This is the country we live in for a reason. Let me address it right away. Okay, you're going to hear tomorrow night from my good friend, Donald Trump, a man who I took inspiration from to do what I am doing now. If he hadn't done what he did in 2015 and 2016 as an outsider to came and shake up the system, I wouldn't have even thought about doing what I'm doing today and running for president. That's just a fact, okay? Now, next 6 months, it's possible as this goes, we'll get a little bit of name calling, and you know what? That's part of, locker room talk, a little bit of trash talk on the court. Got to have some fun and handle it, but I think if you can't handle a little bit of name calling in this or have some fun, you probably shouldn't be the person sitting across the table representing this country in front of Xi Jinping either. But I will tell you something about my friend. He is misunderstood across this country. I know him. He cares deeply about national unity. I know you care deeply about national unity. I'm running for president because I care deeply about national unity. But here's the question. This is the question for the next year and a half in the conservative movement, in the Republican Party, and in America. Do we want a national divorce, or do we want a national revival? It's not going to happen automatically. Whatever it is going to be what we choose it to be. That is the question today. And I'll tell you, here's how we're not going to get national unity. We're not going to get national unity with somebody showing up in the proverbial middle saying, hey, can't we all hold hands, compromise, get along, kumbaya? No, that ain't happening. That ship has sailed long ago. You want national unity? Here's how you get national unity. You get national unity in this country by embracing the extremism, the radicalism of the ideals that set this nation into motion 250 years ago. Merit, free speech, open debate, self-governance over aristocracy. These are radical ideas. Most of human history, it was done the other way. Old world Europe didn't do it this way. We did it this way for a reason because we're different. We're Americans. And if we embrace that, that is our formula to actually deliver, I think, the most unifying thing we could deliver for the country in 2024, and it's this. Don't believe it when they tell you it's about Republicans and Democrats. Artificial distinctions. What really matters in this country is a battle between the managerial class and the everyday citizen, between the Great Reset and the Great Uprising, between the pro-American movement, do you believe in this country and are you willing to stand for it, or the anti-American movement which apologizes what this country stands for. And here's the good news I have for you. When you divide it up that way, instead of Republicans and Democrats, you got an 80-20 in our favor. And you know what's happened in 2024? You mark my words, I predict a 1980-style, 1984-style landslide election in this country if we get it right. That is the single most unifying thing we could deliver for our nation going forward. I'll tell you this, for the last 10, 20 years in America, we have celebrated our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all the ways we're the same. Well, you know what? Revive the ways that we are the same. Diversity is not our strength. Our strength is what unifies us across our diversity. And you mark my words, that won the American Revolution. It reunited us after the Civil War. It won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. It could still be hope for the free world. And if we can revive that over fractious group identity, then nobody in the world is going to defeat us. That is American exceptionalism. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless our great country. All the best. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Day 2, Protecting America Now, CPAC 2023. Please take a look around, gather all personal belongings, and exit this, the Potomac Ballroom. We hope you enjoy today. We'll see you tomorrow.